Hey, lady, I'll do it myself. Just a horse with no name. I'm in the town on a horse with no name. You have a little too much faith in me, sir. Fucking barely. I'm playing Minecraft. I like your cut.
Oh, you playing Minecraft? I like your cut, G.
Why did they literally make a whole Anya skin? Anya fucking Elden Ring? You know, the fucking aesthetic fucking. Oh, they got a Kate skin?
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward for the Kate skin actually. It's really beautiful.
You know what else is beautiful? These nuts! Got it!
They are the most beautiful nuts I've seen.
Okay, don't be like that nuts no more.
Too much already?
You're always too much, the fuck you mean?
Wolf, you might be on Invisible again.
I don't even hear him talking if he is. I'm assuming he's not.
There.
I don't see him.
Old-fashioned way.
I see him like, that makes sense.
Dark Devotion, Smash Hit, Dramator, en ting göra i sånt shit.
Wah, wah, wah. Shit got milk. For my muffin. I'm a stud muffin.
You went back to the milk?
Yeah, I'm going back to the milk. Bye, everybody. Going to get the milk. I may or may not, most likely not return.
I think 10 to 15 years.
I'll be back about 20 years, seconds, hours. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we figure it out. Depends on how long I feel like being gone this time. It's been 13 years.
I love the South Park episode with the old man bit. They warn about the Amazon drivers. They used to be the milkman. They come and then fuck your wife and then they leave.
It's crazy.
Yeah, soon. That's not that.
Imagine if an Amazon driver came and fucked my wife. That'd be crazy. Because first off, I don't have a wife. So who the fuck did he fuck?
That's up to you to figure out.
Wait, whose wife did he fuck? Because I ain't got a wife.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's like that. I have diabetes. Makes me stirred for my kids. And one day I got angry at a muffin and punched my wife. Then I realized My wife's been dead for 15 years. Who the hell did I hit?
Who the hell did I hit? Wow.
That's
That's rough. Taking out your frustration on a random couldn't be me.
Could totally be me. Depends on the random and how much it pissed me off.
I
that day.
saw a fucking video today about a man that filmed himself randomly punching white women off the street he sees.
Try invite me again.
I'm not gonna lie. White women deserve it.
You do? Let them know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It says you're in menus and we'll invite you.
Yeah, I sent you that you invited.
Nothing happened when I accept the invite.
Is it your thing again?
We love Steam.
Yeah,
Not
we
really.
do. The use our lord.
Try invite me through the game.
I don't think it's a Steam problem, to be honest with you. I think it's a fucking DVD problem.
I can't invite you. I can view profile and block, but I can't join party or invite to party.
Oh, what the fuck?
If you restart, I had last time.
Man, I'm just here.
Yeah. I'm just here to watch my wife get fucked.
Then buy me
what?
a new computer.
I don't think it's your computer. I think it's fucking boot.
It's,
DVD.
there you go. Now there you wanna join. I think it's DVD, man.
Happened, same shit happened.
I accepted you to our lobby. Yeah, and accept fail. Join request can't be accepted. Request is no longer valid.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
DPT, ladies and gentlemen, DPT. Pete. Yep, it's no. Yep, I can't accept you in there. Maybe try with the Slayer.
Have you blocked me or something?
No.
No.
Why would I fucking block you?
You smartass.
I mean,
Says joiner
Yeah,
said
cool.
request can't be accepted. Request is no longer valid.
yeah, same as me.
Yeah, that's a DVD thing. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that's-
start the game again.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely understand if they.
That's the
just
same shit that
blocked
happened on
all it.
DVD on console. 9:30, because that's when I woke up.
We all know that
You
they would insta block all me if you talk to us again.
Well, I didn't know what time you were gonna be back. I thought you were going out. Okay, you're asking an ADHD person to remind another ADHD person something. That's crazy. That's crazy.
ADHD attack.
I don't know what ADHD is, but my doctor says I got 80 of them.
You got 80 of them? Damn.
Clearly, you did not get the joke. Come on, open your brains and open the brain. Think about what I just said.
You said something.
I said I don't know what HD is, but my doctor says I have AD of them.
Oh god, I get it now.
How hard was that?
Well, it's me we're talking about, remember?
Literally, your brain runs on a fucking slower wavelength than even an ADHD person's does.
Are we surprised about that? No.
A little bit. I didn't know anyone could be that slow.
I didn't know that you could be slow neither.
Niggy. No. It don't work that way.
Join campaign requests, make a new lobby slayer.
Why on Niggy gotta be so goddamn difficult?
I don't have all the perks with this person.
Again, still can't invite Wolf for some fucking reason.
Hey, I'm back to the lobby. You can ask to invite me again.
Join request cannot be accepted. This is no longer valid. You were not blocked. So I understand it.
It would be fucked up if you just randomly blocked him.
Why would, well, if I blocked him, he wouldn't be on my friends list, so that would make no sense. And it did it again.
Maybe
Try restarting Steam. I might help. It could just be friends list issue again. What's happened to me a few times.
Hey, what's up, Bush?
Bush! I thought you said bells. One time I didn't have my mind in the gutter. Damn it. Fucking hate it.
Hey, where?
There he goes.
What
Now let me leave the
happened?
party real quick and make oil to rejoin. Because that would be me. Also, you know what? Just because you did it,
You dying? Oh no.
he had too much fun last night. Bro, I slept like a fucking log. I literally crawled in bed, did my thing, you know, I diddled, and then I went passed right the fuck out.
Sounds like a good fucking sleep day, man.
Sure was. I passed out till 9 o'clock in the morning. I was like, damn, I overslept, if anything.
Nothing more sophisticated than diddling the maid and then chewing some gum.
Nothing more sophisticated than diddling the maid and then chewing some gum.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Really up there.
What a beautiful day for coming.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
thinking. Yeah, they failed with that.
Bruh. This one, yeah.
Bruh. He went to bed at 8 a.m. Mao said, I fell asleep at 9:30 and we woke up at 11:30 to 12.
Oh,
And doesn't she have to work at 4? I mean, you can sleep in, luckily. She can't.
Oh, you playing Minecraft? I like your cut, G.
I'm going back to the bed.
How can I even
That
open
was to
this?
me. I went to quick a nap. I woke up around 1 in the morning. Sleep again.
I had an appointment to remove my ingrown toenails. Ew.
Ouch, man. Yeah, then I understand. That's fucking important. You do that.
Oh yeah. Fuck this candle. Fuck your
I put
mom.
them in the
Fuck your wife.
corner of the shame.
You're dead. I probably did already.
Are you? Why you the fuck man dead? That? Open up the coffin.
Coffee. I want to be the best Snorlax that ever existed.
Dude, I watched like
I'm training my body.
I mean, it took Snorlax 20 years to actually stand up.
See, your body is a temple. My body is a rustic,
Legion!
broken
you
down
are
shack.
boring.
And I'll keep
God, you are actually boring.
I mean, this power kind of sucks in this fucking game mode. So.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, yeah. He can get information, right?
Barely. Anything he does
Right.
get is not. see. You guys already healed yourself. All you can really do is apply pressure. Like, you can still fuck off on these. Put a volt.
Yeah, he can only hurt us. Oh, he's coming back. You get that. There you go. You deserve that.
You fucking blocked me, motherfucker.
I didn't block you.
Block these
I was
nuts,
running full
nigga.
speed, man.
Who's got the lantern? Put that shit down.
Det är random.
Fucking dumbass. Put it down.
He's like, over here, killer. My friend is over here.
Drop that. See this? Drop that. No more. Lantern bad. Not lantern good.
Who willingly played?
Yeah, that you got it because you blocked me.
What? That got down? That's cool.
Karma's a bitch. He should have known better. No. No. No lantern. No lantern. Bad. No relying on that piece of shit object. Fucking
She's
useless.
blind as a bat, though.
I can see that. Seeing as me and her were
Yeah, that-
literally standing next to each other right in front of him. Hello. You're friend shaped. Well, my bad. You're idiot shaped.
I'm idiot. What is that supposed to mean?
Run.
I hate you. I fucking despise you, beat them.
You're running, girlfriend. Ah, you missed, loser. Oh, that's how you got it.
That's how it's done.
Fucking loser. I got him with the locker, the good old locker tech.
Oh, I love that tech.
Wow, he really is blind as a bat. Holy shit. And I thought I was bad when I played this game with him. Oh,
You
yo,
deserve
okay.
that wood.
How did he deserve it? He was actually doing shit. What were you doing? Yeah, no response, huh, bitch? Nah, you had no response for bad law. You had to think about that shit. That is crazy.
Oh,
Look, I don't always
he-
defend Wolf, but when I
he's
do,
one
it's usually
camping you.
hilarious.
No. One elite might be campy.
Why don't you put that lantern down? God damn it, I'm reading the chat and I'm fucked up. You pissing me in me. Well, I'm gonna die. Damn. Volt, I'm not the time for that. You bastard. You got me killed. Why don't you put that lantern down? Ibisa me en mi boca caliente me siento romántico. Yes, I know what that means. Why don't you put that lantern down and kiss me on my hot mouth? I'm feeling romantic. Oh my god. See, I'm learning Spanish. Alright, tell her I love her and happy birthday. If you want. I can manage
Good one. It's up to you.
Oh, he's running your way. Run. Go away. Go that way. Go that way. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Bring him out there.
Chili nuggets. Well, my camp meter's almost full. Nope.
What the fuck can I be a boy?
Love it. Have to let Yeah, well, now is not the time to read. I'm about to go to second hook. Wait, no, I got my hook. Let's go. Ooh, let's go.
Yeah.
Fucking camp meter. Let's go.
See, I told you.
Fuck, he's right fucking there, though. God damn it. Leave me alone.
I told you he's not a camper.
What? Niggy, what camper?
Negan. Oh,
Negan, I said, not Negan. Although I will start calling people Negan, that's funnier.
He gave up.
Fucking
He ran-
Christ. Why would
Wait,
you
did
give
you
up?
Random gave up?
You're literally on full foot.
Of course. Of course the Random gave up like a bitch.
I know he's not about to go to Legion when after I got my ass handed to me by Legion. This guy fucking squad with Legion. I'll be mad.
You're not killing yourself in this game.
You coming towards you?
Yeah, I know. I'm running. He might bring him to me.
What? See, this is what I'm talking about. Every time I open a chest, I get a lantern. Those fucking motherfuckers open the chest and they all got fucking flashlights. Make it make sense.
Oh yeah, the free flashlight, yeah.
Yeah, it's free flashlight crew that wasn't cheating. Sure, buddy.
Yeah. The best thing I get is a medpick.
I've opened up every chest in this game so far. I've not found one single fucking flashlight.
I find one medpick.
Yep, no lantern.
Free
No
medkit,
flashlights.
one flashlight, that's it. And then the rest is lanterns.
Yeah, the entire map was just covered in fucking lanterns. I can't find one med kit for the life of me.
Yeah, you
I have
don't
no
even
idea where
want
Wolfie's
the
at.
plastic thing. Lanterns are bad for you.
Wolfie, where the fuck did you run off to? I was trying to heal you.
Around, oh my god.
The fuck do you live with this man? Yeah. The hanging man? Okay.
I'll hang on your map.
My man?
Now!
Yeah.
Bitch wasted the pallet. I fucking. Leave me alone. I've been in the office.
There is no point leaving this point.
I mend again.
Yay, we love mending.
Mended.
Fucking
Gens we
great.
even finished one, right?
Yeah.
It too.
Legion.
No flashlight.
Why don't you do
that?
the
Yeah, exactly.
highway?
Fucking RNG's on some bullshit today. When I need a flashlight, nope, don't get one. But when they need a flashlight, oh, here you go. Have them in mass, bitch. You're my favorite box.
Falling asleep with the gameplay. Dude, I just fucking meant. If I have to fucking mend,
I just mended, now you're
again.
mending again. It's fucking irritating.
I don't need to fucking mend again. At least I get down like a man.
I'm good.
What for that? Dude, Lika, you fucking mending love with fucking shit. You can down me instead. I don't wanna fucking mend anymore.
I don't want to mend it. I don't want to be mended no more. You know what? I'm gonna
fucking
pay
fall
for
down
this.
in a fucking corner at this point.
I don't want them to. I can make a song out of that, bro. He's coming, run. He wants to make you mend again.
You know what? I accept that.
Suck my dick, dude.
I do like love this Avengers. He's so the anti-check, like them stuff.
It's like Avengers fag game. Damn. Go Wolfie. Who the fuck is that running away from me?
That might be me. There's,
No, it's the fucking Laura who's literally going on the gen instead of getting me off the hook.
Well, I'm dead.
Green.
Yeah, you actually got the good ending.
Yeah, right. Bro, can you hop off my fucking cock for like 10 seconds? Holy shit.
I don't think he know. I think he's only know how to hop.
Like, you don't know how to bounce on a crazy style, so I don't want you. Go away. Bitch shit. Might as well at this point. He's fucking. This map makes it so much easier for a Legion. When I got fucking on fucking Legion, my map was fucking Yomooka. You know how hard it is to find survivors of Yomooka in the dark?
Yeah, you don't find them.
Fuck that bullshit. Fucking ghetto ass RNG.
I will die unless you want more plus points, but that's up to you. Tweak me like that.
Damn it.
I wanna go and see Becker.
Me too. Too late. Bye, bitch.
Bye.
Enjoy your bot.
Yeah, I'm not getting Madonna say anything there. God.
They're probably a fucking console player anyway. Yup, console player.
Yeah, damn Legion on this map.
What is it with all these fucking console players, man?
I know. I'm surprised that we
Fucking console plebs. PC Master Race or fuck off.
I belong to the good race, the PC Master.
PC Master Race masturbates on your mom's chest. Hey yo!
Soon I can start to get the Kate outfit. Hell
You
yeah.
don't play console anymore. It's just boring now.
Oh no, dude, I have a free Xbox 360 and a PlayStation 3 at home. Never touching the edge.
Well, no wonder you got the oldest fucking conversions of those consoles.
Dude,
Then again,
the
they were
newer
the best
ones
games on them.
aren't much better, man. The
I was
new
gonna say,
ones
then
are-
again, those consoles were the ones with the best games on them.
Yeah, the older one had better games than the new ones, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Agree. I agree on that one.
And now everyone is.
I got the Red
this
Ring
game
of Death after beating Blue Dragon on my Xbox 360 back in the day.
It gives you the
Literally right after I beat Red Dragon or Blue Dragon, I got fucking Red Ring of Death. I was like, motherfucker.
The game newspaper. He's too good at this game.
Reach!
Yeah.
DVD killer heavy coat on body. Like they gonna flash someone. Hey, I heard you were looking for some flashlights. Jesus.
I mean, I take a female survivor by flashing me, you know.
I swear to God, if this is the same, no, it's a different one. I'm about to say, if it's the same fucking war, I'm gonna fucking scream.
Oh yeah, I would be like, I'm not saying this one. I'm sorry, I'm going toxic.
I'm going full GG next mode. Bye. We have Myers.
What is game?
Demi! Daddy!
Hey, it's my
Hey,
papa.
finally, I feel I can respect on this game mode.
The excitement of Wolfie's voice is crazy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm about to get whipped. Yay! I love whipping.
Hey, how about eat me?
We see with that bullshit.
Daddy, daddy, with me. Miss me. Now you gotta with me.
Damn. Double damn. I heard that shit. That shit was cracked.
How you doing, man? I heard you.
Come back and whip me again. Yeah. Hell yeah.
And he doesn't.
That's okay. He left me as soon as he got done whipping me.
We know who we can blame now. Like,
Damn right, bitch. I take whips from daddy. You don't complain.
you be like, yeah, I did it. So fucking what? I like getting whipped.
Daddy wants to whip me. I'm not saying no. Okay.
Well, I would be. It puts me in the movie.
I had to run ring
That
of
way I
death before I
can
was
be
about to beat
extra
Skyrim, and I never got a chance to finish my Mega Run. Or Mage Run? Damn, that's crazy.
Oh, dude, I can't play
read
this game anymore. It's so freaking.
I hate how Skyrim goes from like, oh, you're fighting dragons to, oh, you're fighting Cthulhu.
Oh yes, that is. Yeah, I remember that one. Those were fucking strong too.
Also, I didn't like how Skyrim had so much fucking map, and I had to explore every inch of it. I'm like, I'm going all the Bye, Daddy. Oh, bye, Daddy.
When you close the big door, be like, "Hi, Daddy." Oh, bye, Daddy. Now touch me, Daddy.
Touch me harder.
Put your hand all over my body.
All right, let's not go too deep.
For you?
That's my job.
See, actually, who you guys?
I'm trying to take my job. Plus, when you say it, it just sounds creepy. When I say it, it sounds funny and endearing. When you say it, it sounds creepy.
Yeah, because
Put your hands all over my body. That's what you sound like.
Oh,
hi, Daddy. Bye, Daddy. Wolfie, back me up. Hi. He hit me. He bullied me. Kill him.
Again.
I got bullied by the zombie. Beat him up. He's right there. Come on, Father. Save me. Save me from myself. I'm drowning in thirst.
Wow.
I'm dying of thirst. Help.
Cancel on her. A horrible way to go on her. It's funny. Funny. Without food, you can survive a long time. Without water, you can survive a while.
You survive 7 days before dehydration. Maybe even less. Usually after 3 days, you start going crazy.
Yeah.
Same with sleep. You can last up to 7 days and then you start going insane.
Oh, if we.
Who my fault.
Who have been whipped enough?
Not me.
Touching generators like a gen jockey.
Imagine being a gen jockey. Oh, I'm over here playing with Daddy.
Nemi Daddy, I love you. Please have my shelter, Nemi Daddy.
What the fuck?
Alright, I'm ready to be whipped again. Come here, Daddy!
We figured this out one way. You or me getting pregnant. We figured that out soon.
Oh my god. First off, stop macking it to my man, bitch. Second off, you will never get pregnant by Never Daddy. That's my job.
What the?
Oh, for fuck's sake! What,
I need an artist to draw me pregnant with Nemesis and baby.
I gave. Oh, Nemi Daddy.
Just so I can seal the deal and make everybody feel bad. He's my daddy. Fuck you. I'm dying of thirst. Don't touch. Oh, hi, Daddy. No.
Oh yeah, those fucking sleepy.
Hi.
Actually, a good one. I love the pasta.
Gimme. I love how me and him just got out like an agreement.
Are you me, guys?
He let me pull Laura off. Come back! Hit me next! Me next.
I wanna get whipped.
Oh, hey, give me the haymaker. Make me hay. Breed me! I need to be bred!
Okay, now that's too far.
You just said make me give me a baby. Then you just said to ask too far. Suck my fat cock, motherfucker.
You know
I know you don't really have to take that too far, Mister. Oh, put your hands all on my body. Make me a mommy. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk about shit about me and my Nemesis love. My love for Nemesis existed before your fucking bitch ass even existed on DVD. Shut the fuck up. Don't question me.
Both exit is open.
Is it entrance or exit only?
With me. With me. Don't walk
Oh look,
away
I found a
from
med
me.
kit. Laura, we gotta leave, girly pop.
He with me, then he just looked at me awkwardly and then left.
Because you're not his wife. I am. Get out of here. Stop trying.
You definitely had to send me that art if you make someone do that.
I'm gonna ask one of my friends to do it. It'll be great. Maybe I'll see if Ava will do it for me.
I just have to put his ashes long ahead.
Oh my god, if I told Q, she'd be totally down. She'd probably do it for free.
Oh, I can't wait for that art to come up then.
Proud Nemi mama.
I can see you there on the bed and then me holding your fucking baby.
Bro, I've already gotten the idea in my head. Like, the image is there.
Hey, what's a TTV?
The image was there, sir. Oh, I have fucking issues. Then again, I have told people straight up I am a psychopath, so, you know, at least I'm honest. Grim Sheep or Grim Sleep? Grim Sleep XD. Let's go see if they're alive.
Yes, they're
They are alive.
Hey, Laura. What's up, girly pop? Or girly pop, one or the other. GG's. I'm gonna see if the killer is on live. Girly pop wall. I know, I'm cringe. Don't mind me. In this day and age and era, what we leaving now? In this day and age and era, we leaving now the reason crazy or insane? True. Also, good luck to you too. GG, that was fun. I'm glad we got to befriend the killer. It was fun. My son was being creepy and trying to steal my hands. Fucking weirdo.
I like this man. This man is funny.
He tried to steal my man! How dare he?
How
I
dare
didn't even
you?
go see it. What was it? Grim what?
No. Yeah. He had a hard time finding some people, but he had easy time to find longer.
Good Google Speak can't get my words right. Brain trailer too tired. Did be disappointed in technology. Jeez.
Oh my god.
Tell them I
check
said
out that
GG's because I
thing.
can't remember their name. My fucking ADHD said nope. Compilation of last night on your DM. Oh god. Hold on, I'm gonna go check now. Baby, when the lights go out, your love and tender
Mom.
Why am I not getting notifications that chat isn't muted, and also why doesn't Void Mobile have different free things than the Steam one? Huh? Android Mobile? I don't know.
So your DM? The fuck are you talking about last night? Was it a lot? It was a lot, wasn't it?
Oh, we had a blast last night. You missed out, bro.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well,
Oh my god, he got the part where I jump scared him. I fucking died laughing. Gosh, that was great.
why did I get grabbed by whatever this is?
Look at me go. I'm like a mobile unit. I'm like a mobile unit. Let's go. Oh, that's where I died to the door. He fucking ate my face. Oh, that was good.
I don't like this.
Good montage. Good montage. I like it. Post that shit on TikTok immediately. Wait, where the fuck?
Oh, fuck
Damn it.
me, you scared me, Slayer, by standing here still.
See? I'm scary.
It's a dredge. It's a dredge. It's a dredge.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the lockers, you can tell.
Wow. There were no lockers.
Everything's about to get real dark and heavy.
Everything is possible.
You mean this? Wait, where is it?
Nothing is impossible. Possible.
Nothing is impossible. Baby, when the lights go out. Fucking, oh my god, that shit's stuck in my goddamn head now. I'm about to go put that song on. I think that's 98 degrees. I want to say it's 98 degrees. Somebody find me that song on YouTube, please. Pretty sure it's 98 degrees. It's a band, bro. It's actually a boy band. You're not a girly pop from the 90s like me, buddy. You know, not a girl.
Me go fucking you.
What did I just say, retard? Did I or did I not just say, even though I'm not a girl? What does that have to do with you? You really have a big ego.
Not me. Don't make it.
Yeah, definitely. Because you think everything's about you. The world does not revolve around Sin's fat ass. You know that, right?
That makes complete sense.
So what up, girly pop? I'm gonna start calling people girly pop now because it's funny and ironic.
Damn it, that was so good that you have waited a tiny bit.
Nope. A little tiny bit for what? Saving Fang.
No.
I love how their name is I'ma find you. Don't dox me, bro. Don't dox me, bro. I mean, you can dox me. I'll give you my number. I'll give you my address. Now when you show up, I'll be holding 2 knives and a gun. Maybe don't play that. There's a killer on me right now.
What?
Quick, he's blind. Fuck, never mind. He's not blind anymore.
No, he's not blind. Oh my god, and now we are going to my
He was
death.
blind.
Yeah, I.
Did you get hit when fucking Fang's the one that got one of the line of sight?
Fang found me and then he should talk it to me.
There's so many. Look for Lights Go Out by 98 Degrees. I'm pretty sure that's the song. Just get like a regular one with the lyrics. And send me the link, and I'm gonna play it.
Fang,
Because
why
if
are you holding
I
up
don't
that
listen to it,
mountain,
it's gonna stay
Fang?
stuck in my fucking head.
Drop it. God dang Fang, drop that fucking thing.
Also, while you're at it, look up the Lazy Town Cake song featuring Lil Jon. It's pizza cake to make cake. Guarantee the notebook. Lazy.
That's not very. That's like.
Okay. And that dick gets yours, bitch. So fucking... Why it slaps so fucking hard, but it really slaps. It's funny, but it slaps at the same time. It's like, fucking Christ, how did this compilation come together? Who cares? It was good. Ugh. Lady Town, not a show. It was. That was true. Oh man. Rest in peace to Rodney Rotten. He was a national treasure. Bro, if you don't drop that damn lantern, the fuck you
I do, man.
You talking to me? Or you talking to the guy?
I think you're right.
How many gens did you finish so far?
3 maybe.
1, 2, 3.
Well, that's just gonna tell them what we are, dude.
Yeah,
We might get this third one done and give it a show up randomly.
be careful out. I do not press again something to kill up the game. I don't know who work on a gen.
I need to work on it to the stop request.
God damn it.
Ingen räknar. I believe it.
Nope. I don't believe in me.
I don't believe in either of you. Bad hope. Does it? I'm asking you, not us.
No, it doesn't help us at all.
Oh, that's get good, I guess.
We are
Give me a
just
reason to be
silly.
proud of you, and then I'll say I'm proud of you. What? Why is that monster house coming after me? Goddamn. I don't like
I mean,
it.
it could be worse. It could be the white sheet.
Yeah, that'd be worse for him, not me.
Now you're looking at all,
Because then he wouldn't be able to see shit.
right there.
One knows.
He's about to go into full dark mode. We're in the goods.
Finish again. I think
Okay,
this
well,
is the last
I
gen.
need healing assistance.
We just left this gen.
Fuck it, I'm going for door.
Yeah. Are you at that one yet, Wolf? Okay, that was further away than I expected it to be.
My door's open. One for Meg.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it. Can't fucking see it. Oh, he's also camping here, so that doesn't help either.
Oh, camping? Oh no.
Yeah, and I'm injured, so I can't even get around fucking if I wanted to.
I'm too far. I'm across the map, sadly. Opening up the gate.
Yeah, he can't.
That's the one that's
Yeah, well, it's got Little John in it.
Lady first.
Yeah, sure.
What up? Lady first. Lady
Mhm.
first.
Mhm.
Lady first.
He's calling you a bitch, if you haven't realized yet.
Oh, I know.
Okay, just making sure.
But he's also a bitch.
first.
Bitches first. I'm not a bitch, you're a bitch.
You're a bitch. Come on, go now. Let's go.
Kings first.
Oh, at least that survivor was chill about not being left alone. Can you two leave already? Jesus Christ. Fucking jeez, you both bitches in my eyes. Fucking Jesus Christ. Holy
I know.
fucking Christ. Hold the fucking game up because y'all want to be retarded. What the fuck?
Who is there?
Ah.
Okay, that's one.
My fucking laugh is too perfect there.
Okay, that's one.
He sounded like Homer Simpson when he screamed.
Okay, that's one.
Dude, you gotta watch this clip. It's so good.
What clip?
Hold on. Go to my stream. I'm gonna show those stream.
You're the sacrifice.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my god. Okay.
Why did you didn't hide? How the fuck you managed that?
I don't know, but I made it, baby.
Ooh.
Chasing me.
Yep. Yep. Ah.
No, that wasn't it. Hold on. Add. Okay, window capture. Add it in.
Going into the bathroom, but you can start searching for a game.
Yeah.
Alright, I can open it up on. There you go. Download it. It's
45, 50. That might take some time. That might take some time.
back to the beginning. There we go. Alright. Now let's try this again. Nope, there you go. God damn it.
63 is a complete outfit, okay?
Select the window to capture. These are the windows I want to capture. No, that's my damn download's fault, you idiot! I hate it here. Why aren't you capturing this, you stupid fuck? You know, I'm just doing it. Just like Windows capture, fuck it. Or not Windows capture. I'm just gonna do a whole fucking display capture. Because it's just being retarded.
Yeah, I can tell.
You think? Nope, wrong one. This one. There we go. Now the question is gonna kill the audio.
Oh, that level. I love that level.
Probably not. So we're gonna do audio capture. Add existing. Why does this not count as like a fucking? What is this app, bro? I'm so confused. Whatever, I'm just gonna play it and see what happens, I guess. Tell me if you can hear it.
No, there's no sound.
Well, why are you not capturing it? I don't understand. Like, See if that works. Should we fuck the fleet like this? Okay, yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do it through Discord. This is easier.
Yeah.
Maximum Discord. It's the beginning. In the beginning. How many of you can hear it?
I go.
So, oh shit, they are on a really open place. Shit! Who is there? Okay, that's one of
About it. Like a big hit there.
You're the sacrifice.
Pretty much.
Oh my god. Okay.
Why did you didn't hide? How the fuck you managed that?
I don't know, but I made it, baby.
Ooh.
Chasing me. Good. Those are just a few of the highlights from last night. If you want to see more, you just go watch my VOD. Anyway.
I can tell you guys had a blast with that clip that he sent me. He sent me that one.
Yeah, it's hilarious. You missed out, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that flinch though, but that was fucking good work.
You did what?
The flinch where you didn't went underneath the tables. You somehow managed to fling one of them.
Oh, I just ran past them, that's all. I panicked for a second, then I was like, fuck, I'm just gonna keep going. And then, yeah, unfortunately the door got me. The door killed me. I can't even believe this now. I just wanted to show that, that was funny. Oh, also, music, that's what I wanted to do. So, we'll make this. Keep the audio capture. Go to the link that I sent on Discord. Also, I have to pee, so this will be perfect. Let's see if this is the right one. Video unavailable. What?
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is it, dude. Hold on. Properties. You ready, Chad? Hold on.
Yeah. Wait, why have we been up it? Oh man.
Oh. I don't know why the song slaps so much. What? Okay. Oh my god, the image of this is crazy.
I might have to restart the video because I'm not in the lobby.
What do you mean you're not in the lobby?
I'm at the menu.
How? Because it says you're in my lobby still.
I do not know how. I only started the video.
Okay.
That's one of those questions you actually
Wait,
wish
what was
that
it?
through when...
Oh, it's 5? The band's name is 5? I thought. Wow, me and Amo were both wrong. People thought it was 98 degrees. That's crazy. Look, our whole fucking world just got turned upside down, guys. That's crazy. Now I gotta tell that to her and be like, yo, it wasn't even that. That was a different band altogether.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it actually is a song. I thought it was 98 degrees for some reason. I'm gonna totally get fucking copyrighted for this, but I don't care.
It's worth picking against white.
I'm sorry, music from like the 90s and 2000s is such a fucking vibe. Yeah, they're called 5. Scott Red, Sean Green, Jason Pink, Richie Blue, and Abs Yellow. Those are colors. The love and tenderness.
Yeah, you can send me an invite. Now I'm back here. Now I'm not gonna waste more time.
I was supposed to pee and I did.
Yeah. So you should go pee now.
I'm reminiscing, leave me be. Say what you want. Boy bands were actually pretty popping back in the day.
Another Lara Croft.
I'm real. Oh yeah, yeah.
Lara Croft seems to be quite popular today, and it's a console player. So the odds of that being a console kill is pretty big.
You are the song about. Babe, I swear you will still come to me. So baby, come to me. When the lights go out. Sorry, I'm in the mood.
I'll worry about it.
So you want it song.
It's not often, it's quite rare that they're going this
so
mood.
baby, come to me. Let's go out. Honestly, perfect though. Lights out mode. Lights go out. Come on.
That's very cool.
Lights. When the lights go out. So ironically funny. Chris, with love and tenderness. Tell you what it's all about. Baby, that you will succumb to me. So baby, come to me. Let's go out. Love and tenderness. It's all about. Baby, you will succumb to me. So baby, come to me. Flame, flame. Damn, that was a vibe. And it brought back some memories. Love it!
I see free lamp, so somebody still running around.
Ooh, toolbox.
Så det random.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
The random have put the last on the gen we are working on.
Yeah, I'm looking around like crazy on my gen. He's a hack!
A hack. Oh, fuck my life.
Okay. That's enough of that. Just look at the traps that I just walked into. Damn, that was ironic.
I'm just happy as a
Sorry. She fucking scared the shit out of me.
Oh,
I was not expecting her to turn around after me to turn around and her to still be there. Actually teleported through it.
Well,
it's
actually a fine kill in this game. Jamska is potentially insane. She's definitely going to okay, whoever is close to that, be very careful. You might wanna retreat off before you save me. Yeah.
Pop that band-aid.
Wipe that mustache. Good shit.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay, nobody wants to be called good girl by you. I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh. What's the perfect timing to say? Oh, heck no.
Gosh. Why did you fucking
See,
move?
this is why I can't allow Sin to be a VTuber, because she'll probably just get fucking yelled or fucking accused of being a sex pest.
I mean, why didn't you take the hit, motherfucker?
Because I will be go down.
If you just got off hook, no, you wouldn't. You have 90 seconds of endurance. Or 60 seconds of endurance. So you
Don't worry, I'm getting tunnel out.
That sounds like a skill issue, if you ask me.
Nah, not really. I guess hack on this game mode. Nah, it's quite easy possible, honestly.
In other words, it's a skill issue.
Ah.
Got it.
Why is she running into a corner?
Probably because she didn't want your ass. Or because she DC'd. Yep, she DC'd. Either she DC'd or the game DC'd. One or the other.
Somehow.
Yeah, we all Yeah, it's just you and her, apparently. Oh, I DC'd. We all DC'd. The server went down.
Wow.
Server crashed. She thought she was gonna tunnel and then lost. Alright, I'm gonna pee while you guys are overweighting.
Yeah. It's quite easy to get tunneled down by a hack though in this game mode. Just get unlucky steps and you next. And that was unlucky. I don't wanted to play the game. But you know, this is what it is. Oh, what? Yeah.
Well, you're gonna be beacon. Never mind.
I'm not. I just wanted to put that up there. I gotta wait for Kate version to come out until I get the Kate one. Because that's the one I really want. Okay. What was that sound when
That was perfectly timed. That's all things should be. I don't know, I'm quoting Thanos a lot lately, but I'm quoting Thanos a lot lately. Maybe we can go out.
Oh, what?
Man, I'm just a scary ass presence, huh? We're farming the fuck out of people.
Yeah, we're the first gen and we don't know what ability it is. Yeah, kind of.
I have blue hair. I don't know how much ore farming I can do with that.
You are scary to related.
Yeah, I'll kick you in your shin. Bring it, bitch.
Yeah, see? It's, right here. Violent.
Oh, I'm very violent. Don't test me. That's Myers. He's got the same bloodlust as me. Daddy.
Are you ready for jump scares?
Daddy. I love you, Daddy. Oh, he's naked Myers. He got the fucking outfit. Hey, yo.
Oh, and the escape the ace.
Oh, shit. He got slap. Oh, you got me.
How was it?
Oh, I'm dying of thirst here. I need more. Let me see them undies, boy. I want to see them undies. I want to see Ted Bundy's undies. No more about it.
Hello, Myers. How are you?
I hope someone comes to ask me how much I can have.
Sneaky.
Why fucking
You got an excuse for everything. You got an excuse for everything. Shut up.
Hey, somebody came to pick you up.
Still got an excuse for everything, bitch. No, I just got off. Leave me alone.
Is he handling you?
By the looks of it, yes.
Can't say I'd be sorry about that.
You know I'm gonna lead him right to you, right?
Oh, I know you probably will.
Nah. You wanna keep talking shit? Or you wanna go on hook next? Because I can make that happen.
really?
Sorry, I thought you were Sid.
Hi, people.
No, I'm gonna kill you because that.
Oh, don't be a bitch. Just heal me.
Yeah. I watching this Myers now to come behind us or break that in front of us.
That, my friend, is what you call accidental sandbagging. I meant to do Sid.
Be down here. Be down here.
How was he down there if I'm up here and I didn't see him walk past?
Make it. Please tell me sex.
Congratulations. Baby, when the Myers comes out, you're gonna get piped down in your butt. You know it's in your butt.
Two, I think.
I don't know, I lost count after 0.
It's any almost done, mate. I'm finished this one.
Fucking lanterns, man. Give me a fucking flashlight or something. It's unuseful.
I gotta make it, man. I'm happy.
Suck. I want a lantern. I don't want a lantern. I want a fucking medkit. Or something.
Oh, I heard that sound. Oh, Myers behind
Fucking
me.
Kiefer, God for sakes.
Myers behind me. Oh, no. No. Hey. No, Myers. No, I have done
Hey,
zero
toolbox.
to Myers.
Hell yeah.
Myers, I have done nothing to you. I haven't touched you anything. Please leave me alone.
Myers, murder him. Murder him now. Kill his soul. Make sure he never survives. Choke slam him and call him Susie. Oh, of course you will. That would just be the wise, smart move. See this? Fucking hook him right there. Yep, there he is. Bye. You missed that. What? You said we finished 2 gens? My dude, that's why.
Yeah, like, is he not looking?
Of course not. He can fucking slug it for fucking 0 gate now, dummy.
Yeah, I have to have to.
Yep, slugging at gate.
Yeah. lame ass. Get some skills.
I mean, that kind of took skill, bro.
You keep flying. Gosh.
And besides, you hit half the match on working on gens. You get skill.
Wait. I do what I can.
Oh, I will not say that would
I'd say slugging at gate, boring killer. But you know damn well if you were the killer, you would have done the same shit.
No.
Yes, you would. Don't fucking lie to me.
No.
Bullshit. If you had the opportunity to get a 4K at gate, you wouldn't do it?
No.
Liar. You a fucking liar.
Come at me, bitch.
As someone who plays as a survivor and killer main, you're fucking damn right I would have slugged the gate.
Yeah, we did.
If they were fucking trouncing me the way we were trouncing him, I would have slugged, I would have camped, and I would have tunneled. I don't give a fuck. At that point, all bets are off. I don't fucking believe in that. Oh, killer's bored because nah, fuck that shit. Seeing as I've had to deal with it myself, nah. You slug, you camp, you tunnel, you kill. That's the whole job of the killer. The killer's job is to kill. Just like the survivor's job is to survive. So all bets are off.
Okay, you win. I would do that. Okay.
Exactly.
No.
I knew you would admit it.
That's even wolf, honestly.
I knew you would admit it. You fucking lies. We all would have done that shit, though. Let's not act like we wouldn't.
Yeah, you tried too hard.
Yeah, you can deny it all you want. I know you guys too well.
I mean, if I have a chance,
We wouldn't be friends if we weren't all alike. Let's be honest.
Yep, indeed.
I'm saying no. The killer's job is to kill, so I don't blame the killer for doing exactly what they needed to do to kill. Like,
No, that's
that's why I just say GG and go on my life. It's not even worth it.
yeah, that's probably on the bed. Yeah, that's what I should do, honestly.
DBD community is too toxic as is because all these fucking survivors are entitled to shit. I don't want to be one of them.
I thought you were the killer.
These tons of survivors that don't play.
I'm saying
kill
if you were killer and you saw the opportunity, I know you'd go for it. Anybody would.
Yeah, I would. You win on that one.
GG, well played. You were. I'm assuming you were the killer, and you know what? Good job hitting that fucking slug on that gate.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I would have done the same shit. Yep, I would have done the same shit, bro. I've kept people on hook in the last gen with the door open while people were trying to go and save their friend, and I'm like, well, I guess you're dying too. Bye. I'll give a shit.
Yeah.
Not again.
Mission to kill myself.
GG's though, Lars. That was fun.
Yeah, GG.
GG, yeah.
You were not boring. I mean, I would have done the same shit.
Lantern, can you go the fuck away, Lantern? Nobody cares about you.
I need someone to clip that, because I need to post it on TikTok to stop piss people off. I know damn well all these survivors who are like, oh, I wouldn't do that shit. Yeah, you fucking would.
The fucking community when it comes to CBD. God dang.
The problem with any community is the fact that they made a community.
Oh yeah, it shouldn't be a community.
Because as soon as something becomes a community, you've already done and ruined it.
Yeah.
Look at the VTubing community. It's you just fucking bred more fucking petty ass fucking mean girls.
It was fine.
DVD community is just a bunch of entitled survivors and fucking toxic killers arguing amongst each other while the rest of us just have fun and play the game.
I think the worst thing is
any anime or TV show that has a community, you already know it's going downhill quickly. Because I think they own Because the problem with communities is they think they own the IP. You know what I'm saying? They think the IP belongs to them, not that it was made by a company to cater to them, which they shouldn't have to cater to the small majority of community, because most of them are just entitled little shits who think everything revolves around them and wants it all to be their, you know, their way of the highway. Well, sorry to say, dumbasses, that's not how any of this shit works. If a company makes something and you're paying for the products and they change that product, you gotta suck it up and live with it, because you're only paying for the product. You don't own the IP. Take the fucking Has-Been Hotel and fucking, what do you call it? Hell of a Boss community. They're all a bunch of fucking weirdos and fucking try-hard little fucking, oh, the show needs to be more like what I want it to be. It's not your fucking show, reject.
Yeah, I never understand.
Oh, learn how to draw, do animation, and make your own fucking version of the show. There you go, I'm told.
That fucking logic. Oh, I wish the show was more to my liking. Yeah, then people...
Then watch a different show. Find a show that's more to your liking. Simple as that.
Yeah.
If you don't like what they do with their vision, then don't watch it. Just don't interact with it. Don't bother with it. Don't join the community. Like, that's exactly how it is. Like, if you don't like something, don't interact with it. Same thing goes with fucking these mean girl VTubers that, oh, this person offended me. Then don't interact with them. Simple as that. Nobody else needs to know about it. Nobody needs to care. Your problems are not our problems. Keep it to yourself.
But you know what is? As soon as something bad goes around, they all need to hear it, and they all need to
fucking hate these
bro. Oh, yeah.
I'd rather have a fire than a Legion. Legions are fucking annoying.
Yeah, give me my
I'd gladly die to a Ghostface. I don't feel like fucking Legion fucking is even worth using in the game mode, because I don't even know how the fuck they're getting information. Because I couldn't get any information. I like Legion. I feel like we're getting lucky and getting on the close maps where fucking things are easier.
How many gens have we done, by the way? Do we know that?
I don't think any of it.
Cool, okay.
She's right there, bro. I'm just gonna die.
I'll take the I haven't get.
Hey, Bats. I'd seen the DVD, but I worked around for 3. Okay. We'll be on Fortnite doing the Power Hour if you want to join us at the end. We can always just forward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it starts at 2. Don't you ill Fortnite me? That's right, I lie about not being a kid, bad killer, mean killer. You can't lie to me because I know. I know because I'm every person that does it.
Go out for me.
I'm like the everyman. I'm everything that everybody should and probably doesn't want to be, but they are.
And you all that? Wow.
All that and a bag of chips, bitch. And a bag of chips. I was like, by the time you get over here, I'm going to be done picking healing her.
Yeah, when I have to go.
That is, though.
Because you fat ass.
You damn right I got a fat ass. Enjoy. Wolfie's got a bigger ass, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like you, mate.
What? You're running Jane. Of course you have a big ass.
Yeah, the fattest ass in the entire game.
Unfortunately, Yoruichi and got a fat ass no more than ripped the fuck out of it and gave her granny panties. I got you on a lot today, bro.
Follow me. I need help. Someone.
You're a second hook. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm on second. If I say go for anybody, I'm dead.
Hey, look. $2.
Cool. I'll come save you, though. Baby, when the lights go. Don't you bitch. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark.
Song stuck in my head. Oh,
You
okay,
can blame
so-
Sin for that one.
Yes, blame
You
me.
got it stuck in my fucking head.
Baby shark mode.
Oh, there's 2 fucking fat ass beans.
Wow, how did you miss the
Why are you just standing there, woman? No. The other way, run the other way. And I'm dead.
Well, you want to die, so...
When? Ain't that this bullshit? That was an hour, 20 minutes ago. Oh,
What the fuck?
come be inside me. Hey, we stand by the window so I can hold it like an idiot.
Then it's up to you now.
Fuck. Well,
Yeah,
goodbye.
Vicky, your girl.
That's how I wanted to go to the window. This is not the life thing I asked for. This is the life thing got. Why are you crying? What's crying? How's your modulator, by the way?
Taking her away.
Take her away where? We're dead. Hey, agents. You can suck my balls. How about you suck my balls? Just get that. Oh, you weren't getting notifications. I messaged you back. That's weird. Yeah, fucking Discord crashed out last night. I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, I literally was trying to send messages to people and kept saying not sent, and I'm like, did I get blocked by someone or some shit? And I'm like, huh? So I sat there and looked at it, and like all my Discord was down. Like, I couldn't reply to messages. I couldn't even see messages for like 20 minutes. I thought my internet went out, but nope, it was fine. So I shut down Discord, reopened it, and it worked again. Which is weird.
Lynn, where are you? I wanna get hit by Legion.
I don't know, I'm running into darkness, man. I'm blind. Oh,
Damn,
fine,
that moan.
fine.
You're, no, don't leave.
She's in the basement.
Go now.
Well, I'll say we heal
Baby, well, I go out.
Come on, Lantern Boy. Light up the world corner.
Give you the hair.
Stop that big question.
Nope.
Nope.
She wants that 4K, baby.
Well, that was not worth it.
I'm making sure that we can heal quicker. I'm not about to waste time buying things when I can play another game with friends. What, Ninja? What?
Damn, that man got some full ass lips. Clearly, they put makeup on them shit.
Wolfie, you can bet and Wolfie can bet and... No wait, you want me to actually save him? I'm confused about this message, Wolf. I don't
Oh no,
think he
this song
has-
goes hard.
I don't think.
God, I
he-
remember this song.
Where are you? Where are you? Are you in basement?
In the basement, in the basement.
Oh yeah, it's the meter, right?
Yeah.
This song goes hard. This is 98 degrees for the show.
I do not know what this killer wants. Just so you know.
No, not you. Give me.
What the fuck going on?
Now can I abandon?
I'm happy for you. I'm confused about what the fuck you want from me.
You're fucking
Yeah, makes sense.
when you start to cry.
Dip. No, you did not. Where the fuck can they have? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Is she really letting you guys live? Or let you live?
I don't know. I'm think she's gonna get bored soon enough. Yeah. I'm checking every corner now. I am doing again. Nope. No, it's not in a corner. Nope. Okay. I don't know.
Check in the middle.
At this point, I would have a kid.
Middle.
Oh no, Mr.
Check the bathroom. Some of them weren't in one of them. I'm in it to you, like you want me to. Pizzagate, not the Pizzagate.
Still alive, huh?
Yes. What do you think? I've been running around, man. I've been doing what I can to find the hatch, man. Either I get killed. I would prefer if I could get killed on so I can move on. Maybe in the shower. Now we have the shower shop.
Like
been to that side.
No, I've been everywhere.
Not everywhere. If you been everywhere, then you have found the hat at this point.
I don't remember how to do this that well.
This
I
just me.
barely know where
Every
I'm
fucking
going on
VTuber
this
have like
map when I'm
fucking
fucking...
cheese-sized fucking tits.
Wow, it was that corner really well. So the music was loud, huh? Well,
Oh my god.
well, I'm pretty big that with that. Relation.
Finally, you took your ass.
Hey guys,
on
I'm
you.
back. What the fuck is Alice?
Huh?
Yeah, as soon as I switched to Ellen, it was like,
Yeah.
oh Ellen, what have you done?
Alice's Alan Wake's wife, you dumbass. If you actually played
Good
the
of
game,
him
you know
having a wife.
yes, he had a wife because the whole reason he got stuck in the fucking other world because he was trying to save his wife from drowning.
And I need to play those games.
Yeah, you probably. Well, I played the first one. I put to just playing the second one. Mainly because the second one isn't even about Alan. It's about some fucking FBI agent. It's a completely different plot storyline. It's weird.
Really?
DI higher shit. I don't know. Most people that I talked to did not like it, and I'm a big fan of Alan Wake, and I would have played the second one. But as soon as I heard that and saw the gameplay, I was like, I don't think about it. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I like the original because of the linear storyline. It didn't have like all this extra bullshit that they added. Alwyn Lake. Alwyn Lake. Awa. Shit,
It's
falling
me,
into the VTuber trope.
Alwyn
No,
Lake.
don't do it. No RRs. No awalas. Fuck.
Awa awa.
Now.
Awa awa. Awa awa. Awa.
What the fuck? Are you puking? Swing twap. Swing twap.
Oh no.
Twap of swing. Twap of swing.
Awa awa. Who's a good boy? Awa awa.
I'm not fucking him.
No, Springtrap is the best boy. He's killing kids.
He's right
No,
behind me, isn't he?
No.
Oh, that camera looking at me.
It's me.
Stop you på the camera. Oh,
I don't like
that
that.
doesn't help at all in this game, by the way.
Oh shit, no, I went to the door! I went up to the door! I fucking jump scared at the door, that was creepy, I don't like that. Ah, clip that shit! Bruh.
Bruh.
I hate it here. The fuck was that? Oh. Bruh. Oh, fucking Christ. That was the first.
Did it grab you?
I was a good boy.
That was looking through the camera.
Who's a good boy?
Stop looking at the camera, Stan.
Let's not do that again, shall we? Alwyn Lake, it's Alwyn Lake. Literally, I was literally watching him through the camera. He went through the door, and I went to press the other button to exit, and I went through the door instead. And as soon as I walked in, he just was right there. I'm like, fuck.
Well, that's how it begins,
Bruh.
man. Oh, wait,
Shit.
jump! Fucking blind!
All right, we'll finish healing me. I think you were like one tap away.
How he did? Be free!
I'm being free. Alan Lake told me to be free. Look at you, dead boss. Look at you fucking. I blame you. I blame you for all this.
Alan Lake.
Twin twaps. Who are you? Scared with you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. Twin twaps. Go with me. No. It's Twin twap. Twin twap. Scared with me. He's so scowy. He's on my ass again. Leave me alone. Defend the honest.
That random still has.
Sir, if you don't leave me the fuck alone. We're not doing. I'm trying to. Well, I kind of am, I guess. We keep going back and forth. I could probably do this all day. I mean, he's kind of dumb.
I mean,
he got corner slapped.
I mean, if you didn't see me healing you on the hook.
He sure did, which is crazy to me.
He still wants you to get a huggy.
He wants you to give you huggy wuggies. I don't want to give him huggy wuggies. He's looking right at me, isn't he? He's just standing there menacingly. Oh, no, there he goes. Please, clip this shit. What the fuck is going on?
Are you looping him good, or is he just spraying
He stared into the doorway and then backed away slowly. I'm creeped out. I don't like it.
Respect this.
I don't like this swing flap scary.
I respect this man.
What was that shit, dude? That is a first for even me. Holy criminy.
I'll find you next time. Next time I
He's like, bloody accident. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. I will now use that to buy you a subscription.
He should have
Let's go.
Yamate Kudasai Swentwap.
I appreciate that you believe I'm worthy of a subscription. No, I actually have to get emotes soon because I really fucking been slacking on those.
Wait, I thought you. Oh yeah.
I need to get new emotes.
The ones, right? The one you have.
No, I still have most of them. I just added a couple of ones that I made with the Grok. But I want to get actual ones made.
Yeah.
They were kind of like placeholders for the new character.
I don't lie. I hate how Saber keep running around.
3 months. I remember it had Prime. Damn.
Yeah.
You know what? A Prime subscription is better than no subscription, right? Not that I feel that I deserve one.
I keep forgetting that
I'm just here to be a goober.
Honestly.
I mean, you can use it on whoever you want. Doesn't have to be me.
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
He's just standing there menacingly again. I don't like it. Stop. 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 Stop intentionally creeping me out. Stop horrifying me. It's not fair. Fuck you.
I can't do that to you.
No, you're not horrifying me, sir. No. No. Stop it. You cut that out. You cut that. He's horrifying me. He didn't see you. I see you. Why play a game, Bring Trap?
He likes you that much.
Hi. How you doing?
He wants you to be the final victim.
Great. Look, I'll back off the pallet. Look, right there. Come on.
I think this is the last one.
Sir, where the fuck did you go? I'm confused. I'm scared. I'm nervous. He's gonna whack me. I know it. No, seriously, where the fuck did he go? Okay, what the? Oh, hi. I'm doing. Hi. Stop disappearing. I don't like it. It's making me uncomfortable.
You know what? I asked that one to say, have a beautiful time with the cat.
Hi. How you doing? You can have me. It's okay.
I'm ready now.
I'm ready to die. You were a farm to be pretty good. That shit's terrifying. Oh shit. Is he actually carrying me the door? He's carrying me the door.
He'd be like, I have not fun with you now.
I wanna die. I wanna get spring clapped. Don't be so good luck with
you. So fucking long, I love it. I fucking love it. He just played around with you.
Do it. Do it. Do it. There you go. He deserves it.
The way a man this man scares you and I'm
Might be a jump scare. Bro straight aura farmed me the entire game.
Oh, fuck you.
Straight up aura farmed me.
You should definitely try to find some good proof of that fucking game.
That was so fucking crazy.
Just watch you.
Bro, seriously, someone needs to go back and clip that, dude. That shit was wild. Like, how he just straight up aura farmed me the whole game. But I watched. You fucker, I knew that was coming. You know what? Right back at you. Oh my fucking god. I can't believe I got aura farmed, bro.
Yeah, I just made a clip of the guy aura farming while chasing you.
That's fucking crazy. Oh my god.
He tried.
That's pretty sure I got personality, let me tell you that. That's the funny part, he specifically targeted me with that shit. I'm just like, ooh, I like this.
What the fuck?
Poor heart, I can't handle much
And I got
shit.
kicked out of the menu again. What?
Not since
BBD just does not like you.
That heart attack.
That shit was so funny, bro.
Yeah.
Well, how did it?
I saw the fit, and I also saw the aura farm. GG. Oh, you fucking aura farmed the shit out of me, bro. I was so confused. What is going on? Why do you keep disappearing? Come back. I'm fucking crying, we're laughing so hard. Oh shit.
You really got me fucked up with the first door.
Fuck yeah, I fucked myself with the first door because you looked up at the camera and I'm like, oh, I should probably leave. And I'm like, dumbass, hit the wrong button. And whoop, right into your arms I go. I felt like I owed you the kill. It was worth it. Oh man. That was too funny. You spent the whole game aura farming. Anybody, so I think I'll give him the kill.
It's quite rare to find killers like that, honestly.
Bro, that shit was funny. Couldn't yeah, can't be tried. I mean, we could. But then it would feel staged. At least when it's not staged, it's perfect. Oh man.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you look at fucking people's TikToks and they're like, I looped this killer like real good, and you can literally tell it's just fucking custom games, fucking just as we scripted it. Like, really, bro?
Yeah.
It's not as fun. Like it also just seems disingenuous.
No, if it's like
I'd rather have my
like,
gaming antics be legit, not fucking disingenuous AI slop bullshit.
Yeah, it's like if it's staged, it could be fun for people who like when shit is staged, but I read the
Who likes shit? Who likes shit that's staged
only,
though?
Stage only works if you want to make like a skit or something like that.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You already know that it's a stage from the beginning, and you don't hide that it's a stage because you want to make like a funny moment on purpose. But if you stage it just to create a fake gameplay moment,
It's not.
funny.
Yeah, it's not even funny.
Only
It's
works
just
when you
cringe.
are trying to make like a skit, those Fortnite jokes with the Punisher, for example, where he's teleporting every time you scoping in. That's a skit. You know that it's a stage.
Oh yeah,
That's the joke.
Yeah, exactly. Like it ruins the joke when you try to make the joke that we rehearsed this. Oh, it's funny because we rehearsed it and made it look like it was actually real when it's really not. Whereas in a skit, you know what the joke is, you know what the punchline is going to be. You're just working your way up to it. It's the whole point of comedy.
Yeah.
Is you got a story, and then there's a punchline at the end. If you fake the story and the punchline, it doesn't come off as good as a real story with an actual punchline.
Yeah.
And if it's like with streaming and shit, it's funnier when it's it's natural, when it just happens,
Yes.
not when it's inauthentic and you like have your friend do it just to fucking goof around. Like what happened just now was funny because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. He didn't know what the fuck he knew what the fuck he was doing. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, so of course it was like funnier because it's like fucking uncomfortable. What the hell is going on? Yeah, exactly. Like stage shit is never funny. If it's like, oh, just like we rehearsed, like get the fuck out of here, bro.
It always feels so fake with the voice because it doesn't really fit.
Yeah, I can't fake my fucking oh shit the fuck. That's natural, bro.
Yeah.
I can fake an orgasm, but I can't fake that. I'm coming. I've done. Believe it or not, I have faked an orgasm before. Women aren't the only ones who can do it.
Obviously.
Especially when you can wear a condom or pull out. Guys can fake orgasms too. I've done it. I did it with my ex, and I did it with the last couple girls I dated. Believe it or not, I did it with all the last couple girls I dated. I'm sorry, but the difference is Hispanic girl who actually could ride a dick to a bunch of white girls who fucking probably didn't know the fucking back of a scrotum from the tip. So yeah. White girls just don't do it right for me. I need a Latina.
The Latinusi.
Exactly. Latinusi. Latinusi is the best.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. Back to what I was saying. It's funnier when it's not staged.
Oh yeah,
conversation over. We're done now. Things got awkward for a minute.
I hope the next thing shit will get spared all of us on me.
You never know. It'd be more funny if it was like 2 years from now in a random game that I had no clue what the fuck was going on. Whereas it would be like, oh, it's a Bubba! It's a Bubba! No. Fuck that shit up! Hell nah!
You're running away.
Okay, what am I supposed to do? Sit there and get a chainsaw slapped to the ass?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
fuck that. Fuck that in particular.
We want you to be the shield.
I can be your hero, baby, but not right now.
Oh man. It means I have no escape to run here, do I?
Oh, he's blind.
I want
That's
home.
Gucci.
Papa in this game is fun.
He really is, though, believe it or not.
He's
You're
right
ready.
there. He's right
Oh, he's not.
there.
Okay, sure, whatever.
I just saw someone get grabbed.
Just like we rehearsed.
Yeah.
Just fucking being stupid. Imagine if I said that and the killer just showed up out of nowhere. Just like we rehearsed.
Yeah, it would be perfect timing.
Right?
That would have been the most perfect timing I have ever seen a killer.
Like just like school, she wants to penetrate my buttonhole.
Ruggy, you're so tight.
That was so fucking funny. Oh man. Fucking had Amadaya last night. She's like, you guys gonna get me canceled. I'm like, it'll be fine.
I mean, it's what we do.
Exactly. I was like, we're too small to get canceled. We're fine. Don't worry about it. And even if we did, we'd probably be popular because hey, yo, bitch! Oh, man! Drop the beans and butts! I can't English. Like, literally, I can't English. Oh, get off my jet, you yoinked me the fuck off that shit. I didn't even see him coming. Ayo.
Coming? Oh, God.
Oh.
It was Insta.
I got this.
It's a fire moment. He hit me with the hit me with the prowler.
He didn't even have the sound. He just came.
Now I'm sitting in the.
We cannot hear. We have to put the sound on the. To hear the sound.
I know, that's the point. Talking to chat. We're in the love shack. I mean, they call it the sex dungeon for nothing. Hi, buddy. Bye, buddy. Ow. I was trying to save you. Apparently, I ended up getting second hook for it. Yay! Who the fuck is Fang? I'm Fang, you dumbass.
The two Fang.
No, there's only one, bro. Oh, maybe there's another one. Which is weird. Bang, bang, bang on the door, baby. I'm gonna die. Your mom is on my mind. Fang just bought it out because she's a bitch. Ow, yeah, I'm dead.
You're not nearby wood?
Somebody. Damn. Somebody, anybody. He's on my ass again. I'm dead.
I just missed the afterfight dying.
Leave me alone. I'm at the office. Well, you didn't invite me to the barbecue, so I'm not going. Second.
I don't think you want to be invited to the barbecue. It's probably even.
Your barbecue meat sucks! He's still on my ass! Riding on my ass right after a beer. Oh, this Bubba looks just like a queer.
I don't think you would understand what that word means, honestly.
DUI, how about you go and fucking die? I'll fucking run away forever. There you go. I made a song out of it. Cancel me, I don't fucking care. If they can say queer, I can too. Fuck you. We're alright for the straight guy. It's a show. I can say its name. Fuck you.
It's
Yeah, especially because both fucking doors are right next to each other. Oh wait, there's one right next to me. Who's touching me anyway? Touch me harder.
That was me.
Touch me harder.
Like it.
Yes, harder.
I'm leaving you guys. Have a beautiful life.
You dick. Fucking cocksucker.
Which did you open?
The one that the last one that got active.
The one that he opened. That's what you should have responded with.
It basically means the main house.
He's gonna be on that door. I'm opening the other one on the left.
Oh, he's gonna wait the corner with the chainsaw. You know it.
Exactly, my point. That's why I'm going to the other door. Thanks, eyes blue. Bitch, let me see your eyes. Maybe. I got the other door open. There we go. One kill only, bitch. Suck my balls.
One of my balls.
My balls in your jaw. Can I? Can I? G, well played. GG, well played. I think that would hurt. Can I put my balls in your balls?
Ballception.
Ballception.
Yeah.
Balls in your balls. Can I?
So,
Can I?
the power hour?
We got an hour. But I'm probably gonna hop on 30 minutes before, so let's do a couple more matches.
Yeah.
Just because I want to, like, grab some Sprite dust.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's about an hour, right?
Yeah. And Wolfie gets on 3, so...
Yeah, I can join, so...
I mean, Wolf, not Wolfie. Yeah, but I have 2 people named fucking Wolf in my life. It's gonna get confusing.
Ow!
Well, I could just call her Devil or Angel, but I used to call her. Or Bat.
No, someone
My
gonna
Bats will be on
a
later.
beacon.
Oh, yeah.
Beacon! That's fine. Let them be a beacon. We don't have to be. They're probably gonna carry a little lantern like
Whoever right
you
next to that person with the beak.
I'm gonna be far away from her jaw. Cause look at her ugly mom. I mean, doesn't the fucking jinglies give you away though too? Aren't they loud? Jingle jingle, dangle dangle. Get a little dangle dangle. I don't know how Fancy does fucking Bing Bong the way he does. I could not figure it out. So I suck doing it. What the fuck? That was so random.
Important.
It was not me. The dog farted. You didn't hear him? He barked. He sounded bark. Yo, by the way, how the hell did you yell like Homer Simpson?
I have no fucking idea.
Like,
I literally saw the video and said, oh shit, I sound like Homer Simpson.
that shit's fucking too
I
funny.
had fun, so that's good.
Yeah, I just
you
posted
missed
on
out,
social media now, so let's see if I can reach the 3 likes mark.
Get those 3 likes. Nah, instead you'll get fucking a fucking community note for fucking some stupid shit like I did. Because I said boobies.
I got like I got my TikTok account limited thanks to the Hitler videos.
Oh my god.
They have to check every single video for about 30 minutes before posting them.
Jesus. Yeah, my shit literally fucking removed my video because it said boobies. Oh great, Ghosty. I don't know where he is either.
So yeah,
he's got to be over there.
And my bad editing, I got my TikTok limited.
Damn it, Sin!
Why he got a
get over here.
Moment.
He's coming for you.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do when I fucked up because I thought you were behind me and I didn't want to fucking sandbag you. Jeez.
Sure didn't want to leave you alone.
Yeah, so I'm being full on the ghosty. That's Wolf's thing. I'm not barging on her territory. We all have our husbands. Wolf is ghosty.
Okay, I got 2 likes.
For me,
One
it's
is
Nenny.
from Mound, and the other is from Mound's personal account.
What, on TikTok? Hold on.
Yeah, no, on Instagram though.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know Instagram.
Mound doesn't have TikTok. She is the smart from ours. She doesn't have the brain left.
I thought she had me on Instagram. Maybe it's Instagram.
No, it's Instagram.
She had me
yeah,
on Twitter.
Probably, yeah, on her art account. I forced her to make so she can promote her art.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I was like, hey, you need to promote your art. How? Do you have Twitter? Ouch. No. Well, that's how. And it took her like 3 months.
Really makes you would walk past that TikTok.
I tried.
Tried so hard and got so
Oh, he definitely knows.
What you gonna say? I tried so hard and got so hard, but in the end, the Viagra kind of killed it. Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for you. That's a nutty. Yeah, you want that Zeo nutty? Oh God. What does that song even mean?
Du bist genug is it's German actually.
Yeah, I know, but what does it mean? What does it translate to?
Yeah, he should love me.
Du bist is you are. Good is good. I think it's you're good enough.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense.
Genug. Yeah, you are good enough.
Huh.
I love getting the second.
See, I have like the English translation of the Numa Numa song. I love that shit.
Oh, the Numa Numa Yay.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah, it's actually a romantic song.
Your Duke.
Yeah, it's actually a romantic song in Romanian.
Yeah, I love that one.
Because it's from a legend that had the tree, the tile tree.
How were you
It's
all
like
on
if you confess to someone beneath the tree, your love is gonna be forever. So that's
Oh, kind of like how the Japanese cherry blossom thing.
Something like that, yeah. Dragon's Day, it's I think it has something like the
Well,
the tree of
goodbye.
Damn.
Damn.
Well,
literally camped in the hook. That's crazy.
He kept my hook. Got wood with that shit.
I hope you step on a Lego every day for the rest of your life with wet socks.
I hope he's dead on a spike.
Why you gotta be violent? Just say Lego, call it a day. Besides, Legos are more painful.
yeah.
No.
Stepping on the Lego is like the equivalent of stepping on like a million fucking spikes.
Yeah, it's like when
Shit hurts.
Kakashi makes like 1,000 years of pain appear out, but it's on your foot.
Yeah. Or as the Japanese translation, 1,000 years of Celine Dion.
Celine Dion, what the fuck?
Literally, I was watching a fucking a dub version of fucking Naruto, and literally it said 1,000 Years of Pain was actually called 1,000 Years of Celine Dion because listening to Celine Dion's music was the equivalent of 1,000 Years of Pain.
I mean, that would be true.
I mean, her music is pretty unbearable. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I actually like Celine Dion, some of her songs though.
I like the parody version of her song "My Fart Will Go On."
My fart will go on. What?
Yep, it's called "My Fart Will Go On."
Let me see if I
You
have
never
it.
heard it? Hold on, it's a fucking.
No.
I think it's a Weird Al song or something.
Probably.
We'll spend the most of our life living in an Amish
My fart will
paradise.
go on.
No, not the Amish Paradise.
Even Ezekiel sings in my mind is gone.
Oh no, not that song.
An Amish with a chewed, you know that's unheard of. Oh, great. It's Jocelyn. It's Jocelyn Voornee.
Oh,
Fucking shit. Where the fuck? I didn't even hear you, bitch. That's crazy.
No bitch, no mom.
Fat Boy Slim, bitch. Fat Boy Slim, eat that. Don't question me.
Fat boy.
Fat Boy Giffer. Thanks for that. He gave me the perfect name. Fat Boy is here. Yo, Fat Boy Yif. Yif, 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 yif.
I don't like this shit I'm doing.
I swear the animes I've been watching lately are so fucking goofy, but I love them.
I kind of stopped watching anime. Anything like...
I stopped for a while after fucking Dr. Stone's ending because I don't know, I needed a mental break from that one. My emotions were running high. This new one I watching, what was it? My special skill makes me OP even at level of 1 or some shit like that. It's really good. Ah! Don't you Dr. Stone me right now! Fuck!
Perfect timing.
Fucking asshole! He fucking caught me! Bro! Fucking clip that! You fucking see what you just did? It's like the Jason entrance or some shit now! You just made the Jason entrance song, the fuck? Like the fact that you played that and Jason appeared, I'm like, fuck!
It's his opening song now.
I got Dr. Stone by Jason, that's crazy.
Oh, this!
Oh, fuck off, man. Just got fuck, let me breathe!
No, not for you.
Whoever ran him over here, fuck you in particular. Big chungus. Oh my god. My mental fortitude is going to shit. I need to get off this game soon. Fucking people, man. Could've took a hook. No, I had to let me fucking die on hook, you fucking loser. And I'm being camped. Man, Sin didn't even bother to try to help. That's crazy.
Well, I accidentally ran right in front of him.
Niggy, sure.
Yes.
He's tunneling me! What the fuck? Yes way! What the fuck did I do? Fucking Scooby-Dooby-Doo!
He hates that. He hates the enemy opening.
He hates joy, happiness, and love and serenity. Leave me alone. Yeah, this is my last game. This guy's pissing me off.
Yeah, no, I respect that.
Matter of fact, this is my last game. Fuck your mom.
No, get a tunneling, yeah.
Oh, the
I
thing
got
that we still
so
have 1 hour
hard to
left
lose
before
it
it's
all
prime
at
time.
the end, it doesn't even matter. Pretty much. Yeah, I got a 5-minute matchmaking. Man, fuck you. Suck my dick, DVD. Your game modes suck anyway. Fortnite, anyone?
I mean, yeah, after this game,
Yeah,
sure.
I'm gonna play a few games of Fortnite.
I'm good on now.
Fortnite.
14 nights at Freddy's. It's a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
I
fucking
forgot. I
nights.
also got Dying Light the Beast, so I'm probably gonna stream it for a while.
Ooh, yeah, you should play that.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably play one of these days.
Never did get
Dying
that
Light,
game.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
good.
I have so many games I need to stream, and like, I'm probably never gonna stream. To be so honest.
Nah,
I
I
have,
think
for
that happened with
example,
most people.
I know I had still The Evil Within 1 and 2, Beyond Two Souls. I have a shit ton of games on my Epic account too.
See, that's the thing with all the new games I have. I'd rather go back to the OG games and play those than rather play the new games. Like, I have Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F, and I haven't touched either of them.
Oh, what? You need to play them.
I'll probably tell you to play the remake first. It's really worth it to play right now.
You're all gonna have to ditch me on one day and force me to play it. But I also got Dino Blade now. It's like I don't want to play that too.
Oh, that's true. You have Dino Blade.
Yeah, I was gonna play Dino Blade, but you know,
I'm waiting. I'm waiting until I actually feel that the game is worth it.
Game's totally worth it. Fuck you mean?
Yeah, it's so stupid that it's funny.
The funniest part is it started out as a meme, and it became a full-fledged game because everyone liked it so much.
It was because a guy it was literally just making his portfolio of animation, and people liked it.
Yeah, he had to make it a full-fledged game. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. I was so hyped when he said he was making it. I was like, oh my god, it's coming.
I thought he was gonna make it like a small animation series, but then when he said, I'm gonna make it a full game, yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, as soon as he said that, I was like, it's the most ambitious thing ever.
Like a Street Fighter game, like with swords, like Nintendo, like that.
Or like Primal Rage.
He make it like a small Souls-like type of game.
Yeah, honestly, it's really good.
I'm surprised.
And I love that it has a death counter on the game. That like you can keep track of your deaths. You don't have a fucking death counter on your stream or whatever.
Yeah, that's
kind of nice.
I love why devs make that, or like on purpose in the game, like making speedruns counter too.
Oh yeah, game's so fucking good. I love it so much. I kind of want to play it some more, but I'm just like, people, I know what the people want. They want me to die in Fortnite repeatedly. I'm just kidding. Nobody gives a fuck if I play Fortnite.
That's why
I just like it's like one of those things where I have to be in a mood.
On stream, we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, I mean we can be racist. It's fine.
Racist style.
Everybody's racist. Everyone's homophobic. Everybody's a moron, and you just got to point it all out, or not, because who the fuck cares? I'm so mad they put Yoruichi in granny panties, bro. How you gonna nerf her ass, my guy?
That's the biggest question you need to hear.
I want her too, but I'm mad that they nerfed her ass.
I'm not too fan of Bleach to like buy it, but I like the model though.
Yeah, I kind of wanted the app to transform as well, but nah.
Yeah, I think it's stupid that they made like an emote for it, but they didn't make the actual transformation like they did with like fucking.
I think they just went to the limit on like how much skin they can show, because if she went to her transformation, she's technically naked.
I mean, she's technically still in her outfit, this black outfit. So
no, I mean but when she transforms, actually her outfit just gets destroyed. So probably that's why they don't
but here's the thing: look how much skin they showed on Poison Ivy.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's true.
And
Jiggle Physics, and her ass is hanging out. So why of all people would you do Yoruichi from Bleach? Everybody's fantasy girl with a fucking granny panties on her ass so you can't see your ass. Come on, and not to mention Melina, fucking other characters. Cammy, come on, man. Chun-Li even got nerfed in her fucking parts.
Oh yeah, that's true. She is right here. She got nerfed.
They need to go back and fix all the old characters.
The thing is that Chun-Li wasn't even nerfed her ass. Her ass is the same size. They nerfed her thighs.
Yeah, her thighs are way fucking bigger.
Yeah. Like, have you seen the new Street Fighter game? How her thighs are the same size of my fucking torso. I am 200 pounds, guy. I have a big torso.
She could break anyone's neck with this fucking fight.
Exactly, and guys love thighs. Ever since fucking anime and YouTube or fucking VTuber culture came out, everybody started loving thighs more.
Thank you, Chacha. Thank you, Chacha.
Yeah.
She had literally an emote of clapping her thighs.
It's kind of funny when you actually look at Chacha and you're skinny mini.
I mean, she's really skinny for being a Latina mom, though.
Yeah. I thought she'd be a lot bigger. I'm surprised.
Me too.
But, I mean, she kind of reminds me of the chick from Curb Your Enthusiasm a little bit.
No.
like the sister or some shit. She kind of reminds me of her a little bit with her way she look. Like she could be like a celebrity or some shit. Yeah, Cha-Cha's cool though. I like Cha-Cha. I like that she doesn't fucking hold back and makes stupid jokes regardless of fucking what stupid people say.
I mean, I love that she's actually way chilled than people would expect for her to be. At least for the VTuber community.
Yeah. Fucking VTuber community is a bunch of pussies anyway. Yeah, let's be honest. They were afraid to go there, and it's like, bitch, I'll go there tenfold. I'll go there with a vengeance. Don't try me.
Or
so you go high, low, I'll go lower.
You're a quick little fish, huh? Now, go take that for a spin.
No, he's always descendant type that always.
Got him.
Nice.
I know Deku did not have to try to shoot me. Get your bitch ass back here, Deku boy. He's bucking it. He's a pussy. Fucking pussy. They never can, little pussies. I don't even watch your fucking Sprite. Mine's better, probably better anyway. Oh look, Galaxy Air. I have that one? I don't fucking know.
Very, very.
He ran away, by the way.
Like,
I know, he's pussy.
About me.
I'll talk all trash and fuck him off. What you gonna do about it?
Fuck. He's low as fuck right now.
Damn. I know you chased him. Oh shit, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I broke his shields and I did like 100 something, so it's like 2 shots there.
Why did my shit change escaping the back rooms with friends? The fuck?
I don't know. That's your shit, no mine.
Hey, Sin. Not Sin. Who am I talking to? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Bolt.
Talking to me?
Can you check, can you change my title in my, game for me, please, if you don't mind? Because it was supposed to change. I thought it changed it, but I guess I forgot.
Yeah, it happened to me yesterday. Wait, you told me I was stealing Fortnite.
Yeah, fucking earlier it said he was in DVD while he was playing fucking backgrounds, and I was like, huh?
Oh.
Yeah. Telling you, OBS just sucks. What the fuck is that?
Damn, it had to be that gun. I hate that fucking shotgun.
Are you talking about the
one shot? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why the fuck did it blow out of nowhere?
I don't know, that was weird.
Bruh. I literally started using the turbo and the game just decided to like put me on 0 out of nowhere.
Yeah,
I couldn't do the jump at all.
It's like it hit a wall or something.
Yeah.
Essentially. Is that 7?
Vinny.
Oh. Shit. Can't even see my chat right now. What the fuck? Oh, you know what? Hold on.
I have dailies again. 20 element 4 and spirit. Okay. They were so close with that thing. Just wait for my phone.
Big game. There you go. Should be good now. Shut up, dog. Hey! Said shut up. I'm gonna punch him.
What's going on?
Sir. Enough!
Kaya, please.
Shut up. I didn't think you heard that. That's your place!
It's time for the shock.
Don't tempt me. Sometimes you need more
He's
shock his
tempted.
ass.
He's
Oh,
tempted
yeah,
to
very
shock.
simple.
Yep.
To shock that dog. You gonna shock that dog?
Can I shock that dog?
Can I shock that dog? I wanna shock that dog. I kinda wanna shock that
Why everything's
dog.
out of stock right now? Oh yeah, because I bought it yesterday.
Well, also I just bought it. Once you buy it from one, it's out of stock.
Okay,
That one
that's
until
for
you reach
everybody?
another
Okay.
one.
Okay,
No,
okay.
it's just, yeah, for this area. So when we find another one, we get it.
That's okay. I usually am the one who buys it first, so I never knew that.
Yeah. I only found that out one day with fucking Sim. I have two of them. So, I'll bring hollow clothes and shit. Up the chances of getting
I'm
newer
just
ones.
eating more tomorrow. No wait, tomorrow I'm gonna play back.
Let me
Oh,
guess.
no, it does.
Yup, every time. Let me guess, is it that
Have to
friend?
be a Frenchie.
No, it's not that friend.
Which
I'm
friend?
not the friend.
Which friend?
Grim.
You're playing with dreams? Oh my god.
Green. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Congratulations.
Got the hash well done.
Grim, the Grim we just met today?
No, the Grim that you two talking one stupid.
I don't know.
The
I talked to one,
vampire
too.
VTuber.
Is that the one that did the impromptu collab and then got mad because he said that one thing?
I think so.
And then
I don't
literally
think he
proceeded
got
to
mad.
say the opposite of what we said, the same thing we said like 2 minutes later.
He did.
I don't remember. Cause I remember we said something stupid, and he was like, he got, I don't know, someone you were talking to got upset. They're like, impromptu collab and jumped into my freaking DC. DVD one day. Who the hell is shooting at you? Oh, I see him.
Around there, and there is another guy. Yeah, there is one.
Oh, that's John Wick. Oh, he's over here in the smog. Grab John Wick. Yeah, how'd that work out for you, retard? Suck a dick. You garbage. Behind you.
What a word. Okay, team wipe again. They suck.
They really do. I had one try to like fucking teabag shoot me and I countered it with mine and kicked his ass. You can't out teabag shoot me, bitch. I'm the king of it. You try to.
Dummy dog if you want it.
Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think I have one of those. I have fishing line. That's up here.
Damn, delicious.
I think you ran out of your fish quota or something.
No, I just got sick and tired of catching the fucking same ones over and over again.
The ghost started drawing.
God damn it. I still haven't done my damn quest that I was supposed to do.
What
quest?
Destroy objects and fucking chop fucking...
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I
remind you
literally
of the next
fucking
one.
forgot to do that, and I was literally just there. I mean, I think we're still...
Yeah, we were in
Chop
top.
Shop's fucking covered now. Fuck. I also gotta go visit Jonesy, because I collected the sprites, and I gotta go visit him.
Well,
Also
I
need to
got
revive
to
him
go
from
to
DS.
something else. So,
Bye, Wolf!
Bye, Wolf.
See you in therapy!
You
good
need
luck with
it.
the Fortnite.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, the old Fortnite that you hate so much.
Ooh, Fortnite.
Ew. I just allowed you eat.
Brother, ooh.
Brother, ooh! Ooh, brother, ooh! What's that, brother?
Bust night.
Bro, I'm too good at doing that. I'm sorry.
Bust night.
Yeah, don't worry. I am very good at
No, I'm
making
not
them moan too.
trans. I'm just very good at fucking doing girl voices because, you know, voice acting.
You're trans.
Definitely not trans.
Like,
Trust me, I already had someone try to bark up that tree and I looked at them and said, nope, never happening.
Really?
Yeah, I had a friend who was like, "Oh, you're an egg," and I'm like, "No, I'm fucking not." I was like, "I'm just very good at voice acting."
What's an egg?
If you try though, it's a fucking term that trans people use for someone who's a trans person who hasn't come out of their egg yet.
So a normal person who is
Yeah,
not
a normal person
mentally
who
ill.
you're trying to convince to be mentally ill. Yeah, pretty much.
People on me.
And the two people I knew that were trans, yeah, they were fucking abusive to their own kids. They were fucking psychopaths. They were both transitioning. It was fucking weird.
There were 7 kids though.
No, that wasn't even the same person. It was a different one. This is the actual someone I considered a friend at one point.
Yeah.
Fucking psychopaths. Talking about, oh, I'm gonna lose custody of my kids, and I'm like, why? It's like, oh, my parents won't take them because they don't agree with that I'm trans, and I'm like, okay. And then she's like, oh, my kids are autistic, and I'm like, okay. And then like then you literally listen to the way she talks to her kids and shit, and I'm like, oh no. Yeah, those kids need to be out of that house. You treat your kids like shit, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't a father, but I know when a kid's being treated like shit, seeing as I went through abuse myself as a kid.
Yeah.
That's a story for another day.
Every kid deserves a family, but not all parents deserve kids.
Yeah. That's correct.
And most people today aren't parents. They're like more friends and stuff.
Oh, gold striker. Free money. Yeah. Parents nowadays are just glorified wallets and fucking iPad fucking owners.
Yeah, the amount of iPad kids I've seen lately. I shit you not, I was today on the supermarket.
Yeah, iPad kids can't do
it was
anything.
like a kid, like either he was between 5 or 7 years old. He was a huge ass kid, and the mother put him on the cart while he was on the phone.
Busting
like,
knees and
girl,
busting ass,
that
hell yeah.
kid can push the freaking cart for you.
Child bearing thighs getting nerfed a while.
And somehow the
You
mother
found something
decided, no, he
interesting?
can
Oh,
get
hi,
inside
Sour,
the
how are
car
you?
because, and he can play with the iPad while I do the shopping. And I have to push him like he's on a wheelchair.
What the fuck? That's just weird, bro.
That's
not a
literally what I
parent,
saw
that's a
today
friend.
1 hour ago on the supermarket.
That's crazy. There's people up there. I don't know if we want to engage them or not.
We can try.
I mean, at this point, I'm about to sneak up past him and drop my sprite sauce to the thing, get my money. All the circles kind of like
They are not a replacement.
People be treating their kids like they're their fucking pets. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, and then they be like, oh, fuck.
One down.
Yeah, I know. Good. Another thing is here.
Got him. Dropping off my sprite. I'm gonna die.
Dead. Okay. Good.
Yeah, you better run, bitch. They got their sprites up for I can kill them, which is fine. I'm okay with that.
Where did they go?
I wasn't here to hunt their sprites. I just wanted to drop mine off. They just happened to get in my way. What is that sprite following you?
Yes,
I don't know, it's a duck.
Duck?
Oh. There's a ghost
That's
here,
duck.
too.
I have a ghost on my back already. Oh, he's not doing my thing. This guy was around here, so I'm gonna be aware to shoot him.
I gotta heal my shields. Grab this. Oh, yeah.
Take this. By the way, we have to move from here.
I know.
There's a raid thing here. And there's
someone's here. Yeah, this guy came back. The guy that I killed earlier came back. Apparently he revived. Oh, and we just won. Don't care.
We don't need to try them, how he seems.
I think he was the last survivor.
And he had to. Oh lord.
Yeah, because as soon as I killed him, I started hearing the music, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it took a while. It takes a while now to give the victory royale.
It's because of the bus thing, yeah.
The bus, yeah, it's because of the bus.
That's crazy. I just accidentally killed the last person without even trying.
Yeah. I was like, wait, is that the one you killed when you?
Yeah, I downed him earlier and he got away.
Did he have a self-revive or something, or what?
Either that or his friend revived him and we chased the other one down or
I
something.
think he got revived by friends.
That's crazy, bro. I can't believe that just happened. It worked though.
Oh, so, okay, I'm going to the lobby just in case.
Yeah, I've been going back to lobbies for the flag of it in case, you know, God forbid the power hour starts or whatever. Also, I gotta switch my Sprite because I sent them out, and I gotta pee, so I'll be right back.
Oh, my mom liked the video I sent. She probably will say, "Oh, I don't understand what you posted, but you posted, so I'm gonna give it a like." Mainly because my mom doesn't speak English, so she just doesn't know what the fuck I'm saying.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's cute, but it's funny at the same time.
This and this. And it says you in a shop again.
Well, no, I'm literally here. Like, what the fuck it says? It says you are in the shop.
Yeah, no, I'm checking out my sprites now.
Yeah, I'm literally here in the main menu.
Well.
Okay, now I'm on the locker, just in case.
You motherfucker.
What?
You know I want that skin. What happened to I'll get you the Iron Mouse one? She gave me that one instead.
So you say
you
want
bought
this
the
one?
skin.
Yep.
Yeah. So you want this one instead of Iron Mouse then?
Yep.
No, I want Iron Mouse actually. Is she already in the?
I can get Iron Mouse when I get paid though. No, not yet.
Yeah.
They haven't even announced if she's gonna drop yet. Everybody's like, oh, she's gonna come out in the next season because her subathon's in September, and it's like that has nothing to do with fucking.
I mean, it
whether or
would
not her
make sense
skin's
because
gonna
most
drop.
of stuff of Iron Man's like come out at like on her stream, special stuff.
Maybe. I think she could probably just be in the battle pass.
Yeah.
It's like a
I don't
secret
think
skin or
so.
something.
She's too big to be on the battle pass, to be honest.
Who knows?
They
I
will
mean, John
definitely make
Wick
more
is
money.
too fucking big to be on the battle pass, but he's been on like three of them.
We're talking about John Wick, that he's like
He's
a
an actual
saga.
movie star.
Yeah, he's a movie. Yes, I think it makes sense because it's like 3 different skins. Oh no, but Iron Man has 97 models, so yeah.
That's
But
what
I
I'm saying.
think
They
are
might
gonna-
drop
they're
her
gonna-
new
they're gonna-
skin. Or new,
Yeah, I think they are gonna put it on the store mainly because they know they will make more money out of the store because people just gonna compulsively buy her.
There's gonna be lots of.
I don't know. A lot of people are butthurt about Iron Mouse, so they might not make as much as they think about it.
I don't know,
Think
believe me,
they're
they
gonna
are gonna buy a lot of stuff because Iron Mouse fans are really like loyal on her. Like her true fans are really loyal. They buy all
make. Yeah,
of
but
it.
how many of them are Fortnite players? That's the real question.
I think more than you think.
I don't know. We'll see.
And also
Has Iron Mouse
people
ever played
like-
Fortnite?
Yeah, I think she played Connor.
Yeah.
Oh, huh. Didn't know that. I'll watch that sometime. God damn it, Epic. Not even close to
I see you put in your credit card stuff.
I ain't put shit. Everything's blocked. It's all PayPal. You can't steal nothing. Besides, even if you try to just lock my card and laugh at you.
If you too poor, you too poor.
Why the fuck can't I equip my Sprite? What the fuck? Oh, I just broke something. I'm gonna have to restart my game.
Okay. You're on ready Avas again.
Yeah, because my Sprite won't equip. I gotta restart my game real quick. Hold on, my game shit fucking just shit out on me. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but if that's the case, something else might break too. Not gonna risk it. Definitely not risking it. Too risque. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where's this file? There's been that file where I killed the guy with the grenade and won. That shit was funny. Is it in here?
You've been promoted to leader.
That's amazing.
Elimination, down, elimination, down. Where's the win at?
Trauma time.
Nope,
that was awful. He wouldn't turn the fuck off.
Ooh.
The summertime music, the emote, you know, they never shut the fuck up for me.
Oh. That's funny.
Yeah, when it was that shit.
Oh yeah, I saw a trailer for Alien Isolation 2. Thought it was interesting. Oh, is that what you were telling me about? Yeah, I think it I haven't seen the trailer for it, but I know it exists.
Damn, that dance fits perfectly on Yoruichi.
Oh yeah.
I have to play Alien Isolation 1, so.
Really?
I shit myself a couple times though.
Yeah, I gotta play it.
I played the third one, it was so good.
Wait, did you send me the skin or the emote?
The emote.
I sent you the entire kit.
Oh, because it only showed me the emote. For
yeah,
some
you only
fucking
showed the
weird
emote. Yeah, I
reason.
saw it.
Latest. Oh, you could, damn, you said the whole bundle? Neegi.
Yeah.
Damn, yep.
This Neegi.
Well, you said you wanted that one.
Soul candy. It's crazy.
Yeah, Iron Mouse shield, so there you go.
Damn, the power of the unemployed, huh?
The power of the unemployed who still somehow get money.
What fucking dicks gets you too.
He keeps sucking on dicks he wants. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, what? $5 is $5, huh?
Hey, I ain't gay, but $20 is $20. All I'm saying. Where's my claws, bitch? Kitty needs her claws. There she is.
Kitty needs her claws.
Kitty needs her claws. Don't disrespect my name. Dude, my name. Would be a good glider for her. That's easy to push. I don't think they gave us a glider, which is kind of lame.
Nope.
They didn't give us a glider for the fucking other Bleach one, did they? I don't think they did. You know what? Interdimensional Crow it is. And she already got shoes. But we can give it the J's. Yoruichi and the J's!
Oh no, they made the meme to Fortnite the emote.
Who?
There is an emote on the store that on the Red Knight bundle. It's called Fortnited.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
just
have that
knighting
one.
Someone. Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one. Now the real question is,
Oh god, I see it. Oh god.
Wait, what? I need to know.
You're just a bad joke.
They're a bad pun as well.
Bro, ain't like no jiggle physics. A little bit. A little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit.
They could have done more, you know.
Yeah.
They probably got backlash from the fucking other idiots, so they fucking didn't do it.
The woke?
Indeed.
The woke culture. Also, why is your hand so fucking huge?
Who? These are mine.
His. Look at how big her hands are.
I think it's because of the screen. Oh, there's some stuff inside though.
That's what I'm saying, her hands are huge. She got some choke slam hands and yo mommy.
Used to jerk it like the
I'm dying of thirst, guys. I'm dying of thirst. Big hands for jacking me off. Small hands don't work for jacking me off. I need a big hand that can wrap around my. Never mind. I'm just gonna shut up. This gets way too sexual.
Good to know. Good to know for future.
Why would you need to know that for the future? Excuse me? I don't know how to feel about what you just said, sir. I honestly don't know how to feel about that. Like,
Mom just sent me a message, but I don't know what the fuck. I'm confused.
Is it in Spanish? Can you translate
She
it
said
to
it in
English?
Spanish, but the thing is that she sent me something I cannot share on the stream, mainly because it's personal stuff of her, and I don't understand why the fuck she just said it like out of nowhere.
So she sent you dirty pictures at work?
No, I wish it was that, but no, she texted me something. She like info done me something. Like, wait, what the fuck? Why you just started a conversation like that?
Who started the conversation like that? I just sat down. Who the hell starts a conversation?
I just opened up my phone. I saw those messages and like, oh, you just sent a picture. Oh.
Does she want a puppy?
Oh no, I'm gonna send it to you after. Whoa, shit, that's some tea.
Oh, there's tea involved. Sir, you should open with that.
Oh no, yeah.
You know how much I love my tea. Scalding hot.
I'm saying that she like she just started saying different like random for me like random stuff like what the fuck you can't say me this, and now she just sent me screenshots. There is tea, deep ass tea.
As long as it's not about you, you're good, right?
Oh no, it's not. It's not.
Oh god. Is it about someone I know? Or have known in the past?
No.
Or is it someone from where you live?
No, well, I have some tea with that person too, but it's nothing to do with my own.
God. Thank God. And if she tries to fuck up that, I'll kill her. You guys are too happy. Don't worry about it. Not your problem. Between me and Bosch.
Yeah, it's mainly because Slayer was involved in the situation. So that's
yeah, unfortunately. I'm always pissing somebody off. I don't even know why. I just do.
I mean, at this point, you don't need to just piss someone.
I either piss somebody off, I make somebody want to be a streamer, want to continue streaming, or fucking be a dad figure. It's like, I can't win. It's kind of like my mom. She pissed people off, but she also made people laugh. And fucking, when she passed away, all my friends were there. We're like, that was basically our mom. And I was like, yeah, she pretty much raised the whole fucking neighborhood. Crazy. As crazy as she was, as much as she bullied me, she was a great mom. She used to tell me whenever I was like feeling down for myself or whatever, she's like, yeah, you want to have a pity party? You supply the party, you supply the pity. never again when I fucking feel like fucking pitiful and lazy or whatever. I stopped doing that shit because I got tired of hearing that shit. Tell you what. Yeah, it worked. She fucking knew what she was doing. Shit. I don't feel down for myself no more. I just get up and fucking, you know, pull myself up from the bootstraps and get my shit going. If anything a parent can teach you, it's to not be a fucking, not sit there and just mope over everything. You gotta move on, get over it. The only way to survive.
Life will go on.
My mom would fucking probably hate the movers of the game. only because we would argue all the time, and she said it reminded her of her father. Because I was stubborn as a fucking mule. Still am, baby. I love my mom though. May her soul rest in peace. The reason my crazy ass. He called on me. One of them's not even doing anything. He's just standing there getting shot. Hey, retards. Hey, retards. Damn, there's more retards? Okay, I'll take all on. Bring it. I'll take all covers. Hey, yo. Take on me. Take on me. Take me. Hey, that's you. Oh. In a day or two.
In a day or two. God damn.
Take my dick for a day or two. Wait, what? I missed that one. Mount's got a mobile dick Gundam. Come on, you gotta give me that. That was good.
That was actually really fucking good. Mobile Dick Gundam, I like it.
Mobile Dick Gundam. That should be the name of a porn.
There's probably a porn already about that.
Mobile Dick Gundam.
Definitely.
Yeah, but I bet they never came up with that cool name.
I have to check it.
Oh my god. Mobile Dick Gundam. That was fucking wild. The shit that comes out of my mouth sometimes. This is why you always say the quiet part out loud, chat. That's why you always say the quiet part out loud. You never know when you might strike gold.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Striking gold. Striking gold. Right after a beer. Oh, that deer looks just like a deer.
Galaxy. Fire.
Fucking fly. How about you die? Get the fuck off my monitor. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Get the fuck out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft.
Get the fuck out of my room. I'm playing Minecraft. Close enough.
Playing Minecraft.
Playing Minecraft. Where? You know what the pet peeve of mine? Women who meow.
Oh yeah.
My ex used to do that shit. She'd sit there and go, I'm like, what the fuck language are you speaking? English, bro, English. It's like, I know you're Mexican and you came across the border, but I know they don't speak mew in fucking Mexico. I used to make jokes about my ex and tell the reason that she's so good at track and field is because she had to run fast and jump over the fucking fence.
Oh wow.
It's crazy because she fucking used to get so mad about it and she'd laugh. I'm like, yeah, you know that shit was funny. Shut up. 9 years I was with that woman. 9 years.
But as far as I remember, that's what that one who was actually the border hopper, right?
Yeah, no, her parents.
The one that was illegal, the one that got deported.
Her parents were legal. Well, no, her mom got a green card, but the fucking stepfather was definitely not legal. Neither was half his family.
Illegals in my yard.
Exactly. Illegals in my yard.
Give me head or you're deported.
I wish I told her that. Nah, there was this one time I was like, you know, I've always wanted to try playing like playing a video game, and as I get fucking head, and while I'm getting head, and as I get like a headshot, or no, as I bust, I scream boom headshot while getting a headshot on an enemy. Sure enough, we ended up doing it. She gave me head while I played Fortnite, and I couldn't get through 3 games, and I was like, fuck, I can't do this. Just go back, just keep going. I want to fucking do it now. And then we did it with I was playing COD Zombies, and I was playing COD Zombies. I was playing COD Zombies, and she gave me head, and I couldn't get past like 10 waves. I was like, fuck. Too much of a distraction. My balls needed to be drained. Oh man, I can actually say I'm that guy who got a girl to give me head while I played Fortnite.
Yeah.
And that's hand to God true fucking story.
I have to talk to Mara now.
Yeah, let me talk to her. I'll tell her. give him head while he plays Fortnite. Do what you won't.
Oh, Galaxy Peely!
Oh, Gold King. You got a Galaxy Peely? Send that shit out right now.
Yes. Huh?
Or if you want, give it to me. I have an extract.
Okay, you have the extract?
Yeah. Here, give me. Woo! Yeah, let's go. All right. Swap. And I use one of my extracts.
Yeah, we want that Peely.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the first fucking one I found. Ooh, and I got a fucking self-revive. Let's go. Windy! Alright, now I got all these other ones to turn in. I'm telling you, we bring the fucking, what do you call it? We bring the fucking, the hollows, and we'll get way rarer ones. Because the more we stack it, the more chances we get to, you know, get more. Yeah, I saw one.
Second roof, yeah. I can track them with the...
That one
inside the building, by the way.
One over here.
There's one in the building, yeah. There's one on...
Yeah, he's dead. He missed his shot, by the way. Nice.
Well, they're dead now. Well, tried to run away and died. Lame. That's 7. That's a 7.
Yeah.
Take it. All right, where's the nearest extract? I need to get rid of some of these sprites. I got like no guns.
Right there.
All right, let's go for it. You guys are gonna have to protect me. I only have one gun. I'm gonna use a booster on it though, so we get more sprite. Use nuts. Take Former's penis in disguise. I know Bots read that a minute ago, but I had to read that for myself. That was a good one. Damn work.
Come on, kid.
Why did you have to say "come on, kid"? Huh?
Why you always have to make things weird?
Well, yeah, why do you have to intentionally make things weird and illegal? Why? Why do we got a borderline volley this shit?
People there.
I hear. Right there. Here comes George. Boom's low.
Yeah, there's another
fucking going for it. Fuck! I'm still dropping them off. Still dropping them off. Still dropping them off. You're not getting my sprites, bitch. Fuck you!
Bitches!
What?
I lost my level 5.
Damn it. Oh, fucking Sin's got it. You have the hollow one?
No, I got the regular one. I just
Sin, run. Run faster.
I don't have more jump. Fuck.
Use your boots, boy. Run. So you stay in fucking fight. Just you're on the water. Use your boots. You can run away fast.
Zigzag.
He was out in the open.
Because he decided to stay.
Yeah, if you would have ran, he would have never got going.
No, fucking hell, I just lost that shit. It took me so damn long to
I have a
level
level
up.
5, I think, maybe. Yeah. Is it regular 7?
Regular 7, yeah, it's the one of the ones I have left from 7.
Oh yeah, I have a level 5 fucking regular 7. I'll just bring that up.
Okay. Why
Can't
always
believe.
do you have to make things weird, illegal, and then lose the game?
That's tradition.
That's not tradition. That's just cringe. I love that motherfucker thought they were gonna steal my sprites and lost them. I got all mine out. Fuck you. Suck my dick, bitches.
I was distracted the feeling. That's something.
Oh, I extracted the peely and everything else that was in my my inventory.
No good.
Yeah, so they can suck my dick. I had to self-revive, so they couldn't get me.
I had a self-revive, but they still got
I just say everyone needs to ready up. You guys are ready to go today.
Yeah, ready up, but you're not ready up.
I am ready to go. I've been ready up for like the last 3 minutes.
You're not ready up.
I'm telling you, I have been ready up for the last 3 minutes. Fortnite's fucking weird. It's just easier.
Yeah, I went back to lobby too. Like, bro, you're not.
I'm
ready
gonna
up.
start going back to lobby.
Oh, now you aren't ready me up.
I didn't do anything. I just got here.
And now
when
I'm
you
not
joined,
ready.
you aren't ready me up for some reason. Now Tim is not ready up.
Oh, unstable story moment happens in 6 days. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
Every day we go until we push. Every day we go until we push. Every day we go until we push. Every day we go until we push.
I haven't figured out what I'm making for dinner yet. Sure. I don't blame her either.
That's a lot of gas on me having to drive around here and turn around and drive out.
Yeah, like, you get all this money from, bro.
That's exactly what
We ain't fucking rich. Because we got a job and shit, don't mean we rich. We live by our means. Right, Dex? We live by your means. I appreciate it. I didn't realize she was that low. And of course, I don't get paid till Thursday, so I had a week. I'm gonna buy her box though, so that shit lasts like 3 months. Yeah, she does. TJ brought me like 3 bags of pellets. I'm on the second one now, so the last one's over there. I just gotta get her more hay when I get paid. That's Athena. We must go out of war over there. Should name her Kratos.
Gems up.
Oh, gems part. Okay. Gem hour, finally.
Let's go. All right, I still gotta go to Chop or Wonky. You wanna go to Wonky?
Let's go to Chop so you can do the mission you have to do on Chop.
Okay. Yeah, because I can do it at either Wonky or Chop, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And we usually are more.
Liliana? Lilith?
Liliana. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna drop you this legendary or the 7 spray. Oh, we got company. Heads up.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm going immediately for a gun.
Yeah. We have 4 or 5 people here now. It's not too many, so we can manage.
Gun and
There's a
grenades.
golden gun in here.
Grab that shit. I got
Golden
grenades. I'm going
shotgun.
for these guys. Just down like 3 people. Now it's 3 people. Everybody that came with this squad just got fucking murdered.
Yep.
2 squads just got killed. Oh, one more. Dead. Didn't get back up. Sit down, Poison Ivy. Oh, she had a golden shotgun too. She had a boss shotgun.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
There are a lot of golden stuff in here. I got a golden shotgun too.
Oh, I see a Hollow Flail King.
Yeah.
I'll grab that. You don't want it?
No. I have one on my back right now.
Oh, they're dropping fucking mythics, I guess. Got a chest now. Huh, interesting. Oh, while I'm here. Great shit.
Yeah.
Here you go. Take that. I'll take you. You. That's big. I'm fucking flowers. Thundercat flowers. Thundercat, Thundercat, Thundercat. Oh, oh, oh.
Thundercat and toes.
Thundercat like toes. Oh, we got a Batmobile here too.
Nice.
I wonder if it counts for like demolishing the building. Oh, no, I already got it. We're good. Well, now the chief's cut. Oh, wait, what? Hack Geno's devices to listen at what? What?
We're going to find out what he's been up to.
Motherfucker.
Oh, I know what you mean. It's not a part from the one of the cities around here. I remember. Oh, once more Alice.
Oh yeah. Okay. I gotta take him for a walk here in a minute. You brought him out before you left, right? Because I was gonna take him out like 1:32 anyway. So. I'll say I can do it if you're leaving. That's fine. I heard Spider-Man. Oh, someone's got this extracting.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I'm Spider-Man, by the way, but I'm not the one who's extracting by. The smoke. Shot him like an idiot. Gave himself away. Immediately. I hit him. On me.
The bush.
Poison ivy, fuck. I fucked up. Fucking hell again.
I got poison ivy.
Yeah,
she's dead.
Another guy, that's on me. Kill him.
He's down.
Pick my sprite. Almost open over.
Oh, fucking head. Okay, I'm gonna extract. I can't extract here.
With back in here. Oh,
there
yeah,
we go.
if you can res me so I can get my spice back, I don't care if I have to do it again.
Yeah, I got your 7 spray. I just extracted the other ones.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I got 2 different 7s, so now they are like level up.
Shit, I'll have to bring it to you then because I accidentally sent that one out.
Don't worry. I just scared they are level up. I just got unlucky because I thought it was only one.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go revive him. Should be
Yeah, I will pick up the stuff in a moment. At least the stuff is gonna stay there for a while.
Spooderman does whatever Spooder can. Oh wait, you already brought him back, motherfucker! I went all the way over here for nothing then.
Yeah, way.
I went and that's Spooderman over here to get him back. Damn it! Whatever. I had fun being Spooderman.
Coomerman.
Does whatever Coomer can.
Oh, no.
Can he swing from a web? No, but he can make a lot of coom. Coomer the Coomerman. It's a beautiful day for cooming.
Okay, I bought a distractor. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're there. We can actually want to do it. You have to have hand now.
I'm dead.
You're welcome, son. You know, a lot of people are calling me dad for a while. This is weird to me.
I
Fucking-
just say it for the jokes.
Yeah. Fucking, what was it? Night used to call me dead. No. See, I don't care about being a father figure. Fuck! Rude. I was enjoying myself. When I met you in the summer.
Oh shit, people on me again?
God damn, bruh.
How the fuck did I correct everybody here?
Because you're going bad. Hey, yo! Why are you putting my brother though?
Dude,
my job.
I forget that you don't know the meme.
That's my job. I'll be and my brother have this running joke where we hump each other whenever we see each other. It's fucking funny.
Oh.
Yeah, don't
What
worry
type of
about
joke
it.
is that?
Yeah.
Funny joke.
I wanna know that too.
Like dry hump
I got my
dog.
sister
Like I sit
pregnant
there
as
and
a
put my
joke.
dick inside of him. Like the fuck, dick's inside her. You guys want some
I
dicks
got my
inside her?
sister pregnant as a joke.
I'm gonna put some dicks inside her.
People in there.
Why do these guys have like no ammo? What the fuck? Are they intentionally not giving us ammo or something? Watch out!
Oh, how the fuck did you delete the TikTok?
Bitch, get off. Nah. That's it. Where the fuck you come from, bro? I'm out of ammo. Fuck. We gotta kill them before they come back.
I know.
They're gonna start rebooting.
I'm trying.
Yep, he's running.
Down.
He's dead. Where's the other two?
One of them is already dead. I killed him.
Okay.
Jack, we need to find Toji.
Oh, one of them over here died too. It's like the guns are
there's
limited on ammo.
footsteps going over there.
I'm gonna pick up the self revive here.
Just be careful in this layer.
Me careful? No, that's not in my repertoire.
I need help now.
He booked it. He's a pussy.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all mythical guns, but they all have like no ammo.
Yeah,
Look at the
I
fuck.
see that. It's on
Yeah, there's one outside of this building.
There's stuff outside here.
Somewhere.
There are more boots if you want to pick them up.
Yeah.
I go into this fencing and buy myself
These shields.
You need to pick up the ammo from outside.
I'm 10 gold short. Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
take my gold, take my gold, take my gold.
Thank you.
Hello. I have returned.
Here, if anyone needs some Chucky, it's 18 that.
Chucky. I need a Chucky.
Oh,
I need a yeah, I know. We should probably do that. Alright, grab the Scooter Man. I'm going on. Where the sprite is? Fuck! Scooter Man right now. Yeah, quick.
Oh, people here! Running away like a chicken.
You're right. Someone arrived. I'm running away, bitch.
Oh, here.
Got him. Get it, go. You had a hollow foil fire? No, wait, what is that? Oh, he had a hollow foil.
Yeah, I take that one.
Grab the fire sprite off of him.
I hear more people there.
This one has 30 if anyone needs it. I got one with 300. There's a gummy over here. Damn, just snatched that bitch up.
Hey, light the water.
He fucking snatched, like walking right there, and he's like, whoop, bye.
He did in a way. They were like mine.
Motherfucking debunked my shit. I'm damn. Yeah. It's a joke. It's not like some fucking line of fucking shit. Stop seeing it. That's why I just moved.
Oh. Because you didn't want to fuck your brother anymore?
150.
He's not good enough. He's
No,
got a wife
150.
Where if you can mark them, it can be useful, bitch.
They are behind the bridge.
That's not markings.
Yeah, that doesn't help,
to mark
sir.
people, you know?
Which bridge? There's two of them.
Oh, there. Oh, there.
Thank you for telling me.
Dale.
Now I know where they are.
Behind the...
They're there. Alright, he's low. He's about to die. Get my shots, that is. Not yet. That was good. Alright. He did. I'm gonna grab the spy rifle. Oh, that's a shotgun. Why does it only have 4 bullets? It's so fucking annoying. I'll take that. Yoink. I said yoink, bitch.
You
Yoink,
scoops. Don't have luck with the ammo.
How much shotgun ammo do you have in the shotgun that you have?
142.
In this one?
Yes, 142.
Drop me some ammo. I only got 4 bullets.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Okay, how do I drop half?
There's a button for it. I don't know
Oh, here
which
it is.
one.
Split. There you go.
Thank you.
Oh,
Now I
your
can
car.
actually shoot people. The Batmobile, isn't it? Nope. Oh, hit him for 25 shield.
I'm trying to get that tire.
I'm following them. You ain't getting far, boy. Where you going?
We're on the wheel.
Right now.
2 wheels gone. 3 wheels gone.
That thing's gonna explode soon. Keep hitting it. Come on. There's people coming your way. There's people coming your way, and they're not that guy's friends.
Outside.
Behind you, behind you.
I'm aware.
Ah, fucking Superman's friend got me.
Every single gun I have.
I got killed by John Wick. Broken not hit his shots for shit. I need help. Oh, we're trying to revive one or the other.
Hold up.
I'm good. I'm res.
They're moving. They're moving.
I just need to heal.
They're there.
Cover me.
I'm trying.
I know you are.
Outside, too.
Bro's on my dick again. You down? Fuck! I'm down again. I can fly though. That bitch got away. Fuck.
Fuck!
Yeah, you're by yourself. I'm down.
Yeah, no, I'm downstairs.
Ah, the last team. We could have had that.
Yeah, what's the last one, man? I hate that one. I was sliding, and for some reason the game just decided me that my gun didn't not shoot at all.
Yeah, that happens to me.
Because
All right.
I saw them hit them, but they did not register.
Alright, I'm bringing my hollow again. That's what I had to do.
Yeah, keep it right. Let me see what else.
Go
I can
back to the
find.
lobby because this game is weird. The old pumping. Shut up. I hate you. Ain't seen nothing wrong. With a little bumping. I gotta pee. Fuck you guys. In particular.
Try to keep my payments current. Got a spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, do some crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Do some crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Yes, it's time for the split show. Yo, my coming is so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them Maraschino jars. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash now. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor away from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, you was trying to get a fucking. I've been on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come and watch me chase the game. Yeah, all the colors of the rainbow. Size makes my day go. I'm just chilling with my milkshake. Try guess it on my mixtapes. I hope I never panic. That's me chilling.
What are we waiting for? Zen. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
What'd you say?
He ditched you.
Oh, I thought you said I love you too.
Oh?
I thought I just heard Sin say I love you too or some dumb shit.
Why would I think that?
I knew you were there, you little fucker. Ready up.
Yeah, I waited for Vash to ready up.
We're all. He was ready to when it wasn't.
No, it was Vash for me.
No, you were not ready up at all.
Fortnite's gaslighting the fuck out of us right now.
Yeah, he's gaslighting.
I love how Yorichi's silhouette, you can see her tits like massively.
Yep.
I love it.
Like no shape, just teeth.
Those
Like just you see
teeth.
like two balloons. You see two balloons. Two balloonies.
It's crazy that she becomes a cat.
Yeah.
How you hide them big ass titties in your cat form, girl?
Oh shit. There you go. Remember to activate the shirt card, dude.
Oh, he's sure.
Yeah, I sent it in the invite. Play. I think you're the host who accepted the invite.
Yeah. Wait, Sin, you stop streaming?
No, he stopped streaming after he closed the video.
Oh. Jeez.
Like, bro, you can literally just stream and play.
Yeah, you can stream Fortnite. We've already figured that out, haven't we? Who the fuck did you raid?
I'm gonna raid someone new.
That is a interesting model. That's
Who the fuck Sin raided? I was watching you, so not Sin.
Hang on.
That
Their model is very interesting, honestly.
And that probably someone next waited then. Where do you wanna go?
Here, I'll send it to you on Discord. I don't know, you tell me how you feel about that model. I feel about that model. The design is interesting. And I can tell it's a 3D model too, that's the weird part. Anyways, watch them and go watch Fudge. There you go. Anyways. Fort fucked again! Always. Sorry, I was sending chat. Or sending a thing for yeah, but which one? Because, you know, fuck the bad word. Oh my god!
Oh, it's allowed. Oh, that's not
Such a bad word. It's a floater. It sounds like
rock.
Sounds like a fucking turd. It's a floater.
Damn floaters.
Fucking damn floaters. It's like that. It's like when
floated
fucking.
this morning.
It's like when Bret Hart called Owen Hart the nugget of the family. The little turd at the bottom of the toilet you can't flush down. Nugget.
Oh, a double flusher. Yeah.
That shit was crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that I still remember that is even crazier.
Yeah, it's funny as fuck that you still remember that shit.
Keyword nugget, nugget. Everybody's chanting nugget. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. That's your brother. My sister was obsessed with the Heart Bros. That and fucking. My age will definitely show when I say this. James Dean.
Damn.
My sister was obsessed with James Dean when she was younger.
Okay, she's old as fuck, yeah.
Yeah, well, she would be. She's still alive.
Oh.
Okay. That's the one that passed away when I was younger. But yeah,
Oh.
she had an obsession with James Dean, aliens, and fucking wrestling. Oh, and 98 Degrees. And Boys to Men. Backstreet Boys. Plenty. Just memories. Good times. I got a Peely. Anyone needs
Nice.
it.
I have quite a few shotguns if you want them.
Oh, I gotta bring you the Galaxy Peely.
Yeah.
I found the Gem Earth.
Nice.
Who needs it? Because I already have one.
Give it to me. I can't extract it right now.
Yeah.
What? I don't want that. I want that.
I have it.
Here, take this. Oh, what the? Did that shit just bounce out the window?
Yep.
Oh, that was a fucking.
When you
That was
when you
a
throw
big pot.
something, it can bounce.
But it was a big pot. When the big pots fly out windows. Big pot. Big pot.
Oh my god. Big pot.
Oh my god. It's so big.
Oh, good heavens. You want some big
It's
pot?
so big. Oh my god, it's so big.
Oh, okay. Now you make it weird.
Yeah, I figured I'd tap in my inner sin.
Yeah.
Making everything weird and talking about kids for some fucking reason. Making me wonder about you a little bit there, buddy. I found a gummy. I don't know what it is, though. Oh, it's a gummy fire. Oh, no, gummy water, actually. So I got a Peely, a gummy water, and my hollow. Just imagine zombie apocalypse. You see these stanky ass zombies in the water. You just hear someone yell at the fucking floaters. And my first thought would be, there's turds in the water? That would literally be my first thought. There's turds in the water? Huh?
Turd on the water.
Fucking retarded. We are literally retarded.
Yo. Well, at least we have good music taste.
True. Anything past fucking 2010 kind of went downhill,
Yeah.
to be fair.
Kinda, yeah. If you ask my dad, he will say before 2000s, everything was good.
I agree with him,
After
honestly.
2000s. Yeah.
That's
mean,
funny
he's
because I
gone to
basically
new
listen
metal.
to the dad fucking metal, like, honestly. And if
I
ever.
grew up with Led Zeppelin, AC/DC,
Yep,
Iron
that's
Maiden,
dad metal.
Metallica. I grew up with that shit, so I know what he means from what's good music or not.
Oh, I don't have 200 gold. Fuck. If I want to make a wish on the wishing well?
Give me a second. Oh, wait. Right there.
Right here.
How much do you need?
200. Chances are you can. Ooh, gimme. I'd rather have this than this. I got a rift to go. Whenever you guys are ready.
Where you want?
Take yours over there.
You playing so aggressive. Why do I smell? What? It smells sawdust. What? Bro, 2 fucking shots ended that guy. That's crazy.
Because I was shooting at him too.
We get that bitch. Stay your ass down. Someone on me?
You're not getting him up. They're resting. Nice.
Dead. that guy. We might be at the gym.
What was that, Joe?
Oh, they're doing the Q post.
On it.
Go down.
You surrender, bitch.
There you go. We
Oh,
want the-
Galaxy
there's a
Boss.
John Wick in there.
Who wants
Nice.
Galaxy Boss?
We can have it.
I have it already.
Alright, I think I already have one, to be honest, so.
Where it is?
There you go. Right here. It's positive I already have one. If not,
That's the
I'll
John
see
Wick
you
over
later.
there.
If you want this.
The John Wick? Where?
Over there.
Yeah, I told you there was a John Wick in there.
Oh, just grab one. Okay.
Oh, I can use the spider to grab
I
things.
just realized that too. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it doesn't have the cooldown like when you jump with things. So I can just grab it.
Do I have anything I can portable in? No, I don't.
I wish I was a
Oh,
fish so I could make a
oh.
dish. Where'd you find
Galaxy
it?
water? Gem water, I mean.
Oh, grab it. Give it to me, I'll extract it. I have an extra one, I think. Yeah, it's that one left.
You are.
I'm over here, coming towards you guys now. I found a rift, so I'm gonna grab it. Oh, also Quacker. Oh, no, that wasn't Quackers. Never mind.
Oh, people!
Quick, give it to me. Find you! Oh, where you thought you were going, bitch? I don't know where you thought you were going. Prince Zuko. Zuko these nuts in your mouth, bitch. Where'd you drop it?
Over there.
Why did you drop it over there when the enemies are behind us?
Because you were there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hi, baby. How are you, man?
Hey, man. What's up, Swinny?
How is Chamba? Are you dead already or not?
Jumbo juice.
No, Chamba eats work.
I know. I just wanted to say jumbo juice. Let me
Not
do my
the
thing,
jambalaya.
damn.
I'm dead as fuck. Yeah, because you slept only like 4 hours. You took a nap.
He stayed up with him and ended up fucking with it.
Yeah, I don't know why she decided to stay with me, but I appreciate it.
Because she loves you. Because she loves you. I love that she loves you. Wub, wub, wub.
What I'm gonna do is just grow out.
I'm so fucking cringe, man.
You are.
That's fine, though. Everyone loves it. Sometimes. I need you, babe. I'm getting shot at. Yep, there's a lot of them. People are shooting at me. Yay. Well, one died. Dude, they're shooting at me and they're missing every fucking shot. It's wild to watch.
I'm staying still.
Your aim is horrid. Get on my level, guy. The fuck? Alright, I'm gonna kill this one since he's broken. Never mind. I'll just kill this guy then. Who the hell just hit me? Where? Oh, over there.
I mean,
I'm gonna self-revive and then I'm gonna steal the other self-revive. Fuck you, that's why.
There's self-revising here, you can do them.
I know, I got one.
Okay, good.
I don't need a mid. Fucking asshole shot me in the back. How dare you?
Here, get Leo. Take that.
There's a hollow portal in it. Oh, I hear gunshots right there.
I got the rift if you guys want to bounce.
Let me check first how far they are. You can rip. Oh, they're next to the extraction area.
Can
Yeah,
rip them
they're
to
inside that building.
onions. Alright, let's go. Fuck it.
I'm gonna call it just to try to call their attention.
Yeah, I got a couple of extract anyway.
The wall shooting on lady. Oh, not the wall shooting lady. Is there on trees?
I'm here for the chaos. Let's sleep.
Trees, by the way, on the trees. We are speaking Vietnamese.
Damn, not the Vietnamese trees, man.
I knocked someone down on the bridge.
Alright, come here. Let's go, gang!
Good, let's go. Smart.
I know, right? And now we can see where they are from above.
Oh yeah, there, yep, there.
Yep, I see them down there. One of them running, the other two are down there.
Here you want to. Oh, no,
Where?
There's more people there.
One there.
Where you gonna land at?
Where you guys? I lost you guys, by the way.
Fucking, I'm joining the fray. Got one. Two. One's on me. Dead.
Oh, there.
You ain't hiding from me, bitch. Get back here. I have 2 HP in a dream, baby. And now I have a Achilles. Got him.
On me, there's one.
Someone in that tree.
I'm down, but it was worth it. I killed the fucking John Wick. I'm gonna try to revive myself.
There's a self revive here. You can pick it up. You need.
Oh, I got hit by sniper.
I got it. I'm awake. I'm alive. 27 health.
On me.
And of course you're using that shit.
Come here.
Stay just shot me on the right.
Let's go. Fuck it.
Yeah, how would you?
Time for fucking tactical escape.
Yep.
Yeah,
I don't understand. I shot them and I didn't hit her. I only destroyed the freaking bush. For some reason destroyed the bush but didn't hit her.
Oh, yeah, I don't know where the circle is.
Yeah, the circle.
Over that way.
There's a
Oh, the
revive
reboot van
if
next
you
to
want
it
to
too.
revive me, yeah.
Yeah,
With
you
the
gotta be
loot
careful.
we left at least.
I gotta. Oh, I fucking lost my chug. I had a chug to use to heal myself. Grab self-revive. Fuck it. Okay, cool. Here, I'll.
Where people?
Yeah, probably. There's only like 2 teams left. Alright, there's 20 left in that chug, man. We need that.
On the extraction area, by the way.
I see. Time for snipies.
There's a self-revive. Thank God we left it here.
Yeah, it's probably self-revives all over the fucking place, honestly.
Behind us.
Of course they are.
Oh, back
29.
With people running to us.
More
I know
behind
there's
us.
too many people around us.
Yeah, there's 2. There's a team with 1 and a team with 3. Or maybe it's mixed. I don't know. One on me. John Wick's alive again, motherfucker.
Yeah, they rest and they have full. They have.
Who's hitting me? What the fuck?
There are 2 teams, bitch. They're from both sides.
Yeah, the guy's on the building over there, though. Doesn't fucking me at this point.
We fucked up. They're focused. They are both focusing on us.
Not anymore. They're not. So you think we did? Bet you don't go up here. So there's no way you go up here.
They were supposed to. We were here.
I got hit by a car. Cool. Thanks, bitch.
That technically
Now
saved
kill
you.
Spider-Man. Suck my dick. Fuck.
You have to reload everything.
That's fine though.
Sniper, sniper, sniper. Ooh. That was close.
Who the where?
The
Fuck in a tree. That makes no fucking sense.
They have view from you on the other side.
Fuck this
If
shit.
you were hiding from one team, they could see you from the other team.
That's
the thing.
bullshit, bro. I was doing good too. Fuck Spider-Man. Wait, what?
Well, at least I
What
extracted the
sleep
gem.
I'm here for all the chaos. Son of a biggie monkey had been shot before. I've never been shot before, he meant to say. Son of a biggie monkey, I've never been shot before. Hurts, don't it, motherfucker?
Okay, I'm gonna bring the gem earth if you need it.
Yeah, good.
I have gem water already mastered if you want it.
Did I extract the gem? Yeah. Yeah, you
I
can bring that.
extracted the gem water. You need that one?
I have the level 1 run, so I can master it later. I have the
I'm
earth
gonna
one
give you
too.
the master one then.
The only one I need right now, I'm just trying to find all the other
Why are
gems.
you so damn sad, Slayer? It seems like your duration is about to cry.
Really?
Oh, my screen seems that she's about to cry. Look. I sent you a picture.
Now I'm pouting. It's just probably because of shit I have in the mall, so I gotta take them all. Hold on. Wait, where'd you send it to? Discord or in the group chat? Oh, I don't know why you look so sad. That's weird. You squint pretty hard. Richie, you okay, girl? I know that.
Zane, are you still alive?
Yeah. No,
Okay, you're. Stop talking for a second.
Yeah, back quiet, bro.
Thank you for the Dorky, babe.
Too many people, so I'm in idle. Hope you have fun. I give you a little fat wet kiss. Hey, yo. I want one too.
Too many people so I'm idle.
You share.
Bad wet sloppy kiss.
You share.
Zane, you're not ready up.
Gaslighting! Forty gaslighting us again. No, he actually was right up there.
Ice cream buzz. Machine got cash back.
Yeah, ding dong 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 dong. I don't understand how you made this one. How much was this bundle? 2,400 V-Bucks, okay, for 2 skins and a bunch of backlinks and shit. An emote for Yoriichi and yeah. How you gonna make Addison Rae cost fucking twice that amount?
Because depends on the bundle, they are on a discount actually. So
Her bundle is
the FOMO
3,600. Fuck that foam. I don't even know who the fuck she is. All I know is one of her songs. And that's that Diet Pepsi one that I had no idea was about Diet Pepsi until now, and now I don't like it
There is a
anymore.
song called Diet Pepsi.
Yes. If you listen to the emote, it's literally... It's a song that I know, that I actually have listened to before, but I had no idea the name of the song and the lyrics had something to do with Diet Pepsi.
Well,
So news to me, I guess.
okay, that's news to me too. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Fucking wild, bro. Gem sprites are everywhere. All Mythic Season 3 items. Woo!
We only found two gems, by the way.
Gem sprites are nowhere, but we're lying to you to make you feel better. Oh, okay, so I gotta go to there. I'll do that shit later. Oh, I gotta do the Batman quest. I don't know. Let's find out. Batman should be around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Go to Golden. Go to Golden. We're already here anyway. That hurts my throat now.
Yeah. The funny thing is that you heard your throat like you didn't hear shit. You got something muffled. Now you're getting it.
Rachel, where's Rachel? I'm breaking my voice to make funny things happen, and it doesn't even work. And my mic sucks. Or my fucking mic's off.
They're shutting us. They're shooting us.
I mean, that should be Punk Sprite.
Because they are hunting me because they know I have the freaking gems.
Oh, yeah. See, that's a bad idea. I found another gem though.
Yeah, I have no ammo, so you're alone. You're big
Gemmer
alone, by the way.
I landed in the hole where I normally go. Where'd you go?
I tried to run through the hole, but I got prosecuted.
He got persecuted.
Yep.
Alright, you have to show.
Yeah, okay, I'm inside. I'm inside the hole.
Hey, you know, you're inside my hole.
Yeah. Your holy hole.
Give me that holy. Holier than thou Sprite, daddy. Yeah, I'll trade you. There you go.
It's funny that we left scene alone. I guess
I
everybody
know.
else.
So I want to be on your team, so does everybody else.
And somehow he's still alive.
Yeah, he's holding his own up there, I think. Or he's hiding, one or the other. Oh, well, fuck.
Yeah.
Get him, boy.
Okay, John Wick.
Word. Get him, John Wick. Show him that big dick.
John Dick.
John Dick with the big wig. You need help?
I'm waking it.
Looks like
Oh
you're
my
good.
god, I'm waking it.
I'm dobbying them. Oh lord, I'm dobbying them.
Nope, I'm fine. I have that one hand.
What the fuck? How many you kill?
8.
Yeah, he just killed 8 people by himself. That's crazy. Didn't the fucking massacre now? What the fuck? What happened? And when did he get good?
Wait, give him 5 minutes.
It must
He's
be all
gonna
bots.
die now out of the most ridiculous fuck way
Oops.
ever.
No, that's when Fortnite pulls out the oops, all bots. Alright, I'm gonna go visit Batman here in a second. We're gonna go talk to him. Ask him how relaxed he is. First, I should probably extract the Sprite so I don't get killed on the way.
Probably should.
You're Richie getting on her knees again.
I have seen.
That's crazy. I beseech thee, for I have seen. There's enemies over here.
Beseech these nuts.
Beseech these nuts in your mouth, Ellie! Oh, now I can see the gunshots. Yeah, they are. Damn, it's literally 2 squads of 3 just fighting each other, and they're all stuck. Holy fuck.
Got caught with a stray bullet.
Me too. That's fucking crazy. And now they're reviving and shit and dying all one by one.
Okay, but...
Mostly to me. Bitch, stop taking my kills, fuckers. I didn't say you could revive, bitch. I didn't say you could revive, bitch. Motherfucker, how did I get down? I'm gonna lose my fucking Sprite. I'm pissed. I'm gonna go revive, and then I'm gonna drop my shit off in the box. That's exactly what I was feeling. My guns fucking suck. I hate the burst rifle. This burst rifle is so bad.
I like the burst rifle actually.
I don't like it. I had already left. What the fuck? Great, now I gotta restart it.
Goddamn.
Oh. That wasn't down that long, bitch.
Yeah, you were down for that long actually, because we deposited though too.
Oh, that's why it went away already.
Yeah.
Because you guys deposited, didn't say nothing. You shits.
Yeah, we told you I'm gonna deposit before it reached you, but you never listened.
Sounds like Phil. I feel betrayed.
Trade is not, bitch.
Tradee's nuts, Mickey. There. That's all I need to do. I'm keeping my other one for now.
They are coming by the way, so they are regain their cards, so we can just keep.
I find gem water.
Well, first off, I'm getting rid of that piece of shit gun. Second off, I'm going to upgrade my guns.
Okay.
Third off, I'm slapping this motherfucker.
Number 4, shampoo.
Number 4, dick in their mouths. Got it.
Number 6, cock.
Number 7. Testicles.
6, 7. The extract
Number
the next one,
7.
by the way.
6. What did you find?
I gem water.
Oh.
Damn,
I just swore I saw
a
gold
flat
earth or
ad,
something
and, it's
pop
speaking
up.
to me in Spanish. Oh, sorry. I think it was because of me.
Affleck speaking to me in Spanish. Wow, that's crazy. Que necesita insurance, yo.
Caramelito.
Tienes nalgas.
Culo con caca.
Culo con caca. Shakaka. Say it again. Mufasa. Say it again. Mufasa, Mufasa.
Bro.
I fucking love Lion King. Some of the best memes came out of that movie. Long live that queen. Just to heal me, not to kill me. Thank you. The car wash can heal you. Let's see what this does.
Let's go.
Tell me what to do. Alright, now we gotta go. Stand and fight. Stand and fight with all your might. Keep forgetting it. Run forever. Say. I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? Fucking boulder, really? Boulder saved my life. Yeah, I need Chris Redfield to come beat the shit out of this boulder. Boulder puncher. Chris Redfield, the boulder puncher. Oh man, I remember when we ended up making a meme in one of my friend's channels because she was playing fucking Resident Evil 5. And when Chris starts punching the boulder, she just makes this action, like she takes her fist and starts like punching in fucking air. Since then we made her do that.
I have the gem green, by the way.
Gem green?
That's fuck. You have Grim.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
god,
go
does anyone
back,
have an
go back,
extract?
go back. No.
We need to go back then. Fuck that. Go back, go back. We need to extract it.
I have a
2 heals, I have 2 heals, I have 2 heals, don't worry
This
about
is
it.
the only fucking time we'll ever have a Grim. Let's just get the fuck out of here.
Okay, there is a bonfire there too, so don't worry about me.
I have no health and nothing to heal with, so I'm just protecting
If we
people.
die, we just hope for that.
We got self rest. I think.
We have
I don't have one.
No, you only see as self rest.
No, you have it too. I don't.
Oh, I have 2, okay.
It's not showing on my screen, so I clearly don't have it.
It's not showing. Oh, I have it on the right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Anyone have a med kit? Give me one. I have a rift so we can get out of here too.
Okay.
Yeah, Storm's trying to take
I
my
really
so
want
At least it's just 1 tick for now.
So the Storm sequence kicks in. Really tries to get it.
Come on, go quick.
Fuck yeah. Alright, everybody give them together. Then where are you? Sit? Whatever. I had a fucking zoom.
I'm talking about you, I'm talking about Sin.
No, now he's got me
talking
making me
about Sin.
fuck. Yeah, but now he's got me stuttering, fucker. I had a fucking rip to go, you dick. You could have just stayed
you're
around. What
fucking
was it?
deaf as motherfucker. You have race so we can get out quickly, and you decide to go on foot.
Yeah, like, oh, duh, brain gulch. He got no brains. He's minus brains.
Okay, they're just looting here. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. People were fighting here. Okay.
Okay, I got a med.
Oh, people in there, people in there.
Where?
I hear people around us, actually. I think they're beneath us. But there's people on the extraction point too.
Oh, great. Oh, the bus, the bus!
Where's the bus?
I don't know. I'm getting self-revived though, just in case. It's over here. We're next to it. Let's see, are we gonna try to fight for the thing or not? Probably. Going our way.
We have to fight for it.
Can't just be nice and not be a dick.
Yeah, well, I don't. They just don't shoot me out. I will shoot the thing.
Here's a bubble.
Oh shit, these fools are fucking.
Oh, I got shot. Definitely wants me.
There you go.
Yeah,
They have to come in if they want to fight us. And when they do,
down.
they die.
Beach is down. He dead.
I got a Porta protector. Alright.
I have one more.
There's 3 players left. I said we just let them get on it. They tried to attack, we kill them. I don't want to be that big. We can all win. There's no point in us all out.
Yeah.
Just don't get caught. We were like fucking camping this thing.
Yeah.
Yo, fucking.
I see them, the sniper. Sniper, careful. Down. Sniper.
Joke's on them. We go in. They not.
Coming up. They're coming here.
I see them.
Oh, snipe. I got snipe.
Hit him. He's on the bus. What did they fail? Fuck you! They couldn't get on. They tried to kill me. Dumbasses. They just jumped on him once, so they had to try to fight us. Dumbasses. That's what you get. Sucks to suck. Eat a dick. Eat a whole ass dick.
That's
hell
what you
yeah,
get,
baby.
bitch.
That's exactly what you get. Go fuck yourselves.
Oh my god.
I love it when a plan comes together. Gem water sprite claim back bling. Let's go.
It's fucking good.
It's fucking good. Oh, I should.
Okay,
I don't know if I
let's
should bring the Galaxy Llama because I feel like they're gonna check. Unless you have a self extract.
Which
The
one
Galaxy
do you need?
Llama. Oh wait, I
Oh,
had the
it's
Galaxy
Llama
Llama.
I have
Oh, Galaxy
Llama
Peely.
already
That was the one we found.
The Galaxy Peely. You.
That's the one you found that I extracted for you.
Yeah, let me find it. I don't see it, so let me find it.
You wouldn't have it because we just found it.
No, you extracted. You extracted. I gave it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I don't know if I should bring it because they're probably gonna come after me for it, and it'll give away our position too.
They're gonna probably come for us, and I
So-
also have the Grim. I'm gonna bring it.
Unless you have a
I
self
can just
extract.
pull it back again.
I don't have a self extract either, so yeah. All right, fuck it. So I got the Galaxy Water Mastered. I'm just gonna bring my Hollow Foil so I can try to get more rares.
I need to eat.
Yo,
gonna bring the
bitch
Gem
ass
Grim.
food can wait.
So,
I haven't
my
eaten today.
recommendation: let's go to the snowy area so we can extract the gem.
All right,
The gem
that's good.
Grim.
Damn, he exploded.
Yep.
Sounds like a skill issue. Wait, hold up.
You.
We are not doing zero build squad, you fucking twat. Don't even try.
Oh, bitch. Give me a second. I'm going to the bathroom first.
All right, yeah, you do that. I'm gonna go grab something to munch on. I'm hungry. It'll take me like 5 minutes.
Wish you the best of luck.
Try to keep my payments current. Got a spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, do some crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Do some crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Yes, it's time for the split show. Yo, my coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino dough. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash back. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, you was trying to get a bucket. I've been on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come and watch me chase the game. Yeah, all the colors of the rainbow. Size makes my day go. I'm just chillin' with my milkshake. Yeah, try guessing on my mixtapes. I hope I never panic. That's me chillin' in my hammock. Tai Chi, I'm never manic. Sippin' tea, I'm so dynamic. Yes, it's time for the split show. Yo, I'm coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino dough. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash back. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, we're whipping up this mustang. I'm in on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come and watch me chase the game. It's no split business.
All right, I'm back. Yes, players not back yet.
No.
Sorry.
Learn about insurance. Try to keep my payments current. Got a spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, need some crafts. It's not a time, oh I relax. Do some crafts. It's not a time, oh I relax. Yes, it's time for the split show. Yo, I'm coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino. When we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash back. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow car. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, you was trying to get a fucking. I'm in on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, come and watch me chase the game. Yeah, all the colors of the rainbow. Science makes my day go. I'm just chillin' with my milkshake. Try guessing on my mixtapes. I hope I never panic. That's me chillin' in my hammock. Tai Chi, I'm never manic. Sippin' tea, I'm so dynamic.
Okay, I will stretch. Oh, there you go. I forgot I have this song. I am the weapon girl. So, where the fuck is Usher?
Learn about insurance. Try to keep my payments current. Got a spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, need some crafts. It's not a time, oh I relax. Do some crafts. It's not a time, oh I relax.
Work is slow. No, I'm hidden in the bathroom. Did you nap? I napped for about 45 minutes. I couldn't sleep for too much. But I'm planning to try to sleep a little bit early tonight. Yeah, actually it invites me quite a lot to be able to nap. It really helps. I'll knock you out and make it easy. Don't worry, when you're up, I'll probably be already asleep. Got you, brother. Okuchi.
Look at that, I made lunch and it'll take 5 minutes.
Hell yeah. Let's fucking go.
I'm gonna ham and cheese
well, I guess
sandwich.
You will get
ham and
cream.
nice. Made a ham and grilled cheese sandwich on a fucking hamburger bun. I'll knock you out to make it easier for you. I got you, girly pop.
Yeah. Mainly because again we didn't sleep anything. She was just making sure I took a nap before
Hidden in the
starting again.
bathroom. Nice. Fuck off me, peely bitch. Don't chase my friend, asshole. He's chasing you. He wants that groove.
Yeah, I know. They are all following
I'm
me.
trying to intercept.
Yeah. Bro. They definitely
Told you,
have to
bad
hide
idea to
there
bring that
right
shit.
here.
Yeah, they do. Next season, they have to hide
level
their
1,
shit
so I
for
don't
real.
care too much.
I do, because fuck them. They don't deserve it. We're going to lifting right.
Yeah,
Until the end. So they can't fucking follow.
You're still waiting for me.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's when we trick them and go the opposite direction and then.
So. Let's see how many they're following me now. Grab the pillow and smother him to sleep calm. Don't worry, she only needs to make me a whiskey and well an old fashioned whatever the fuck, just with some whiskey and I'm already asleep. I need to buy some mango soda beer so I can make myself an old fashioned.
Oh, they're on you.
I know.
I see
I
'em.
freaking know.
Literally going right for you too. Like, nigga, we see you,
I'm
bro.
aware.
Niggy, we see you, fam. Landed below.
Yeah, going in low with you. I have a Wraith though, so in any case I can use it.
Yeah.
Was you or what?
That was me, that was me. Excellent shot.
Okay.
Whack.
Yeah, there you go.
You know how to take orders. Good. Now,
No one
let's
knows we
have
have
some
it.
fun.
It was funny in the moment they realized I don't have it anymore.
They're gonna be like, oh damn.
Oh.
Oh,
No, I need you.
pooples, I need to die. You have a temper tantrum.
Give me that wrong, give me that right, I need it.
It's like, bitch, get a fair square like the rest of us. Fuck you.
Motherfucker, go to school.
Get your ass to school. I don't give a fuck if it ain't September yet. Get your ass to school.
Motherfucker, get some bitches.
I'm trying to.
Damn.
Not that hard. I don't know. Too much work. Besides, I got this problem where I'd be dating people and then they'd be lying to me what they actually look like. And then I see them and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one who will be fat in this
Catfishing, bro.
relationship. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
I'm the only one allowed to be fat in this relationship. I'm horrible. See, that's the thing. I don't mind a girl's got a little, pouch or whatever, like in a tiny tubby. That'd be great.
Is there like pork stuff?
But if you're like fucking 400 pounds and 5'2", that's a problem. And I'm not gonna compromise for that. I'm 5'11", 330. I can lose the weight, and I know it. That's what I'm trying to do. But if you're 400 pounds and refuse to lose weight at 5'2", yeah, no, we can't be fucking. I'm not into fat. Fucking. I'm supposed to be the big guy. I'm supposed to be the big protector, and not the other way around. Yeah, I'm not a chubby safety. Never have been. I mean, my ex was chubby when, like, well, she was skinny when I met her, and then she got chubby. But when she looked cute chubby, so I was like, okay, when you mean chubby, look. But it's when you get morbidly obese, that's the issue.
Oh, storm.
Besides, like Asmongold's girlfriend said, fat people's opinions don't matter.
What? Did she really say
He
that?
actually said that multiple times, yes.
Damn.
She's like, fat people's opinions don't matter. She was talking about that dude Starburst, so, which was funny. But at the same time, it's like,
I'm getting
that's
chased.
kind of
I'm getting chased now.
They really want your Sprite, huh?
The Sprite I don't know no longer have.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Should I just leave the area before they find me?
I asked you to do so. Yep.
Okay, I'm out.
I was not even touching the ground and they just lasered me when I was falling. How the fuck they can aim me when I'm falling in the air, but when I try to shoot them, my hits doesn't register at all.
I don't know, man. Makes no sense to me, but you know, this game is weird. It's alright, I got you. I know I'm going far away from the reboot van, but I know they're gonna be nearby that area,
okay,
so it's just easier.
Don't worry.
Plus, if I can
There's
get to
no
an
reboot
extract,
van
I can drop it off in the storm if I need to, and then get out of here.
Yeah. There's extract marking here on my screen.
Sneak peek. Yep, I can get the reboot and the extract. Let's go. Oh, someone's here. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Oh no, my knee, I'm in trouble. I don't think they saw me. They didn't see me.
Don't shoot at them. I think you can run past it.
Yep.
Can you go the other way? Please, go. Goodbye. Fuck off.
You're edging the storm. Okay, he's
Shit. No, he knows I'm here. Something just pinged me. Edging the storm because this motherfucker's like right there. I need heals now. Shit.
There's a bottle there.
I knew this motherfucker was gonna follow me. I fucking knew it.
There's a gem right there.
I know. That's the problem. So now I got this fucking guy chasing me in the storm.
Why are you not healing the... Oh, I think the thing doesn't heal you.
You know what? Bye-bye.
I wish you could revive while you were driving.
I mean, I can't let I sit on top. But someone has to be driving.
Yeah, but I mean as you drive.
Yeah.
I advise you to actually exit so you don't lose the gem.
Fuck!
That's why I want to say.
Why not the van was gonna explode in my fucking face?
I mean, he was on fire.
It's wrong, sir. Shit. Yep.
I'm gonna.
No, I got self-revive, dude. I'm good.
Okay.
Just gotta find something to heal with. I'll be good. Now, if I can just find a healing item before I die, that'd be great. Finally out of the fucking storm. Come on, game. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this. Medkit!
Be fast, you have to.
Ah, I'm good. We're good.
Oh,
I'm alive.
yes.
Fucking clutch, bitch. Fucking clutch. Who's the Clutch King? I'm the Clutch King. Fuck that bullshit.
Okay, where the fuck are you now? Okay, there you are. There is some res in here. I think you should go first to the extract.
Yeah, it's just I can do actually. Alright, go to the extract now.
They should not be there anymore.
Someone shows up here, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Come on, let's get some heals around here somewhere. Chest, please. Fuck yeah.
No, okay, that's
I take what I can get. As long as I keep my health above 75 for now. Self-revive too. Woo!
Oh fucking yes.
Game's hooking me up.
There might be a chance. There's smoking.
There's definitely a chance now, baby. Trust me, I've done this plenty of times with the storm camping and just extracting. I don't give a fuck. I'll do what I gotta do.
I'm using the North 145.
There we go. All of them extracted except the one I need.
Rest truck here, or there's another here. Look,
got more bandages.
Nice.
Oh, and there's stuff I need it. Alright, let me get myself to 75. If I can bring you back, I can go hit the vending machine and heal myself that way. Okay. Get the chug.
I will try to exit the storm because I cannot hold a lot.
Fuck, can't get a chug. Well, I'm healed though, so that works. Check this chest real quick. Make it. Nope. You know, shotgun now. Fucking bitch. Bro, gem demon.
Holy shit!
I just got a gem demon. I'm dropping that shit now. I don't care.
Drop it. I don't care if you die. Drop it. That's it. I will rest you later.
I'm gonna go grab my heals again. Where the fuck did I drop them at? The fuck? Oh, they're there. Okay, got it. Yo, each the fucking luck I got right now is crazy.
Yep.
I stay alive. It's okay. Like I said, I practiced a lot. I literally camped and stormed the game that I won yesterday and fucking still managed to win at the end. Look at that gem demon, baby. You can't have my bitches. It's my bitches. My bitches. All the bitches for me, baby.
I'm close to the exit of the storm, though.
Alright, I'm gonna go find the shotgun that I dropped earlier.
Oh, more heals. Hell yeah.
Let's go. Gem demon adds to collection.
Self-rest.
Decent wasn't here for all this good shit. I still got health, so I'm good. I'm gonna try to grab a chug now. I think I might have a gold enough gold.
Oh shit,
nope.
There's people.
But I'm gonna grab some med kits. Can you stop swapping out my shotgun, please? Thanks. There we go.
Nice, more small health packs.
Yep, always. And I can boost and do this at the same time. And I have to worry about this running out with Mythic. So I can just charge my ass to the store.
Okay, I'm outside the store now.
I'm over there. I'm just cruising along. Cruising USA.
How the fuck we managed to get here?
Who'd have thought we'd be here? Not me.
I'm getting shot at now.
Clutching me being an amazing Fortnite player, apparently, even though I'm not that great. Fuck, I dropped my goddamn boots. See, I spoke too soon. I went and said something stupid, and then I lost my boots. Fucking bullshit. It's my inner Yogi. Why can't I say her name again? My Yorichi skin is fucking giving me good luck.
One of these bitches.
Okay, here, there's people close to me.
Yeah. Hi. I live, bitch. Oh, hi. You didn't live, bitch.
I'm gonna steal their shit.
Yeah, self-revive on too. Alright, gold acquired. Shotgun needs to be reloaded right now. Because of this. Got the bank shot rifle, some heals.
I need some AR ammo, but I don't find any.
I have some here.
I'm gonna
take that.
Thank you. Yep.
I don't know what the fuck I was marking, to be honest with you.
Team wipe. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I was gonna say, imagine I get another fucking.
There is only one more team left, by the way.
Let's fuck it. I'm telling you, man. Storm camping in the fucking thing works great.
There you are.
Alright, I'm coming. Oh, I see them flying. I have one for 18 shield. They're on top of that hill. What the fuck did you just throw at me, bro?
Oh,
shit.
How the fuck did I go down?
How the fuck are you on my face, bitch? Get down. 1v1, let's go, motherfucker! Fuck! If you can get up, get up. Fuck! Or not. Damn it. I got shot in the face. It was worth it, though. We fucking got pretty far.
I hate the fact that
it's the same guys that were chasing you. You didn't get the motherfucking grip though, did you, bitch? Suck a dick.
Bro.
That's the guys that were chasing you at the beginning.
Yeah, for me the boost got bugged, so I got into slow-mo, and then when I stopped aiming, I was still in slow-mo, so I was not able to heal or do anything.
That's crazy. But hey, bright side is we got the fucking two more gems. We got the gems. Let's go. And we finally got a Grim. Let's go.
Yeah. And a gem Grim, brother.
Gem fucking Grim of all the ones I'd get first. That's crazy. Well, we'd get first anyway, because you don't want to found it.
Yep.
Oh, that's crazy. We're going to get fucking targeted for that one, I guarantee it.
Yeah, we really got targeted.
Should I bring the gems demon just to be a dick? No, I'm gonna keep bringing my hollow. Fuck, I lost my hollow. I gotta buy him again. Shit. Hang on. Pre-purchase and equip. Okay. I think I must buy them all back, except for an iron mouse. All right. Play again. Let's go. What the fuck happened to the map? Why am I through it?
Just glitched for some reason. We're under the map.
Hey, Davo. What you doing? We got 30 minutes to do a thing. You want to play with us? I forgot sandwich. I forgot about my sandwich. As soon as I saw that devil, I was like, oh hell no. I'm going right back for the extra. I'm going to fuck. Why are you being bored? You got work. Right. Twerking.
Why
you
got
only
30
got
minutes?
30
Because
minutes?
it's when the jam
But
out.
it's the power hour. I mean, we can still keep playing afterwards. I don't care. But the power hour ends in 30 minutes. I said to go talk to Batman. So we can go to Gold. Or near
Hello?
Gold. Hello?
Oh?
Somebody talk to Batman. Not in the water over there. Fucking crazy. Right out here, though. We finally got a Grim.
Yeah.
It's a Gem Grim, but it's a Grim. We also got a demon one, too.
Yep.
Your favorite, a new version of it. Just for you. Will you relax, Batman? Are you feeling it now, Batman?
Real me too, Batman.
Check on Batman to see if he's relaxed yet. Did it. Kick it. We will stand and fight. Vosh, I did it again.
What?
Gem Duck. You have an extract?
Nope.
Damn. We gotta hide this little fucker then.
Yep.
Fucking twice in a row, my guy. That's crazy. You definitely don't have a Gem Duck yet. I see you're rocking the Galaxy Bose.
Yes.
That style, that
I have it on
style.
level 3.
It fits your style because you're the boss. That was rude. Giving you a compliment and shit and just boost me away. That's rude. Man, take care of my light business. I like how Mal's name is literally just like one letter swap away from Moan.
Go take that for a spin.
Yep. I annoy her a lot with that.
It's like, this is making you moan. That'd be funny. Oops, I did it again. Yeah, apparently. I thought it would be a, but it was a.
I thought it was far, but it ended up being a short.
Thought it was a part, and it up a shot. Baby, when your pants come down, I smell everything that you eat. I'm done.
Did it again.
I literally.
Was
Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop with the fucking parodies, man. I'm gonna ruin every song I know. I'm becoming Weird Al Yankovic without even trying.
Already, so yeah, for some reason you and I have a talent for this type of shit.
Apparently. I think I'm up with the most random fucking parody songs, and they just work so well. It's like weird.
Yeah, we're the descendants of our Weird Al, it seems.
Yeah, word. I'm not sure my mom didn't fucking fuck Weird Al Yankovic at the concert or some shit. I don't even know, man. I'm starting to wonder. At least I'm not fucking, what's his face? I'm Gen Z Eminem. Gen Z fucking piece of shit, more like it. I like his music. It's a good bop. It's like good bop music. Are you done though? No, never done. It's good bop music, but it'll never be the same caliber as Eminem. I'm sorry, and that's insulting to Eminem to ever say that.
Sure he knows that. He just do it for the bit.
Yeah, I think he likes to rage bait. I think that's what it is.
No, I've been telling you that for like 2 weeks at this point. He just
but rage bait is cringy and annoying. It's not fun.
And it works.
Yeah. It'll work for me. Anything just makes me not like him. Unless that's his goal. Because if that's his goal, then that's a dumb goal. Same way I feel about fucking Hassan and fucking Asmongold. Like, if you guys want people to hate you, why is that your goal in life? Like, that's just a dumb goal.
Yeah.
Hate watchers are not as fun as you think they are. Get all the way up here, bitch. That's going down. Batman. No, Batman.
By the way,
Did you
you,
say
don't, you
goatsy?
won't believe. No, I said Batsy.
Oh, you said go see. Here, take this. Would have been funny if you said go see.
But you won't believe what I'm eating right now.
Pussy.
You gotta bust them all.
Who?
It's close. It's the brand is called Boozy.
Boozy.
It's chocolate.
Gotta eat that boozy.
But it's called Boozy.
Oh, they're cookies. I thought you said cloves. I was like, you eat cloves? Ew, those are nasty.
No.
Like, those are for teeth.
No, there's some cookies
Pain.
that the brand is Boozy.
That's
so, yeah,
hilarious.
it's close to Boozy.
Boozy. Get the boozy. I'm eating the boozy, guys. I'm eating the boozy. I think I just saw it in our gym. No, that's just water. Never mind. Thirsty, but not that thirsty. Shit. Where's the nearest extract so we can get rid of this jam duck before I get too dangerous? Let's get dangerous. Yo, that's another one. If they're bringing out Disney fucking collabs, when are we getting fucking Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, DuckTales, Jungle Book? Come on, we need these are precious collabs we all need. I want to run around with Baloo. I really want to run around with Darkwing Duck. And what's the robot guy's name? The cyborg? Gadget? Or Gidget? I think it's Gidget.
I don't remember.
Can't remember either. Look it up. Someone look up the fucking sidekick from Darkwing Duck's name. He's like a cyborg duck. I can't remember his name. There's someone here. I just heard him. Yup, trying to shoot me. You bitch.
Yeah, I saw them.
Find that tree. Yeah, and I'm low on health now because there's fucking twat. Yep, I'm bumped. Oh, I'm gonna lose the duck. I need to fucking have it.
One down.
I'm not losing this fucking duck, bro. I will
They're
fucking
resting.
die.
They just rest.
Great.
I don't have a clear shot yet.
I have no health. I say we get the fuck out of here.
Where the fuck are you?
They're coming to you. They're coming to you.
I see. You have rift or something?
No. I just have the bounce pad.
Okay.
What if they come closer? I'm shooting them in the fucking face. Flying in on us. Above us.
Fuck.
Fuck! I can't self-revive either. Well, there goes the jump dog. God damn it! Run! Get the fucking run! Damn!
I fucking hell.
They're literally camping that shit. What a fucking fag. I hate people like that.
Man, I had the freaking ass boss there. Like, fucking hell.
But at least give me a
Fucking
fucking. Damn right. At least give me a fucking extract from fucking Once in a Blue Moon. Fucking bullshit. Used to give us like 3 extracts a fucking week, and now they don't give you shit.
Extracts anymore.
Yeah, I barely give you extracts anymore.
I was like, okay, they
jump
don't
duck,
give you
though.
extra so you can buy it in the store. You cannot buy them either way. They are just doing it for the love of the game to fuck you over.
Bring a fucking hollow. We're getting our fucking shit back.
Come on, please.
Get my duck. That's what it was.
The fucking sprite place is so damn buggy. It takes like forever to load.
I know. I should have self-revising man. I don't know what I stuck around.
up right now because I did once or something. I'm gonna
Man,
bring
I'm
the
mad.
Galaxy
My
0.
fucking gem duck, bro. God forbid I earned that shit myself. You guys can't fucking steal it from me. Fucking bitch.
Those motherfuckers are so damn cool, so they have to steal everything.
Yeah, they really need to make it so it's invisible to everybody, on the, even in the game.
Yeah, I kind of know who they are. They are a little bit of themselves.
Sounds about right. I should look angry and sad at the same time. Gizmo Duck, yeah, Gizmo. We need Gizmo Duck. That'd be an awesome skin too. Dude, damn, now I watch DuckTales.
I was not very much into DuckTales at all.
The original series was great. I don't know. I feel like the anime version that they did was like good, but it changed a lot of the storyline.
There is an anime?
Yeah, you didn't know they made an anime version of DuckTales?
No.
Yeah, they just made anime. No, yeah, they made an anime version. They changed the story up too. Apparently on the moon, fucking Huey, Dewey, and Louie's mother was on the moon. He was stuck there for years.
Yeah, I forgot that's the name.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie, yeah. Or their mother was stuck on the moon.
Spanish is Hugo, Paco, y Luis.
And Donald was their uncle.
Yeah. Yeah, in Spanish is Hugo, Paco, and Luis.
No. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense though, because that's technically the Spanish version of their names.
Yeah, not really. It's it was mainly like a joke of the have to like the first two rhyme like Hoogie Louie, and then they just decided let's make the third one not rhyme, just for the jokes.
Luis.
We just call him Luis.
Well, it's kind of funny because his name is Louis.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Yeah, Dewey, Huey, and Louie.
Like Hughie is Hugo, and the other ones, Dewey, it does not have a direct translation, but so it's they just rhyme it with Hugo, so they make Paco.
Paco.
Luis.
Yeah, Paco.
Yeah.
Call him Paco Arturo.
It's a really like old name. It's really.
Yeah, I used to love DuckTales, dude. I played through the original fucking Nintendo DuckTales game. Oh, look, another gem demon. I made up for the loss of the fucking duck.
How the fuck you're the only one who finds those ones? I never get
the rare ones. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the rare one. I literally got the green one, and then never got any more.
I mean, you got the rarest one technically.
Yeah.
Because Grims are fucking impossible to find. Oh, I thought you were in the hole.
Here's what I need from you.
Yeah. Here, take this. Wait, wrong button. Whatever. Here, I don't need it. You need it.
I'm gonna hide it.
You know, Sin's probably jealous right now.
Probably.
God damn, you got all those price. Yeah, you ain't getting none, bitch. Fuck you. Shouldn't have left.
Yeah, you left the game, bitch.
You left.
That's
you ain't getting shit. Niggy. I found Gen Aura. Motherfucker! Did you get it? Did you extract it? And wait, why are you playing without us, fool? Get your ass on.
You got on the call.
Yeah, get in the call. Come hang out
I'm
with us.
literally ignoring my friends on my demo, asking if I'm gonna drink a beer with them just to play here.
That's funny.
I literally just
Also-
gotta tell, sorry man, I just fell asleep.
I fell asleep
Thank
and did
God
that today.
Anyways, I'm going to the bar tomorrow. Anyways, I'm gonna cook sushi with them.
Nice.
Good thing of being the cook of the friend group.
Oh, that was you
They
that
give me
that
free
fucking
beer
scared me.
just in case. If I cook for them, like I organize like a meal day, they just give me the beer for free.
Nice.
And it's like the artisan beer, so it's really good.
Well, he's gonna be drunk tomorrow. Lol.
Oh, probably. I was drunk like midday because I decided to drink a beer before heading back to sleep.
Jesus.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take this to sleep.
I guess they drink off one beer. Lightweight.
It was like a 8 degree, like 12% alcohol beer.
That's still lightweight, bro.
Yeah, but I was with an empty stomach, so I just like.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially. Well, that's the thing, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're lightweight because you can't drink." Da, da, da. But it's like people don't take into account empty stomach, drinking drinking it too fast will get you drunk faster. Like,
indeed,
I drank a whole 40 of Smirnoff by myself with no food in my system and no fucking. And I drank it faster than, like, literally I drank the whole thing in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, you just.
And I was fucking buzzed.
Hey, it makes sense that you get destroyed after just one of them if you drink it like that way.
It's like you don't have to be a lightweight to accidentally fucking get yourself drunk. My sister roofied herself before by accident.
What do you mean she roofied herself?
She took Benadryl and then drank alcohol like an idiot. Roofied herself, yep, pretty much.
Well, here you have a fish.
I found a fish. I wish I was a fish. Yeah, now if I can just find a fucking another gem, fucking duck. Probably never gonna find that again. No, not damn luck. Duck the fuck. What the fuck? Fishing. Fuck that duck. Yeah, first off, you're the wrong one. Second off, grab that key. Fuck that start. It's not worse than here waiting for fish. Who that? Is that my batch? My batch!
Welcome back.
My batch!
Hi.
Hi. How are you? You got a gem more without me?
Surprisingly not fucking dying.
Let's go.
At least someone here is not dying.
I'm dying on the inside. Just slowly but surely.
Yeah, I fucking picked up a golden burst rifle and I've just been eliminating everybody with it.
That's
yep,
what I'm talking
it works
about.
a lot.
Bite me, bitch.
Burst fire at any other fucking hate, but for some reason the gold just melts every time.
Yeah. Pretty nice. Sadly, the hour's gonna end in like 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, we have to be really quick with this match then. Going off.
Yeah. I mean, we can still find gems though, and just run into some hollow. We all run hollow foil.
It's gonna be hard. There's people. I think there is a crowning here.
Is that a 0-point galaxy on your back?
Yes.
Where'd you find that?
I told you I'm gonna bring it.
Oh.
You gave it to me.
I thought you found it. I was like, wait, what?
No, you gave it to me. I just brought it here.
Oh.
So I could level up. I need to master.
I would really love to find that gem duck again.
There's a circle here, so there's probably a crown in this place.
Oh, if you hit somebody with it, it pretty much almost one-shots them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Essentially, yeah. There's a chest here somewhere. Oh,
So
there it is.
basically, it's just a melee weapon.
Yeah, like you have to throw it at them and actually hit
weapon,
them, really, to kill them, or to even do damage.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It was one of those random things they put in the game as like a fishing reward that you can randomly get, and then when people figured out that you can one-shot people with it, but I think they also nerfed it so you can't one-shot anymore. But it does like 180 damage or some shit, I think. It's pretty strong.
I just found the gem Earth Sprite.
Nice, nice.
Now I have to somehow get to an extractor and not die.
Yeah, I found 2 gem
That was the
demons
hard part?
already. I'm so mad about my duck, man. I want my duck back.
Yeah. That is sucked.
It really did. Oops. I'm gonna grab this. Because we don't need
There's
it.
an extractor 200 meters away. There was somebody just behind me.
Shot, so don't worry about me.
Extraction sites are friendly. Yeah, we're good.
Here, I'm back to my extraction. And I have 2 med kits and a self revive on me.
Did you see they nerfed the Yoruichi skin? They gave her granny panties so you can't see her booty. You can't see her booty though. It's so bad. They nerfed her butt.
Oh, you
How
wanna
do
know something hilarious?
Huh?
My ass ran to an extraction point to fucking extract my Sprite.
Uh-huh.
My extraction point is going to be the fucking circle.
Oh, that's not good.
Yep, the circle is now slowly working. Yep, it just passed me. They're gonna head this way. I just want to get this gem Sprite out of here. Fuck off.
Oh, I just found another gem.
Get it. Okay, I got it in. It's in.
I hear guns.
Hey, yo, that's what she said. Oh, gem water. Got another gem water.
Where?
On me. It's in my inventory.
Oh, they want you guys. Just said.
No, I thought. Bitch, I thought.
Oh my god.
Bitch, you saw. Yeah.
I think I just won.
Hey, let's go.
I did. Oh my god. Fucking won.
Let's go. I'm proud of you. Kick that ass and
And I
take the
managed to
names.
pick up all the fucking sprites that they had.
Nice.
I just got 3 fucking sprites. One of them is a gym.
Let's fucking go. So proud. Proud Papa.
Hey, there is shit ton of people in here, by the way.
What's
Yeah,
even
someone's coming
funnier
up. Someone's
is
coming
they
up.
both fell off the fucking roof of
Ain't
the
coming up
building
that
next to
more.
the extractor. I watched one fall and get knocked and seen the other dude falling down to finish him, so I said, I'll third party, fuck it.
Bitch, I don't know what you thought was gonna happen there. I don't know what you thought was gonna happen there either. Get the fuck out of my game. I killed both of them. You can self-revive if you need to.
Yeah. I have to self-revive too, so.
Okay, question
You
is,
gotta
how
heal,
much
though.
longer is y'all's game? 'Cause there's only 6 minutes.
We are down to 22 people.
Yeah, 21 people, yeah.
We can leave this game and jump into another one.
We can just go YOLO though.
Yeah, let's go fucking YOLO it. I got Spooderman now. I'm going in.
YOLO in it.
YOLO!
So in other words, if I bring one of my hollows, there's a better chance to find rare sprites.
Here, join my party
But if
so we can
I
immediately
die-
ready up. Oh shit. Because right after I
But if I
fucking...
die, I'm gonna have to buy it back.
There we go. Yes. I went YOLO and I didn't regret it.
Did you give me a galaxy boss strike?
I think. I don't know if I shot him or you shot him, but that was perfect. This dude's over here just showing my shit.
I am not bringing hollow guns.
Haha, reload this bitch. Fake shot him. Here, let's go. He was rolling. You saw that, right? Oh shit.
Yep.
They're rolling around on the ground like, ooh, I'm having fun. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we only have 6. How much time we still have left? Yeah, we have 6 minutes.
5
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, 5 now.
We have 15 players left. You got 4 minutes to kill them all or die, one or the other. As long as we can secure the next game before it hits 4 o'clock, we got one more in this.
So that's why you said half an hour, was because in half an hour.
Yeah.
I thought you meant you had half an hour to play, and I was like, bitch!
No, I've been on all day. I've been on since 11.
No shit! I totally did jump in earlier and say, aw, shit, yeah, I seen DVD, but I work it.
I know. How dare you work when I fucking need you?
Bitch.
Bitch.
How dare work be annoying and want to be
Yeah,
there?
how dare work need you? How dare they fucking need you? I need you more. Tell them I need you more. See if that works. I'm falling apart with you not here, damn it.
My fucking boss would look at me and be like, yeah, and I need you here, and my store falls apart. Well, everyone needs me, so shit don't fall apart, apparently.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. I'm fucking.
But
I'm
no,
just
when I say
fucking
that
with you.
store would probably fall apart if I fucking just up and quit, nah, that store would absolutely fall apart.
Oh no, I know what you
burn to the
mean. Because I'm
ground.
pretty sure any place that I've worked at was falling apart after I left.
Yeah, it happened.
Especially the
I'm
last
just
place I
waiting
worked
for the game company that fired me, just to see how they were gonna fall apart, because the guy who is substituting me does not know what the fuck they are doing.
That's great.
Yeah, I
Such
just
a
always
suck.
think it's funny how everyone says, you're replaceable.
He's dead.
Okay, replace me, bitch.
Exactly. If I'm so replaceable, why haven't you replaced me yet? That's the real question.
If I'm so replaceable, why am I still here? And why do you still call
Bitch,
me
I will
for
blow your
everything?
fucking car up. That's me. Fuck your fucking Lamborghini
have
Diablo. It's healing
3
itself, so I
minutes.
couldn't even finish if I want to. Alright. Yeah.
3 minutes.
Well, we're killing everybody at an exponential rate. Does that provide any solace? Fuck, I'm dead. Damn, I walked right into that. And I'm dead. Oh, yeah, it's over. We lost. All right, ready up.
I mean, I kill shit those people on this.
Yeah, we did. I don't care. Skip.
Yeah, we have literally.
Turn the lobby.
My first game on, I managed to win. That's all I fucking know.
We won what?
Yeah.
2 games today? 3 games today, actually. I
Yeah,
think.
2 games. Yeah, one of them was a boss.
I won my first
Look,
one this morning.
this is my first fucking game of the
Okay,
day, and I
Sprite.
got
Everybody
2
bring a
gem
hollow.
sprites.
Hollow,
Everyone
okay.
bring a hollow. So
I
we
got
can
my
get them
hollow air.
gems. Come on, game. You can't be lagging right now when I'm trying to fucking get in and out. That's what she said.
Let's see if I have a hollow here. Here's the hollow.
He said, actually.
Hollow foil goes, okay.
We definitely got to be on for the live event on fucking the 20th. I think it's on the 20th.
No.
Isn't it?
Fucking load,
Depends what
game,
my work
fucking
schedule
load.
is.
Here you go.
Skate Udahara. Oh, you know, I just got this skin.
Hey, I got that skin.
She white. What you mean? Did I ready up? I did ready up.
There it
Can't
goes.
switch no more. We should still be in it, I think.
I mean, there was 2 minutes left, so.
Yeah, we're good.
So, yeah,
Yep,
this one's
we're good.
still- We're good. We're good. They're following me.
Oh, why? What did you
Oh, no, they're
bring?
not following me. Yeah.
Hollow Ghost.
Oh, ghost.
Mine's
Give
just
me
an
that
air
booty.
sprite.
Give me
I'm
that
trying
booty
to,
jiggle,
like,
woman.
There you go. we have
Yep,
gems.
we got it. Gem hours. Say we
Hey,
go to
wanna go
Lifty.
chop?
Oh, we can go to
Lifty,
chop.
okay.
Yeah, that works too. Go chop.
No, chop is
Blue chest, even better.
Go where?
Chop, 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 chop.
chop, 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 chop.
No, no, no.
Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop.
Because we're gonna jump in on everybody.
Jackass. We are. We can go jump in and kill everybody. Everybody dies. Everybody, everybody, everybody wants to be a cat. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Fucking
it's amazing.
Aristocats, man. I love that
They
movie.
should put it like in more often in like the regular game or having like one surprise. It's actually
Chat, we should watch the Aristocats. Yeah, the one going to pussies.
No, there's actually a game that's called the Aristoputas, that it means Aristophores.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like your.
There's some people dropping on top
I
of
can
y'all.
see
I know
that.
some people.
Hey, buddy, what you doing there?
Over to this garage to me, and they chose to go after both of y'all.
He chose
I want y'all to
violence,
know
I
that.
chose death for him. Don't provide these
Yeah, you're
nuts.
gonna die.
Cause do not
Sorry,
know
get an AI.
I loved you. Not enough though. Not enough to give a shit about your death. Alright. Where is my batch?
The batch is
My sweet
on the
batch.
other side of the map.
Yeah, I see you. Just making sure you ain't getting tagged. That's all.
Oh, good.
Because you know if I
watched
gotta
them
clap some
dive
cheeks,
after
I'm
y'all.
here for it.
They ignored me for y'all. They said,
That-
"Nah, we don't care about this bitch."
Damn. I'm glad that I'm not special to everyone. Fuck.
Right now,
Okay.
you
Makes
are.
my heart
the-
feel full. Damn right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, I found a 7. Ooh.
6, 7.
6, 7.
I found
I just hit right on the
multi.
highway. Let's go.
Oh, and it's actually wait, hold on. What?
Shouldn't be that far. If it's a vault, if it's a key, then yeah.
It literally just oh, it's 500 meters.
Hit the opponent with shotgun. Oh, wait, yeah, with shotgun. Within 15 meters. Okay. I can do that. I do that all the
500
damn
meters
time. Sounds good. Sounds good.
I'm just gonna run that way.
Okay. I'll be with you in a
Okay.
moment. I'm just getting some ammo.
No, no, you're fine. Whatever happens, I'll figure it out.
I know you will.
Hey, look at that! I found a gym or a fucking sprite chest. What are you? Jim Graham!
Hell yeah! We got another one.
Jim Graham!
Hell fucking yeah.
Grab him!
My first Grim! Wait, where's the extraction? I want this bitch out of my inventory.
Over there. To our left or right, that way.
Oh.
200 meters that way.
Oh, well, there's also one 200 meters closer to me.
Okay.
Along with the vault, so I'm going to the Sprite vault.
I said just be careful because it might be out in the open where enemies will be around.
It's also going to be in Storm, so I am running as fast as I can.
I just saw the Batmobile on the map. Where is it?
I don't know.
Right close to us.
Yeah, let's go get
Follow
it.
me.
Okay, bye.
There he is.
There you are. Okay, I guess I'm getting a boost. I'm driving. You can't be trusted. That's what we fly. We're better drivers than got shot by the FBI. All I wanted was a chicken wing. Bottom of the house. 50 cent from
And I just found a
Burger
Grim.
King. A regular Grim?
What?
Yes!
Oh my fucking god, let's go. Get in the car. We gotta go get her. She must be saved at all costs.
I also have no meds on me, by the way.
I'm on my way.
And I also don't know how to get to the bottom of the fucking house, because I can't find the damn stairs.
Okay, well, here's the door. The one you were looking for. I can take the Grim if you want.
I just need to know how to get to the vault.
Below
I have
you.
like 60
I'm
health
downstairs. Come on.
Where are
Right
the
here.
stairs?
Over here. Where are you?
I want to set up distraction, by the
Oh,
way.
right here.
Yeah. I broke the entrance so you can get in.
Oh. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bonk. Fuck.
I already have it.
I know, we all do. Here's
Oh,
med
and you
kit.
just picked up another med kit. Yeah, I'm gonna need that.
I'm trying to throw you one. Hang on.
I'm setting up the distraction. I'm probably
It's
gonna
forcing
die.
me to heal. There you go.
Thank you.
Please, meds. Please, meds. No fucking meds.
I mean, I guess I can grab the punk and take it with me and extract it anyways.
Yeah, I set up distraction. You can take it. I'm gonna get outside this storm because I
I'll
have
grab
no
it.
heals at all.
Oh, you dropped the Grim.
I didn't mean to. It made me pick up the stupid SMG. Alright.
Okay.
Time to go!
Get going.
I'm running to that extractor.
Yeah.
Remember, you have to
Set it up to
self-revive.
you. Okay, so
I know.
it's 3/4.
That's why I'm not worried about it. I'm just running
No, I
straight
was
for
talking
the
about Vosh
extraction.
because he said he's
and...
dying.
Oh.
Okay, I have extra heals for you guys.
Okay.
I will probably need
I'm gonna
that. Right after I
Oh,
get rid
level
of
2 fishing rod? Hell yes.
Alright, do you need to extract anything, or am I the only one just getting and going?
I can extract. Hold on a sec.
Bitch, if you say hold on, I'm gonna die.
Go. Let's do it.
Get your
Do it
butt
and leave.
up.
I'll drop it off.
You can heal. You can heal. Okay, or not.
Oh, well, you said you were leaving.
I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. There we go. I got it. I've got it in. I got it in. That's what he said.
I thought you said you were leaving the area, sir.
I said I got meds for you. I'm going back.
Oh, I heard the meds. I missed the back part.
Okay.
I found meds.
Yeah, so that's my bad. I have heard what you said.
She had a lot of
Oh,
things.
I also have a tractor on me that I forgot about.
You look shit.
What?
I'm gonna fight you. Because you made all that for nothing.
No, I still needed to extract the others, thank you.
Whatever. You say so.
I needed a Grim, and I need a Gym Grim. Alright, I needed both.
I need
So I
Grim
did need
too.
the extractor.
You gonna share with me?
Hell yeah. I'll bring it in.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I got a vault key if you want to go to the vault. No, you want to go to the vault.
I mean, I would like to go to the vault, but my health says no.
I got this. Also, I just found a hollow foil peely, if anyone needs it.
Nice. I just got outside the...
Hollow foil peely. Peaky peely.
Oh, yeah,
The
I don't
banana.
have that one yet. I have normal Peely, I think.
I got you.
I either have normal Peely or I died from normal Peely, I don't know.
I think I gave you normal peely.
Careful,
I think I
there's a
also gave you
boss
hollow
here.
foil peely. I don't remember.
Well, I'm more worried about getting out of this storm before my
if you
death
get out
hits.
there, you're gonna get killed by players attacking the boss.
Well, zip line. Jump.
Yeah.
Hope I live. Come on.
All right, I got enough meds. I'm good. Jesus Christ, that's
Look, I had 8 HP in a fucking dream, motherfucker.
I got 42, a couple health kits, and a dream. Let's go.
I have 8, a couple big shields, and a couple guns. But on the bright side, I can't die damage.
Yeah. Came out mostly unscathed. Okay, so which vault do we want to go to? The one that you guys are near, or the one over there to 460 that way?
Behind you. Bitch.
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 Oh, he's talking to you, Batch.
You're officially bitch. You call her bitch so much that she's not bitch.
No, it's not bitch, it's Batch.
Batch. It's batch.
Batch.
Bitch.
Don't call my... Nobody calls her bitch but me. First of all.
You asshole.
That's my batch.
Oh wait, I don't need that anymore. I like,
Does that go to you guys? No, it didn't. Sadly. Oh, here. That'll kill you.
Oh, there's some shield pots if anybody. Actually, I'll grab those because I don't want a fucking pistol.
Okay, vault's 330 meters that way. Oh, also there's a vault over extract over here.
Again.
There you go.
25 players. Careful.
Nah, I got my legendary burst. I'll be fine. Nope. Nope, there's footy steps.
Where?
I told you.
Oh, I hear him.
Oh, I cracked him already.
Damn, let's go.
Down.
Push him.
There's another one inside though.
Yeah, I know.
Dead.
But they'll probably be trying to revive him. So I was hoping
he's
for
dead,
it
he's
anyway.
dead.
Okay, here's one of the listening
The other
devices I
person-
need to actually do.
Thank you.
Since we're here.
Daughter, I acknowledge I deceived you. It was for important ends.
Oh.
You know better than anyone the
Where the fuck
stakes
did
of
you
the
come
game
from,
we
bitch?
play.
It's over here.
I don't
Alright, I'm
want
gonna go
to
get this
lose
device and then I'm going to the vault.
He's over here.
Daughter.
Okay, I will be.
You just went by this building.
Lieutenant,
Okay.
if you can find it in your
There, quest
search,
complete. Let's go.
my
I finished all my quests.
dream. If
Yeah,
not,
they were behind
Never
that
mind.
building.
you will
Talk
be
to the
a warrior.
order to review the logs.
Oh,
That's
yep,
the other
gliding.
Time.
I just opened the vault.
Footsteps near me.
Point is restored but unstable.
Oh, right in front of me. He jumped down.
Fix that.
I know.
Distract the
What's
seven.
looking at
Oh.
him?
I need their attention split.
Got him.
I'm not gonna wreck, bitch.
Systems
Oh,
that
another
can
hollow coil. Thank you.
stabilize the 0
Oh,
point.
what is that?
And
Alright,
then
the vault's open.
a world of perfect order awaits.
You guys got this, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
What looks
Although
of
I'm stealing the boots.
Because,
Oh, if anybody wants the crown,
Galaxy
you can have
fish, if anyone wants it. Also llama.
it. Holy shit!
Yeah, this place.
How much shit did they have?
Gem water. I know you need this
Another
one. Oh, there's a demon too.
I was
Fuck
gonna
it.
say I got 2 gems.
There's
There's
some.
footsteps.
Shit, oh my
There's
God.
someone
Where's my
here.
gun?
There's
I
footsteps.
know, I hear them.
I'm watching.
Shit, shoot, you little bitch.
Shit! No, you blocked me! Fucking!
I'm going for him. Fuck this guy.
He just body blocked the fuck out of me and got me down.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to. He's coming back. He's coming back. Thinks he's fucking slick.
Hold on.
Got him. He's dead. I'm dead though. Fuck.
There is.
Oh, but I need that
I'll be
gem
there.
demon.
Get up.
I got a med kit. I'm good.
I am.
He was by himself too. It's a crazy part.
I need that galaxy.
I'll grab him. Fish. I'll grab that. Grab that.
Actually, hold on.
You need the gem water, or do you already have it? Oh,
I'm gonna extract one real quick.
oh, you're still alive? I thought you died.
No, I'm right here.
I revived him.
Alright, I extracted Peely, I can put Hollow back on.
Okay, here, take this one then. Where's that thing?
Well, I can only grab one more.
Okay, let's pick one you want.
Well, I will stick with the gym for now.
Okay. I'll grab
Since it's harder to get.
one then.
Okay, I have about 70 in this jug, so we gotta move.
Yeah, have one then.
Yeah, there's a pair of boots out here, though. Oh, the storm's, like, right here.
No.
We're, like, right next to it, so it's fine. It's moving really slow.
Right. Come to the extraction point.
Where you at? Oh.
On the extraction point. Again.
Well, extraction point, I need to know which direction. I didn't know where it was.
Tell us which one.
When I extracted it, marked it on the map.
Look, we're not all smart as fuck.
We're kind of dumb sometimes.
I'm old, bro.
I know.
I'm old and she's blonde.
I'm not blonde, the fuck? I'm a fucking brunette. If anything, you can fucking call me a burgundy head, because I like to fucking dye my hair burgundy, but that's it.
Alright, burgundy. Here, I do him down so you can extract him. Oh, he fucking fell off the cliff. Fuck me.
Well, bye-bye.
Throwing him back up. Take it. Ed didn't make it.
No, he didn't.
He sure didn't.
It's fine.
Oh, we could have made it. Let's extract again.
I mean, the storm.
I mean, we have time.
Yeah, we have time. Storm's really slow.
To look around.
If I can climb up the goddamn wall, that'd be great. Hit the extract again. Oh, Storm's coming back this way.
Yeah, Storm's. It's not ready yet, though.
I know. It's getting ready to be.
Yep.
Here, just take it anyway.
Damn
it! Stop doing that. There you go.
I'll say I have
There you go. Oh, great. Trying to be gangy.
I'm just glad to have teammates, because when I'm by myself, I always die.
Maybe stop being antisocial.
But that's my thing.
It's my thing too, but I'm trying.
That's my jam.
Pump the jam, pump it up. There you go.
Oh wait, I need to use the jug. I'm stupid.
Pump it up,
yeah, heal your pussy.
I'm halfway to pussy, by the way.
Hurry up and call it in so I can extract this and run.
It is called in. What are you talking about?
I meant actually drop in, damn it.
Oh.
Alright, look. I never said that my speech was great. Alright, I'm stupid.
I think it's only one team left.
Yep, that would be the...
Oh, we have to go back. We have to go back.
Fucking kill me, bro. What the hell is a circle?
Hey, at least I got fucking out of it in time. All I have is a 3-burst rifle and a pair of boots, by the way.
I have a fucking gun and boots and a shotgun. That's all I got on me. And a dream.
I don't even
And
got
65 health. Well, 100 and... or 200 and fucking 15 health. So. I need a med
Oh,
kit.
people landing on me. Landing on me.
Yeah, I see him. Oh, they're on me. What the fuck? Why won't they, bitch? Leave me alone.
Oh, yep, and they have a 7. And they have a fucking bot with them.
They are a bot. Fuck you. I'm
Bot
dead.
is dead. Bot is dead.
I'm dead. You know, in the chance at the time that they were slow-mowing, you guys could have killed them.
On me!
Fuck.
Damn it!
I hate this.
They're, one of them's in the storm, the other one's fucking right on you. Oh my god, the reload. The reload!
Okay, yeah, the fucking reload. I'm slow-mo all the time again.
She fucked up, kill her! Damn it!
Yeah.
They got me from
He was behind you. Yeah.
I was literally shooting for some reason. Just decided to
Dude
reload
had
out of nowhere.
3 shotguns. What the fuck were you planning on doing with that? They can't read. They can't shoot rapid fire, bro.
I mean, at least we extracted everything we needed.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the one that killed you, I fucking just went jumping through the air and just sniped her bitch while I was in the air and knocked her.
I saw that.
So
Fucking
their
bitch.
third just got fucked.
You know what though? We got some fucking sprites out, and we'll just increase your collection.
Buy a lot.
Exactly. See, you hang out with me, you get what you need.
Yeah, Yeah, but now we need to back out so I can put on. Oh, I got another extraction fight boost.
Thou shalt receive.
Yeah, but that's the best part of being at the very beginning of the battle pass.
Yeah, when you start mastering, you get a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, now, well, right now we are just surviving with extraction. We can no longer have extraction points anymore.
Also, the order to
rebuy
review
the
audio
ones
logs
that you
of Super
died with?
Sanctuary.
You have to go to the collection and then buy them again.
Okay, so did I accidentally extract my air sprite then?
Yes, if you extract it, you have it back in your inventory.
Okay, yeah, I accidentally extracted it. I thought I had it on me and died. I did not have a sprite apparently that whole last part of the game.
Okay, good. At least you didn't lose anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, I know I brought air, so why do I not see the rebuy thing? And then I just scrolled over to it and it's like equipped. Well, shit.
I gotta get Batman's grapple gun and travel with it. That's my next quest. I'm bringing Hollow so we can try to get more good shit.
More good shit. So you need Grim, correct?
Just a regular Grim, yes.
Okay.
I've never gotten one of the fucking things.
It's the fact that I got Gym and then regular back to back.
We also got did I give you a Galaxy Llama yet?
Galaxy Llama, let me check.
No, I think I just have regular Llama.
Yeah, I think we got that
double
yesterday.
check. Hold on.
I have
And
Galaxy Llama.
I also got Galaxy PLE.
Yes. If you need Galaxy Llama, tell me and I can give it to you right away, leveled up.
Yeah, mine's all leveled up, and the Galaxy PLE isn't leveled up either. And I ain't really got much straight dust.
Your Galaxy Llama then.
Okay, I'm skipping my hollow foil then.
You can have it right away mastered.
Nice. You know how much I like having a mastered beater. Master beater.
Yeah, I just have regular Llama.
Yeah, if you get to 50 of the fucking things mastered, you get a lucky locator, which allows you to find one sprite that you don't have yet. Whatever variant, yeah.
Well, that ain't never gonna happen for me because that means I gotta bring them in and die with them to level them up. And I don't wanna die and rebuy and lose them.
There is one, the gem. I think is it the gem ones? Like no, the quack ones. I can bring you one of those. If you have it in your inventory or on you and you carry other sprites, every piece of experience you get for that sprite also gives you experience for the other sprite. 50%.
Oh.
Yeah. In fact, hold on, I'm not bringing one. Yeah, you get them from the battle, the sprite rewards. Yeah, creates a gets 50% sprite experience earned to all other sprites in your inventory. So you can pick up like other sprites, level them up, and then extract them.
Yeah, that's something that would be great.
So you don't have to bring your sprites constantly. But also remember, your sprite just only goes up to like 200k, and then you can't use it gain anymore. So at that point, you would be better off just bringing whatever. Then you'll have enough money to just rebuy them. Well, a lot of people aren't really chasing people for sprites anymore, unless it's like the new ones. So.
Oh,
Ooh, I like that skin. Which one's that one?
It's an old battle pass skin, I do believe.
Really? I don't. I feel like I must have had that.
Yeah, battle royale wait, item usable. Never mind. Introduced in chapter 4, season 3.
I might have skipped that chapter. Let me see.
Yeah, part of the Ancestral Era set, or Ancestral Era set. Yeah, her other version is this.
Here we go, season. Okay. What did you say was ancestral? What? Oh, I have her. I do have her.
Yeah. She's cute.
She is cute. I don't have the other variations of her though. It's just weird. Or
Yeah, because I think it was Battle Pass unlocked. No, well, if you edit it, yeah, you could find them, but
it doesn't let me, so I probably don't have them.
yeah, I'm 90% sure she was Battle Pass.
Yeah, it was probably one of the battle passes I never ended up finishing. Couldn't remember what one this was though. What season? I have so many fucking skins, dude. It's like funny.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, is this the same season as the crocodile, dude? The dino?
Maybe.
It's like it.
Honestly, I don't remember who all was in that season. I think it was the season right before or right after the Greek gods one.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably why I don't remember it, because I don't think I really got back into the game till the Greek god ones.
Yeah, because I have Aphrodite, Medusa.
Yeah, I have Cerberus somewhere.
Yeah, I have Cerberus.
I like Cerberus, I like his weapon. And his aesthetic's pretty fire. Doggy. Fucking I'm making Cerberus now.
There we go.
I haven't been Cerberus in a hot minute.
Okay, I thought I had a lot of skins. Yours is definitely way worse. Son of a bitch.
Little frat mode emerges. My yard, decent grass. Standard time. Oh, I relax.
I don't know why, but I like the wings with this. Nobody look at my back. I'm running away. I'm just slowly backing away from everyone. Nobody seen nothing. Might just be a normal Grim, but...
Stop staring at my tail, weirdos.
Hit truck. I have...
A random dude just slow walked up to me and I was scared and I'm like, don't you look at my back, and then he started emoting a little fucking chessboard game.
Who's the girl who sings the espresso? I forgot her name.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina Carpenter?
Sabrina Carpenter. I had 3 carpenters bouncing on me.
Oh jeez.
Hey yo.
Because I have
jeez.
a llama.
Alright, where we going?
So nobody picked where we were going. So
Golden.
We're going up, Gonna be golden.
You know how many times I hear that fucking song on the radio and it gets stuck in my head forever?
Yeah, it's fun to me.
I like their fucking...
I listen to like regular TPS on the public markets too. Next to the Haluba Boss music too, or sometimes. I'll listen to those.
Oh hey, there's other people coming here, by the way.
Followed too.
Are the what now?
Yeah, you are. Bitch, I had my glider out, but whatever. Give me.
Shut up. I'm gonna get down.
Yep, so am I.
Get down, Mr. President.
Downed one.
Don't get down, Mr. President. Get on up.
No. You're not getting away from me. You are not dropping in on my ass and trying to kill me like that, and thinking I'm going to let you live.
Cause they pussy, man. They always be doing that shit. Like, oh, let me live in this guy trying to get their shit. And oh, they're kicking my ass. They're gonna leave. Bitch, what you think was gonna happen?
Let's see what that baby can do to my...
Like, just because you leave don't mean shit's gonna change.
Who needs the Master Cosmic Llama?
Well, who's who now?
Who needs the Cosmic Llama that is mastered?
Oh, I need it.
Both of us do.
There you go.
Bitch! Where you at?
I'm about to come up there and fuck somebody up. They fucking with you. Nobody fucks with my batch.
Bitch! That's what I thought! Oh!
Nobody hits us.
Come here!
Nobody hits my batch. I'm but me.
Yeah, they think they can, and they getting fucking shit on for it.
Get shit on! You're a bot!
Bitch really just came at me with a fucking shotgun thinking she was gonna do something.
Hit him with the 1v1 me, you pussy!
Literally,
fucking
bitch.
kid, bro.
Tried to 1v1 me and fucking lost.
Crazy. Losing in a 1v1, atrocious.
Both of the teammates from the same team just lost
Oh, a
in a
2v1 and they lost. That's crazy.
Oh, hey, look, there's more coming.
That's weird.
More ones.
How did you kill me, motherfucker?
You're one to keep around.
Well, they just took my llama. Kill him. They're about to take my llama. Yeah, because that bitch somehow survived a fucking full-ass 3 gunshots to the face.
And there goes Grim.
Thank you. Kill them all. Let God sort them out. Yeah, drop all of them, bitch. They're mine now. They had a Grim
my God,
too.
Yes.
Where's
No,
the
I
llama?
think they grabbed mine. Yeah, they grabbed my Grim.
Oh, there's llama.
Got the llama. Alright.
Okay.
Where's the reboot? Bring us back quick.
Right behind.
No, there's a reboot there. There's a reboot there.
Yeah, you gotta be quick before they get it. Because there's another teammate somewhere. Motherfuckers. They not like us, bro. They not like us. Right there, she's on you.
Coming.
I have no.
Oh, come on, man.
I have no ammo.
Not mad at you, I'm mad at her.
Like, they really just played like a bunch of pussies and we're like, well, 2 of you go fight. Like, our teammates just keep getting picked off. Go fight.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking losers.
Fucking
They have a lot of shit leveled up now. Oh, he's smart us.
That's fine. I'll just bring another one. It is what it is.
Yeah, the thing is that it was mastered for you. Now you have to master it.
Don't worry about it, Don. Just bring one for her so she has it.
Wait, which one you need?
I have the Galaxy Llama, so I don't really need to know.
I need everything.
Okay, she already has Herman. She has already the Gen Grave Reaper. I have quite a few level up. Do you need the boss mastered?
Which one?
I mean, I have the boss Sprite base, and then I have a Gummy boss, and a Galaxy boss.
You have the master or not?
No, 1, 3, and 1.
Okay, I can give you the base mastered.
That's fine.
Or you need the or
Well,
you
bring her the base,
too.
and I'll bring the Galaxy Master for her.
Okay, good. Sounds good.
And then I'll bring in my level 1 Grim.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna be level 1 anyway. Bullshit.
Man, they kept trying to 1v1 me, and I was doing so fucking well. And then this fucking hoe cunt bag that wants to hide
they gave it for free to my freaking llama. He didn't even want it for himself. Just threw it away.
Fucking bitch. So you targeting us for what? Because you suck ass? Because y'all would have fucking lost otherwise. Especially because my shotgun, for some reason, wasn't killing him, even though I fucking hit her 3 times direct hits.
Right. What the fuck? I took the boss and I have 0 points for some reason.
I think she needs 0.2, so that works.
If you
Behind
need,
the bush.
0 point, I can get him. I'm getting the fuck away with these bitches. They're following me. These bitches
Yeah,
are
they kept
following
following me too. So
How you doing?
bitch has a Galaxy or something like that, and she's just following me, and I'm like, bitch, don't look at my fucking Grim. You got a Galaxy on your back. Go away.
I'm gonna pet you, pussy.
I mean, it's harder to get a regular Grim than a Galaxy.
Well, they can fuck off. Just because I have it don't mean they need to attack
Trying to
me.
make a new blowhole on somebody then. Yeah, basically. Sure.
I was
Do it.
about to say, I want to go to Red Death Building.
Red Death. That's watch it die because you said that.
That's what I fucking claimed it as yesterday, and you said, "Ooh yeah, let's go to the Red Death Building."
Oh, what do you mean Red Death?
What's the Red Death Building?
The lodge.
Yeah, it's the Red
ski
Building.
lodge,
So
yeah.
they call it the Red Death Building.
I don't know why I do that so well. I think I'm just as retarded as the person who made that sound.
Not gonna lie, she looks so cool just riding in on the fucking wolf.
Yo. I just like that.
Yeah, I have my wolf.
Correct.
AKA pack.
That has the model going, by the way.
I may or may not have not touched it at all since that day because I don't
People
have
following
it
you there,
and
by
I'm
the way.
irritated and
So you have 3 people on Red Death.
They can leave my Red Death alone.
4 or 5 people on Red Death, by the way.
That's fine, I found a
Well,
chest.
I got a gun, and I got
shit.
another gun, and I got another gun, and I got plenty of
I got a
guns.
pistol.
I got an SMG.
Yeah, they're following me. Careful, don't get outside the building.
Well, good shot.
Getting weapons.
Hey, buddy. You're dead.
Oh, you're in my building.
You're down.
People on us, people on us, people on us.
Oh, I just found a gummy air sprite. Ah, shit.
Oh, we need that one. I'm pretty sure I need that one. If I'm not shaking.
I only have regular guns. So we good.
Ah, no, that's my dead.
All right, I killed 2 of their team. So
And there's a normal llama.
there should be one by himself. He might try to go get res. Oh, they're here.
I don't need.
Trying to get res. Fuck you, loser. Get out of here. Oh, who's shooting me? Who the fuck's a collie pitting luck motherfucker who thought they were gonna shoot me in the back?
I also need gummy air spray.
It's Negro!
Come here.
Sorry, I'm mad. He's right there. Kill that bitch ass. Sick him, boy. Sick him, Wick. Sick him. Get him, Baba Yaga. Oh, I'm mad right now. That pissed me off. Place. Poor dog.
Oh,
yeah, I may have done a little editing to that edit that you did just to make it a
No,
little
you
more.
picked up the fucking gun. I literally had to fucking switch over because I was still on the fucking sprite, you dick. You're fucking grounded, bitch.
Damn.
Okay,
You're
Mom.
fucking grounded. Go to the corner.
Damn. Damn, I'm his dad and your first mom. What the hell does that make us? Fucking co-parenting. That's crazy. Co-parenting our adopted son.
Or adopted assassin son, John Wick.
Adopted assassin. Adopted assassin son. Let's go.
Look, someone's got to do the dirty work for me.
There you
I don't wanna
were,
get my hands
exactly.
dirty,
Someone's
alright?
got to get Baba Yaga in there. Ain't gonna be me.
I ain't gotta get my hands dirty. No, that's fine.
Damn, I'm trying to make a new
Deal with all that.
Oh, that was good.
I love the name of this anime. I adopted an assassin son, and his name is John Wick.
It's like Spy X Family, only the kid isn't a mind reader. It's just John Wick murdering everyone in his
John
back.
Wick. It's
Because
like
they killed his dog.
going to high school.
Yeah.
I found a purple burst rifle, you asshole.
I have a golden one though.
Well, you know what? You took my green one, so fuck you, alright?
Green Gobbler. Someone rebooted.
Red
Fucking
in.
bullshit. Great, those funds here.
Oh, yep. Alright, well, I need to extract, so I'm going to oh wait, come here. I can give you Grim.
Who's you? Who's come here? Oh, where are you?
You
Where are you?
batch. At the extraction batch.
Oh, okay, I'm on my way. Oh yeah, I gotta give you the fucking boss too.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of me coming. Hey, yeah, that's what she said. There you go.
There you go.
They were conversing like, hey, what's up? Like, ah?
They were.
Hey, what's up? Oh shit, he's grabbing me. Help!
And then I can also extract gummy air, and then I can bring in gummy air next game, or...
I think I need it. Let's check. So here, come here, guys. There you go. I'm jumping.
Oh, I'm gonna need help.
Yep. Same. I finally got the Grim tonight. Hey, baby. Na 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 na. I miss completely. English no more? No more English.
I'm so close to the
We speak in English now.
You're right, dude.
Why did you use the launch pad? Or no? Launch pad
And I
McQuack.
just found another random fucking hollow.
Let's go.
Hollow water.
Oh, nice. I have that. That's one I usually bring to get like rare ones. It's easier to just buy it back quickly. Baby, when the light Yo, for some dumb reason, me and my friend thought that was 98 degrees, but apparently the band's called 5.
Don't duck my calls.
What the fuck keeps popping up golden behind me? It's like a little chest thingy, but it's not a chest. It's like...
Oh, I did not mean to zoom into the map like that. That was crazy. They'll look for pimples. Dr. Pimple Popper. People pop.
Oh, gunshots.
Yep.
I have low health. Help me. Storm, if you don't get off my dick, thank you. Appreciate you.
Oh, well, if somebody has a vault key, they're probably gonna come
If
in.
you don't hop off Pop's cock real quick. Hop on Pop, the dirty version. Hop on Pop. Hop on Pop's cock. Ride Pop's cock hard.
I don't know if I have hollow water or not yet.
I may have given it to you. I feel like I did, but maybe not. Who knows? Did we just snipe that?
Did you really just shoot?
Oh, I thought we got
I was
sniped.
healing and then John Wick decided to randomly shoot.
Crazy.
Oh, it did to me, to you.
Baby, can't wait for us to get our little Chow Garden next season. We can. Let's go. Open it.
I just want to get rid of this.
Yeah, that. Baby, when my balls blow out. Wait, what?
No, there's a bulb key here. If you have a bulb
hard
key,
ride Pop's cock.
Oh,
Damn
yeah,
right.
there's a vault right there.
Shit.
There's a
Okay,
vault key,
I'm coming back.
Yeah, there's like a vault right around where he is, right where we were running.
Do we have a key though?
I just opened it, but we don't. I don't have the key.
Oh. I thought you had the key. Never mind.
Yeah, I assumed
I
you had
said
the
we
key.
need the key.
Oh.
Well, where the fuck you expect me to find one of those?
I love how everybody just listen half of what I ever say. Like every single time. Only
because of
hear
your
half
damn
what I
accent,
say.
bro.
Oh, sorry. I
like
don't
your
speak
accent.
English, the main language. Motherfucker.
Well, learn English, you bitch, or get out my cut. Wait,
I
you're
have
not
to
in
see
my
one,
country.
bitch. I probably speak English better than you.
I don't know about that, buddy.
Man, you're from New Jersey. I definitely speak better than you.
We don't just need to not just say I'm from New Jersey. It's good. We don't ever say someone lives in New Jersey. Not unless you want to die.
I have no idea
New
where the
Jerseyans
fuck
suck.
I don't have idea where the fuck you want either.
I do not live in New Jersey, boy. I live in New York. Get it right.
Oh, you're not New Yorker. Oh, god damn. you
Yeah.
yours.
When I say water, I say a
walking
water.
here.
Hey, I'm walking here. How the fuck do you think I live in New Jersey? What is wrong with you?
I don't know. For some
Do you think I would? You
thought
think I
were
would survive in
living
that cesspool of a city? No, I'm good. Or fucking state.
The cesspool? You're part of the cesspool, bitch.
No, New Jersey's worse. Let me tell you. There's a reason why they call it the smog state.
The smog state.
Smog, and then there's so much fucking smog you can't breathe all the time. How am I the only one alive fighting other people that aren't even near me? Wait, why is that? I have 2 teams too. I'm fighting them from a hill so they can't see me. Oh, now they finally saw me. Fuck.
No.
They finally noticed me, Pop. They noticed me. We should probably go save Devil.
I got one down.
Yeah, there is no saving. Because both teams decided to team up on the solo Parkerson.
That's crazy. Where the hell are you shooting at me from, fam? Oh, this little bitch is hiding. Fuck you, game! Ain't no fucking way, bro. He had a hollow 7. Oh, he's almost dead. Did you kill him?
Yeah, I know, but I don't. I
almost killed him. Pussy ran. He ran, hiding like he's in. He's not wrong. I've been in New Jersey once and it wasn't pretty. Exactly. Thank you. And where we get all this fucking what do you call it? Bullshit about New York come from, sir? Are we talking shit about my state, you little bitch?
I mean, the movies itself. Shit talk.
Yeah, movies don't explain anything about any place. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's all over exaggerated.
They grabbed my pump.
New York City is a cesspool. I live upstate New York where all the cool people are. Not really. But I live in upstate New York where it's actually nice. It's not shitty. Do I live in the ghetto? Did I used to live in the ghetto?
Yep.
Yes, I did. But was it
They
enjoyable?
just fucking
Fuck yeah, it was.
double-teamed you like they did me.
Double team them nuts. New Jersey. I feel insulted. Nigga said Jersey. We don't like New Jersey in this house.
Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Okay, thank you.
Alright, what else does I need to bring? Fucking batting in my Jeff Duck, man. I'm trying to get a Hollow Duck, too. You got the Gem Demon already, right?
Yeah, I grabbed it. I seen it downstairs in that little room and I said, oh, mine.
I gotta give you
I
the
see
Iron
you left it there and I said, oh, goodbye.
And I gotta... Fuck it. I ate a little bit. That's
I feel like Hollow Batman's expensive.
He is.
I do
Very.
Hollow Water. I'll level up Hollow Water.
It's time for the sleep show.
My Hollow Air is already 3.
How come my sister brings me this salad and it's got olives in it?
You.
Bro, you know I'll never eat olives. Why would you bring me this shit? I can't stand olives. I think they're gross. Movies take for inspiration mostly half of the things, but they script out the not so interesting parts and add their own twist. Exactly. Movies always say the opposite of what is actually really going on, and that's like.
I mean, they're almost right about that.
Because trust me, there's nobody running around driving fucking 70 miles an hour in a gang mob chase, chasing each other down, shooting at each other in the middle of a fucking New York street. That don't happen very often.
But it happens.
Not at all, actually. Gang shit happens behind closed doors, not out in the open. Action movies do not. Life is not like never gonna be like an action movie in any state or any country. Let me tell you. You got to make sure to separate reality from that dumbass fiction. That's the problem with like a lot of people get their knowledge of like what the U.S. is like based off of movies and TV. When it's really not like that.
I speak about what I know from the US from every time I went there.
Yeah, you didn't see nobody running around fucking like an idiot, fucking driving around shooting each other. That's for sure.
I did. In Houston.
They were shooting each other?
No, that was in Los Angeles.
Okay, well, everybody in the fucking every state fucking drives like stupid retards. That's just fucking common.
Yeah.
Just like people in fucking Germany and shit on the Autobahn probably drive like shit too.
I did not mean to mark that.
Surprisingly, in Germany, they drive really well, even though they have no speed limits. Only speed suggestions.
Yeah, we need more speed limits, not suggestions in this country.
Oh yeah, your country gets.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
if it did, there'd be bodies everywhere. Exactly.
Well, I didn't exactly ping the lodge, but.
They did drop the files,
Y'all
they just
know what I
redacted
mean.
half of them.
Yeah, but you need to like release them uncensored. But no, it will
Pam Bondi
the
needs to
whole
be
country.
fucking fired. That's what needs to happen. And the fucking FBI director. I don't give a fuck. We're fighting them bitches.
Literally half of your fucking country administration needs to be fired.
You think? I've already said before, and I'll say it again. The entirety of the U.S. government system, all three branches, all need to be fired and forced to resign and were replaced with younger people with fresh minds and more stricter laws against fucking doing a lot of the things that they do, like fucking insider trading and
they're
shit.
flying out to the farther building.
Trust me, I'm all for fucking radical change, but it's got to be the right radical change.
Yeah.
Not the Hassan fucking radical change.
Was it Hassan radical change? Shock everybody? Shock Trump?
Yeah. No. Fucking make prisons no longer exist. Fucking bring martial law and all this dumb bullshit. Free healthcare, which I'm fine with free healthcare, but not free healthcare if it's costing everybody else money and brings out a communist country. No, we don't want to be communist. Communist is stupid.
Bro, literally every single fucking country has free healthcare.
Except us.
Yeah,
because we
people
refuse
have
to
to
tax
get into
people.
debt
That's why.
so you can treat literally like the minor injury.
Yep.
Also,
Because they
scholarships
don't-
have to be rewarded. Because
Well, think
how
about
many
it. Our
times-
country owes China how much money? That's the thing nobody seems to realize. We have so much debt that we have to pay.
I was seeing like an interview of people like asking
see what that
Europe
baby
how much
can
they
do to
think
mine.
like
Our
the
competition.
U.S. healthcare costs, and they said how much does it cost to show a mother her baby just right after the baby was born? And people say it should be free. Like I just pushed that baby for after 9 months, and it's like $1,000 to $1,200. So the nurse can have skin contact with the baby with the mother.
Yeah, that should be
good. You have to literally be. You have to literally pay.
Are you
to see
fucking
your baby.
guys? I quit.
Why? What happened?
I need help.
I'm here.
What'd you do?
In this one building, I have found Hollow Ghost, Llama, and Dream.
All hollow?
No,
Oh, that would've been crazy.
I wish.
Okay, what do you need to do? You said you need
Why do
help.
you want to quit then? I'm confused.
I need extract. I need to go
Oh.
and find the extraction.
Oh, I just found the gold one. Hey, Mandalorian, how you doing, bud? Bye-bye.
I'm being shot at. They think
I know.
right.
I just found the gold ghost if you need it.
I kill Hassan, by the way.
Also,
I
there's
do
someone
need
coming
that
your guys'
too.
way. Alright, I'm coming. Fuck, I ain't got no fucking gun.
One jumped on me.
Fuck you, T4T.
And I just found hollow fire.
Oh, thank you.
There you go, team wipe. Is
Yeah, I got the other one. I got
that the one that
third,
came
thank
up
you.
towards you guys, or?
Yeah, I think
They're
so.
dead here already.
No, he's right here.
No, there's two are doing that. They're
I'm
dead.
talking about the one on me.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
you okay? Well, I'm going to your place.
Bitch, now we're fighting. Let's go. Dead.
There you go.
Thank you.
Bitch.
Alright, let's go extract. I got so many fucking sprites now.
Yeah, so do I.
I got gold ghost, regular ghost, hollow fire, demon, and fucking air
I
spray.
have Galaxy 01 Max now.
I
I
thought you
might already
said
have
01
Dream
Mac. I was
Sprite,
like, oh.
but you know what? We're extracting just to be safe.
Grab it. See, Galaxy Sprite's nice because when you finish extracting or finish mastering him, he just disappears and blows up in the loot, and he goes right back to your inventory or
Galaxy
to your
no.
Sprite library. So you don't even have to extract him. Once he's finished,
Alright, well, I
he just
can
blows up.
extract my hollow ghost. I can. Oh wait, I don't really need the llama. Do you have one that you can give me to trade for llama?
Yeah, here, take this one. God damn it, why do I keep doing that? Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
Love
not
doing
sure if I
business with
have
you,
Dream
Gally.
Sprite or not. I was gonna say I know for sure I have llama, but I don't know about Dream. I know I have ghost.
I have Dream.
Oh, I also called in boosted extraction, by the way.
Hell yeah, good. I love that. That makes my life so much easier. Because now I get more Sprite dust that I need.
I'll
That's
do
the
that
only
all
reason I'm
over
extracting at this
There
point is to
we
get more
go.
Sprite dust.
And there they
Hell
are.
yeah, I successfully extracted 5.
Oh, I already had
6,200.
ghost.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
no, I
probably
didn't.
need.
There it goes.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Oh,
good.
wait,
Now I can
maybe.
give you all the other ghost
Oh
variations
no,
that I
that
have.
said that said successful extraction. So yeah, I already had hollow, so I have regular, hollow, and gold ghost.
There's aura in here.
There's a
Did you
fish.
mean to do that?
No,
Oh,
but fuck it.
just checking. I was like, wait,
I
is
don't
there
know
someone
what fishy
attacking me?
does, but
It makes you swim faster, and if you get damaged, you run faster. Like if you get shot or you're in
Okay.
storm.
So in other words, if I start
It
getting
gives you a
shot
speed
at,
boost,
just pull
basically,
out
yeah.
fishy and run.
As long as he's on your back, it'll give you a boost.
You become a Magikarp.
Yeah, you become a Magikarp. Magikarp.
You start squirting.
That boy can't even squirt.
Yeah, he
splashes.
He splashes. Yeah, he splashes with squirt.
He splashes golden squirts.
Something there. I don't see what it is.
The fuck?
I wasn't trying to do that.
Oh, it's a demon.
What
It's a
the
demon.
fuck? That's crazy. Oh, upstairs. Nothing good. Oh, we can check over here. There's like
Anybody
some
want to
sprite
make it?
chests over
I
here.
already
and
got
shit.
3.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Nah,
very
I'm
much.
good.
Oh, people here. People here.
Oh, your here is not very near here.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay.
why are you over
Then I
there?
can go with you, anyways.
I'm gonna go
You can go to
fish.
Chop Chop if you want to.
I'm gonna go fish. Go fish. Go fish. There's probably a chest over here, so I'm gonna go check real quick. Oh, someone already looted them. Fuck me. Fuck me, niece.
Oh, you got the boots, you asshole. No wonder you're running so fast.
Who? Oh.
Bitch. And this is why you're grounded.
By the
Why
way,
you
you run
got
faster
grounded.
if you take out your weapon. You use
Your pickaxe,
you
yeah.
run
Gives you
faster.
infinite stamina.
Yep. That's how I run faster all the time.
So you can run, slide, get away faster.
There's.
Woo!
Good.
The gunshots, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm coming. Almost there.
Going with you.
That's fine.
feel like-
I got
get
it.
it there.
Don't worry. He hasn't hit a single fucking shot.
Good to know.
Better late than never.
You did. Oh. Oh, there's his teammate though.
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Dead ass bitches.
They had a demon sprite, but I don't need
Yeah,
demon
two
sprite anymore.
demons.
Does anybody have the visor that shows you where to display chest are?
Do I have the striker?
I have one, yeah. I think so. Let me check.
You could use it.
Uh,
See if we can
is
get
the,
a rare
the
one.
red or is the other one?
The red one.
Oh.
Yeah, the
Rare
purple
one.
one's a rare one. It'll give you a rare one that you don't have. The red one's just a regular one.
There you go.
They should mark it. Oh, there it is. That is not where I marked, sir. That's what I marked. Okay. Over there.
What are y'all going for?
The
the
chest that
bird
he just revealed.
Oh, gunshots right next to us.
That's fine. Go for the chest. I'll deal with them.
We got this.
Fighting each other. Gonna be a third party.
Oh, on us, on us, on us. And I'm being
Where?
shot at by multiples.
I'm
Okay, down
coming.
one. On top of me.
Fucking reload! Stop reloading!
It's a galaxy.
I got him. The galaxy what now?
Bubble.
Nice.
His other teammate was over here.
He dead.
Oh, he just died. There we go.
Dude sucks.
Okay,
That was all of them.
we still got that other team over there fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still got 3 med kits and
I still have
right
3
now,
medkits too.
shield.
Oh. He didn't even took my rechargeable shield though.
Oh, maybe they. No, they're still in there. Get him for 50. He's cracked. He's dead. Headshot.
Yeah.
I'm pushing. Can you get reboot?
He's the ICM.
Got him.
There you go. Team white. Nice.
Perfection.
Oh, and he had a king sprite on him. Does anybody need the king sprite?
No, thank
Yeah.
you. I already have it.
I have enough. I have those. I have almost all of your variation, actually.
Oh, well, I already have the king, and I think I already have the striker, but... What is king? Oh.
More sprite dust. You can always use it.
Yeah, but I'd
Found a
rather
gold
keep my
ski.
medkits and my guns for now.
Oh, that's an air sprite. I'll keep it. I need that. That's useful.
Where's the closest extraction for us? Oh.
Someone's using those extraction. Is that you, Wolf?
Nope, I'm behind you.
Oh, who the fuck is up there?
No idea. We about to find out.
It's another team. It's not me either.
Oh, like I said, we about
Okay,
to find
either
out.
the extraction thing is glitched or what? Because it's not like showing us like glow, like
Sometimes
filling
it's
up.
glitched
I
with the
see it.
icon and we cannot see it correctly.
Where is this guy? Show yourself, bitch.
The moment they show this up there, tell they're dead. They're gone.
They're not showing themselves. They must know we're here.
I'm gonna deposit. I'm gonna.
Or someone hit it and then ran.
Probably they use it as distraction.
Probably.
Sure.
Fuck it, free extract.
Yep.
Oh.
Thank you. Oh.
I have to extract the max. No, wait, no! Shit.
No, I got you. I'll get you covered. There's people coming our way.
I'm gonna try to get.
Yeah, I literally just
Variant
had my
sprites up
air
here. The buried
sprite.
chest. There's a chest near us. I'm going for it.
Where? No. Oh, I
Like
see one.
right next
There's
to me.
one
It's right
on
next
the
to the
distraction.
extract. Yeah. There's one on the extract and there's one over there.
I'm here on the upside too. There's no one nearby yet.
I'm pushing
Nobody's
over
on
here
my
to this
side.
one.
Gummy Earth Sprite. I don't have that yet.
Nice, get it. I'm gonna go for this one. Dude, I
Alright,
can't
I'm
get
gonna
you
go ahead and start
something else.
calling in the extractor and then
Yeah,
move
call
off.
it, call it, yeah.
Yeah, there's I'm calling and moving off a little bit.
Picking it up.
I don't see any more digging.
Get out
Gold
of here,
aura.
at least keep-
I got a gold aura.
I'm literally right behind you, sir.
Okay, good. Okay.
You need a
I'm saying
gold
right
aura,
behind
Wolf?
you. Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, we are just on the limit of the sun. We have to get back into there later.
There you
That's
go.
fine. I got 3 medkits, so.
Yeah, me too. Just remember to reload your weapons. We don't want to have surprises.
I'm good.
Oh, my only problem is,
I also have a rift when you want to get out of here. Mine.
I'm gonna
go
say,
for
if
it.
we're gonna be
Go for
coming
it.
back.
Alright, go.
Go for it,
Go
sir.
now. Get you covered.
Gunshots.
Gunshots below.
I extracted him coming
One on
back
the
up
hill,
for
2 in the
my
water.
first.
Oh, he
Fucking
jumped.
booked it. The other one's down here.
Oh, where'd my? Oh, there's my gun.
Oh, there's a demon down there. I think a guy died.
She's broken.
No! Oh! I just barely saved myself. I want you to know that. I
Jump.
just auto ran off
Jump in
that
the air.
cliff.
Down. There you go.
I tried.
Yeah, close enough.
My jump was a little off.
Hey, you're fine. Boosted you where I needed you to go. That's all that
Poison ivy
matters.
over there.
Now, is it a bot one or is it an actual player? That's the question.
Actual player.
Okay. So you need to be careful, man.
Yeah, they're
How the
fighting
fuck
down
they
there.
didn't hit?
Good question.
Sanji, who? Are you?
Genu can fuck off.
They're in
They
the
went for the
extraction.
extract. They went for the extract. There's one on you coming up towards you.
Nowhere.
It was 27. Guy mind that bush.
Behind us. Fight back.
Hit him for 28. He's going down.
Down.
Yeah, I'm not following him because I don't want to get killed.
Yeah, they have an abandoned the boat.
Right there. Right there. He's out in the open.
I know.
Hit him for 80. He's got 80. He's 20 health.
Oh,
He's dead.
Fucking...
He's broken. He's dead.
Behind us.
One's on it.
Behind us. Guys,
Oh my God.
there's someone.
There's 2 on it.
Then shoot him! Jesus Christ! Just fucking shoot him!
I did.
Well, now he's fucking dead.
I just pressed the place.
Hey. Wolf, you're good, right?
That's why I've been trying to.
Yeah, for now.
I knew he was behind us. Turning around. You can give me time. Here, have a med kit. I have no health. I'm dead.
Bro,
I'm fucking dead.
Oh shit, they're on me. They're right in front of me.
We know.
We're gonna need to rift out of here like now. Let's go. I have no health for this, so.
No! Damn it!
Yeah, they are behind you. Yeah, I'm gonna move away.
I'm pushing towards circle because this is these circles over here.
Me too.
All right. Gonna heal. They're over there.
Yeah, I see them. Shit!
They're shooting at you.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Believe me, I'm very much aware.
Hit him for shield.
Yeah, I'm dead.
He's by himself, I think.
He had careful. He had like the explosive AR.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, I'm probably gonna die anyway. So. Oh, hi, buddy. How the fuck did that miss? There ain't no fucking way.
I don't know my screen. You missed like 3 months.
What the? Why did you throw the fucking shield? I was picking it up. Oh my god. I was trying to use the shield to protect myself, but no, I threw it instead. Oh, fuck. Level 333. That's a weird level. Oh, never mind. I'm at 334. Fucking bullshit. All right, I gotta back to the lobby real quick. I gotta walk the dog.
You're fine.
Like 5 minutes. Oh, my neck. Ow. Oh, that motherfucking bullshit.
Hey, I got 4 portable extractors.
Lucky you, motherfucker.
Because I mastered my second spray.
I have a 0 point quack bomb. A quack 0 point.
You know what? Fuck you. Now I need to find something else. Master. I'll do normal air spray. Fuck it. Because that won't be fit to fucking 5x. Wait.
Well,
did I die with the aura that I found yesterday?
Maybe.
Because I swear I extracted it. Unless it was a golden aura. But I don't think it was. But I know I extracted an aura yesterday. Oh well. Yeah, I'll go with the base sprites and then so on and so forth. Jim Grim.
Shimmy, shimmy, right, shimmy,
Learn about insurance. Try to keep my payments current. Spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, decent crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Decent crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Yes, it's time for the split show. Yo, my coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino jars. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash now. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, you was trying to get a bucket. I've been on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come and watch me chase the game. All the colors of the rainbow.
Scooby Doo Doo, Scooby Doo Doo,
I'm just chillin' with my milkshake. Try guessing on my mixtapes. I hope I never panic. That's me chillin' on my hammock. Tai Chi, I'm never manic. Sippin' tea, I'm so dynamic. Yes, it's time for the split show. I'm coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino jars. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash now. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, we're whipping up this mustang. I'm in on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come and watch me change the game. It's no split business. Whip it, whip it, hell split big song. Let's get it, okay, yeah, alright, get it, what the get it, 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's time for the split show. Coming in so delicious, like them ice cream bars, finger licking, double dipping in them maraschino jars. Now when we talking whipping cream, I got a bunch of cash now. Whole squad pulling up in tricked out yellow cars. Why me bringing that flavor way from back when you were starting? We was trapping in the kitchen, we're whipping up this mustang. I'm in on my biz, ask for me by my name. No split, no split. Come on, watch me change the game. Learn about insurance. Try to keep my payments current. Got spotlight urges. Little frat mode emerges. Mow my yard, decent crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax. Decent crafts. It's not a time. Oh, I relax.
Alright, bitches.
Batch.
Batch, I'm back, batch. Oh,
Hey,
I'm
Batch,
fucking
guess
hot.
what I got?
What?
I got portable extractors.
Let go. Do you need any sprites?
I need a lot of sprites, but I'm not sure exactly which one.
Oh, I got Hollow King mastered. I got Vinny Jr. mastered. I got Crystal or 0 Point Gold mastered.
I don't think I have any of the 0 ones.
All right, I'll bring you Galaxy 0 Point mastered
Slayer.
and then gold.
Thank
Yeah.
Your DMs.
Oh God, what did you do?
Nothing. I wanted
Uh,
to show you something that people eat here in Spain.
what, aqua?
No, look at the last image.
Honguitos.
Yo.
Chocolate y cacahuete.
Cacahuete. It's peanut. But they call it conguitos. That is the Congo, the country, the Congo, but small.
That's funny.
Yep.
It looks like
And
a
that's
fucking
the actual
M&M,
mascot.
honestly.
It's similar to M&M's, yeah. The Spanish version of M&M's.
Yeah, so I have the Dream Sprite, I have the Boss Sprite, I have the Punk Sprite, I have the Ghost Sprite, I have the Striker, the Demon, the Llama, 7, Iron Mouse. Oh, I have original 0 Point.
Yeah, I think I brought you that one.
Yeah, and then I have Polo Sprite, Vinny Jr., Burnt Peanut, Grim, Batman, John Wick, Gummy Earth Sprite, Cube Fire Sprite, Gold Water, Galaxy Water, Gummy Fish, Gummy Fire, Hollow Water, Gem Earth, Gummy Air, Galaxy Fishy, Gold Fishy, Hollow Fire, Hollow Air, Hollow Ghost, Gem Aura, Gem Demon, Galaxy Duck, Gold Ghost, Gold Aura, Galaxy Boss, Gem Grim, Gummy Boss, Hollow Peely, and Hollow Batman.
So basically what you're saying is you need everything.
Exactly!
Okay, gotcha. Well,
Exactly.
I got mastered gold 7, cosmic 7, and hollow 7. I got gold or mastered polio, mastered gold air, mastered gummy air, and mastered galaxy air, and regular air.
Well, I have Hollow Ghost mastered, I have Galaxy Boss mastered, and then my Hollow Air should be mastered, I think. Oh, wait. I apparently brought in my Hollow Ghost Sprite, thinking I brought in my Hollow Air Sprite, so if I would have died that game, I would have screamed. I thought I had Hollow Air that whole time. No, I had Hollow fucking Ghost that I was mastering. Oh my god.
Alright, I'll bring hollow air to level 4 then.
Oh, I had it level 2.
Well, I'll bring you level 4 and then you can master it.
Never mind. That'll work.
Yeah.
Well then, I'll just unequip that bitch.
Why are you telling me I need to equip it? I really just equipped it, motherfucker.
No.
There.
Hey man, thank you for the turtle mode.
I heard that.
Do you have? Oh.
They have what? Do I have testicles?
I'm bad
Yes.
with names, but
Bosh.
your friend, if he has Grim or
Gosh.
not.
I have this gem.
He has
Grim.
the gem one. He needs the regular one.
Oh, see, that's what I was trying to figure out before we read it up, because I could have brought it in and given it to him.
No, we can do it next match. It's fine.
Don't worry.
Trust me, we get to it before we lose them all. I mean, at least we finally fucking got Grim before the goddamn season ended. Jesus Christ, took forever.
It was fucking time, huh?
We're about fucking time. We got 2 Grims before the season ended. Jeez. I would like to have all of them.
Only because I was here.
Yeah. We got lucky with this fucking gem
Grim
one.
launch, we literally were trying to find it. We got an
Everything
insane amount of
but-
fish, though.
And Peanut, burnt Peanut. Don't forget that
And
fucking
Peanut.
one.
Even though Peanut is a mythic, so it should be really hard to get. But no, we got it like it was a peanut bag. Fun not intended.
Okay, I need to get Batman's grapple gun at some point. Oh, I just got to check garbage cans. So wherever we go, we go. Wonky land works for me.
Hey,
Well, it should be
sir,
trash
I
cans
marked
and
this
wonky.
at the beginning of the fucking map.
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to wonky. Ah, damn, let's get a wonky then, wonky. You wonky ass motherfucker.
Bitch, I just picked a fucking place and said, fuck it, we going here.
Wonky motherfucker. Oh, we got people coming. Oh, people coming? Company coming. Fuck.
We have people coming. Oh my god.
Got
we have people
English. No English.
Sorry, I have music in my ears when I glide.
Me too.
Yeah, everybody has. I have the power.
If you choose to. Holy shit, there's a lot of people landing here. Holy shit.
I think we should move.
1,
to
2,
another
3,
place.
4, 5, 6. Nah, we're already here. 7.
Now we're going.
6, 7.
Oh my god,
6, 7. 6, 7 got me going. Oh shit! I mean, take your gun. Here you go.
Oh well, that gun sucks anyways.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
Oh, hi!
It's alright, I got a Ranger pistol. I got you.
Thank you!
There's one coming our way.
On my asshole!
I don't know. Why not? Exactly. Alright, here, take this.
Someone falling?
I'm gonna fight people.
Ah!
8 motherfuckers started stepping on this shit. How did I miss every shot with the shotgun, but I fucking hit every shot with the pistol? Make that shit make sense. Fuck down, bitch. Fuck down, bitch. Oh shit, was that yours? Oh, okay, scared the shit out of me. I thought I was fucked. Coming. 14, low, 12, dead. Damn, we just fought all these motherfuckers off at once. That's crazy. And you put faster.
Yeah, I only had 2 bullets.
Gun with 1 bullet. I need my bullets. I need my bullets. Loot up ammo while you're here. Try to swap out guns to get better ones.
You know how to
I just
take
need to find a
orders.
gun in general. I still have a fucking pistol.
Now,
I have 2 pistols.
let's have some fun.
No.
Oh,
Bro, why did that not get banned? Just immediately. SiriBot, come on, man. AI viewer, streamer mode dot.
Yeah, it's on my side at least.
Oh, that's why. You should get SiriBot and blocks that shit.
Help! Help!
I have it blocked already.
Help!
That's weird that it even came up then. Yeah, bitch ass down, fool. He's dead. Oh, I'm getting shot at. I'm dead. Fuck! Clutching me. Oh, fucking bitch.
I'm
gonna
sorry.
hide. Behind you.
I can't see him.
Careful, we got shotguns. Oh, damn it!
I shot them. None of those bullets register at all.
That's some bullshit. We just lost all the
I
fucking
literally
strikes.
only had a fucking pistol that whole fucking time.
Oh my fucking
Level
god.
4 king. What the
I just had a
fuck?
level 4 air for her and now it's gone thanks to these
I
fucking
told you to
retards.
move to another fucking place.
We were fine. It's just fucking gun sucks. It's not my
Yeah,
fault
the
to
problem
lose
was
shit.
none of us got any
Yeah, like we all got
the
shit guns.
entire
It's not our fault. That's just RNG being a bitch. It is what it is. There's no one to blame for that. We fought our best.
Yeah.
We got fucking bitched out by guns. They didn't even pick up any of the sprites that we dropped. Fucking assholes. We got outplayed with better guns. That's what happened.
Literally.
Anyone feed me? Ain't no word used crying over spilt dick.
It's okay.
Ain't no
I
use
did
crying
bring
over
Grim.
spilt breast milk. I didn't bring anything because I forgot.
Well.
Oh wait, no, I brought my fucking. Oh shit, I gotta get out of here.
I'm going. I'm just running.
I brought my Hollow
you see
7.
nothing.
I'm leaving. I got Hollow level 5/7 maxed out for you. I know. So I'm bringing it.
I have a hollow fire. If they try to find me, they're gonna find out.
Get away from me, weirdo. You don't see shit. Keep walking.
Creep walking, bitch.
Trip walk. Shit talk.
God, you suck.
Bird.
Oh, hey. We're going here. We're going Death
Sounds
Cabin.
good to me. Ride and get my car right after
Oh,
a
it's
beer.
blue!
Yeah, it means it's just
blue.
blue.
Yeah, people's gonna go there.
Oh well.
My
We
Death
win or we
Cabin.
lose. Alright, now when I give it to you, it's just extra, immediately extract it so we don't have this issue.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, make sure you set up the thing to
Let me
extract
just
before
go
we land.
ahead and,
Yeah, make sure you
that
have it under inventory before we land, so you don't worry about it.
it won't let me switch while I'm gliding. Shit.
Oh, not when you're gliding, but when you're free falling, it will.
Yeah.
Or no, you can switch it while you're gliding. I did it.
What thing?
Oh, I can
Switching
do it
your
while gliding,
pickaxe.
not free falling.
Yeah. Alright, Red Death House it is. Believe it or not, it's kind of our favorite fucking fall spot.
I mean, we
Fuck,
have pretty
words.
much control on that place.
Pretty much. We're like a fucking gang.
See, y'all
Get
go
that
to the
shit
top,
over.
and I go to the giant red death house right here. Get away from my death house!
Oh, she's talking about that death house.
Get away from— no! Someone's going in my house!
I'm already on the top of the lodge. There's people here. Just got to fight people off.
I am
so.
shooting at them so they don't get you.
Oh, I got my shotgun. I'm Gucci.
I need help.
No fucking health, you fucking prick! Fuck this game, bro. This dude had 0 health. How is he still kicking? Make it fucking make sense.
He did.
How did he get all those shields back? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hit him. I had hit him for 134 headshot. His health should have been done. He should have been dead. This game in the fucking shot registration pisses me off so fucking much.
Insane amount of healing items, though.
That's what I'm saying, but he wasn't using it. He was shooting directly at me. It makes no fucking sense. Fucking bullshit. Fucking cheat hacking motherfucker. So sick of that bullshit.
I'm being chased.
Get the 7 sprites and Wolf can get it. It's on the ground over there.
I'm being chased.
It fell off the
hard.
cliff.
Yeah.
Shit!
I'm going
Wolf's
for you.
gonna die.
Yep.
Look, you didn't have to make the sound. It did it for you.
Yep.
they
See it
killed
now.
her.
Your fucking icon now. Now it's.
And I had
blocked.
Gru on me too, and he just picked it up immediately.
Of course you did. That's why he was targeting you.
I'm gonna
He's a
try.
pussy.
I'm not gonna risk it.
I'm pretty sure that's what he wants you to do, dude. Sure you reload. I saw you half reload. Full reload that shit. I don't know why YouTube thing keeps popping that shit up like twice. It's really annoying.
Yeah, I don't know.
I might just turn that shit off. Well, I don't know why it's popping up on YouTube at all. Shit. Because it's only for Twitch.
There you go. Nice try with both.
Oh, I'm so mad.
You?
Yes, I'm pissed because the fucking guy shouldn't have killed me. Like, the fuck?
Yeah.
134 damage to the head. That makes no fucking sense that you aren't dead when it literally glowed yellow, which means that was his health. He only has 100 health. Make it make sense, yo.
When you land on it, you have 150.
No, his shields were gone is what I'm telling you. I hit his shields for 100. So even if he popped the shield, he still should have died. You know what I'm saying?
I only can res.
It's fine, we'll get your card back. I'm sorry.
Do you see it?
Yeah. Oh my god. Stop rolling, you retard! Jesus Christ!
What?
Oh, this game's hurting the fuck out of me today. That rolling mechanic really needs to go away forever. Walking retarded. Didn't exist to begin with.
Money, there you go. I have to wait for it to be
Why you do that? Let's unpack the guns. Probably ones that aren't trash.
Over there.
Fuck you. Jackass. Why are you? I fucking hate this game. Fucking making me shoot my guns to heal myself. No fucking reason other than being a dick. Quick, break the slurp. Let's go.
Come here, come here.
There we go. Everybody's healed. We're good. Skirt, skirt.
Someone have this.
Swear to God, me and the storm gonna have a fucking argument. I'm gonna fucking bail the argument, but I'll argue with it regardless.
Oh, I got another hollow 7.
Well, there you go. Get that one to her.
Yeah, there
Even
you
though,
go.
I was trying to give her a mastered one, but whatever.
Yeah, anyway, it's better than nothing. Here you go. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Yes, extract, please.
I was gonna say.
Let's go to.
If you don't extract that, I'm gonna cry.
Now you got it immediately, don't we?
Oh shit, my fucking boat scared the fuck out of me. I thought it was another person's glider. Oh, there's people in here.
That's anomaly. Variant sprites.
I'm gonna freaking call it right now just for emergency so you can extract it right away.
Well, sure, you extract with hers. I don't have anything.
Yeah, that's
so.
the idea. So you can extract for her, at least.
Oh, found her chest. I'm gonna go for it. I'll put a good shot. Oh, they're up there, aren't they? No, they're not. They're down here. It's a demon. I'll take it.
Okay, it's better than nothing.
Siphon's better than nothing.
Helpful right now.
Yeah, actually. Siphon's always nice.
Yep. People there?
Fuck me.
You can extract it. You're the only one who needs to extract.
Yeah, you're good.
I forgot I had boots. My bad. Easier dirt. Badge or door. Badge.
What badge?
You're dark.
No.
Saw you what you
I know, and what's your point?
I don't know. I love
Oh,
you.
yeah,
I love
my
you.
little
I love you because you're a
emote
dork.
while I'm waiting.
Yeah. I love that you're a dork. That's my favorite part about you, dork.
I'll say if I wasn't.
Oh, sniper!
Sniper.
Woo, he missed.
Two snipers. Oh.
Our friendship wouldn't make it if you were a dork like me.
Two sniper. We have to move.
Maybe. Yo, where the fuck's the sniper? I'm about to fucking pop him with a grenade. Found him. Found you, bitch. Come on, fit, cunt. Yeah, snipe these nuts, motherfucker. Who you sniping now, bitch? You try though.
Oh shit. Our team.
Shit, my boots ran out.
I'm running out of ammo though. I cannot be that aggressive.
They're coming towards me.
Oh, I see one. Oh, wait, that's another team fighting.
I'm out of ammo.
Sniper on the tree, sniper on the tree, sniper on the tree.
I'm aware. Trust me, well aware.
I can't hit a shot right now. Ah!
Got him out of bullets,
Oh,
though.
multiple teams though.
We need to just move.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even engage right now. We're too fucking not prepared for this. I have no bullets in my fucking AR. I don't know how the fuck to kill them, but sure.
Oh my god.
Two wives, let's fucking go.
Is there
Well,
an extractor
sucks to be
nearby?
them.
Did you need to re-up on your iron mouse, sir?
Yes. And the
under the
closest
bridge.
extractor's over there.
Alright, well.
Oh no,
I
it's
have
over
it for
here.
you. Okay.
Where'd
I'm
you
on
go?
the way. I'm underneath still.
Oh, I
There's
see
a
him.
blue sniper if somebody wants to grab that.
At this point, I'll take anything.
Alright. Do you want me to hold on to the mouse till we get there or give it to you now?
I can take her.
Okay.
I can use it for healing.
There's someone over there. Okay, you're far away.
Yeah, I want you to know, I just randomly started running away, seen the pigtails and went, wait, that's Iron
I cleared
Mouse.
2 teams. There's only one of the 2 teams that is alive yet. So.
And then I remembered, I was like, wait, wasn't she the one out of all of your you couldn't buy back?
Yeah, because I was low on Sprite dust.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what?
Motherfucker over there.
Fuck, they're on us, they're on us. I don't see them. Oh, you, never mind, they're dead.
Oh, I see him.
Oh, there's one behind us though. I just heard him shoot, unless that was you.
That was me.
Oh, fucking scared shit out of me.
Yeah, I thought I seen him
We
moving
should share that
still,
jug.
but then y'all shot him.
I need ammo. Oh, thank God. Finally, some fucking ammo. You know what? I'm getting rid of the duck. I don't need him. Stretch right here. Time to get a beer.
Oh, I'll grab
I'm just
it.
gonna start it.
Oh, yeah, I have a water spray, but yeah, I'll switch him out. That's fine.
I don't think they're gonna push us only because of the circle being moving, but just in case, be careful. As in, don't stand out in the open.
Yeah, probably they're gonna be on that part of the city. Careful. Now remember to reload your weapons.
I think I already have
Already
those
did.
things, but
Grab them anyway. Respray dust.
well, I might keep Duck just because I'm pretty sure I've already extracted him.
And we're getting shot at. Of course we are.
Never mind. He's going away.
Oh, I'm dying. You want to push? Get pushed. Yeah, that's what you get, bitch. Attacking people blind. Assholes.
Got him.
Thanks for the ammo, too. Asshole.
Yeah, he was running back toward y'all because y'all got his teammate, so he was trying to come back, so I just
We
fucking
got 3 teams left.
shotgunned his ass.
Alright, reload. Guns. Wait for the next fight.
Oh, Andy had an upgraded version of this? Thank you. I will take that.
Oh, I gotta check the garbage can quick. Quest fun. Nice. Batman.
Oh, people,
Anyway,
people.
Ah!
He's low as fuck. Just gotta hit the shot.
Yep.
There we go.
Not.
Their
Pushing
teammate
her.
is inside the building. Be careful.
You're dead. I got her ammo. I'm reloading.
And they are on the extraction point, by the
Someone's
way.
extracting. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, this one's over here.
They are actually in the extraction point, though.
There's people heading towards them though. Fucking
know.
missed.
There's 2 med kits.
Nice. Oh shit,
They're
being shot
shooting
at.
behind us.
I hit one for 37. They're right in front of me. They're dead. There's more coming. Who are you rolling up on, bitch? You ain't slick.
There's another one.
At this point, we're gonna push.
Oh, I got
Pissed.
down. Behind. I think.
Come back. Whoa, no.
Ah, no.
Fuck, I'm out of here. Bye.
One down.
We gonna live, girly.
16.
No.
14.
Fuck, they killed you. God damn it.
Yep.
Bitch ass motherfucker. I will kill you. How dare you kill my friend? Snipe your fucking brains in.
How the
Fuck,
fuck is
missed.
not hitting?
I don't know what that fucking sniper shot him is going because he went downhill. Fucking, oh really? The bubble? The fucking bubble?
That's 0-1.
Yeah,
That's
Storm,
0-1.
fuck you, bitch. How about them apples?
He dead, one dead, one dead.
He's right here, pushing. He's healing. He ain't getting far though. He's dead. We gotta move. Storm's pushing us. We gotta reload.
Okay, he's dead.
We got 1 player left, or 2 players left. I have 44 health.
Come here, I have health.
I have a car.
Yeah. 3 med kits.
They have a car too. Oh, there's one right there. What?
Go uphill and I can heal you. Uphill and kill you. Stop here, stop here,
Oh, shit.
stop here.
I can't stop them flying. They're rebooting. They're rebooting. Fuck. Where? I see them. Fuck, they're right there. Where did you throw it at? I don't see it.
It's right next to you.
Well, I didn't see it because it was in the bush, bro. Fuck, now they got their team back and we gotta get our
They are in the
fight green now.
zone, though. They're probably gonna die from storm.
Nope,
Oh, no,
they're coming up.
here.
They're coming up. I hear them. I just heard one. Okay, nice. All right, now we're down to 5. So try to revive their friend again. We should be Gucci.
Probably.
Well, one thing we can do, go down there and revive ours. Ready to come back, Wolf? Oh, watch it, sniper.
No.
Oh, get ready. We have to. We're bringing you back. He's low as shit.
What am I gonna do?
There's guns up here.
Revive,
Oh,
I will shoot.
you're
I
gonna
will
have
shoot
to.
at these. I'm 400 bullets.
Choice here.
Down.
And I'm gonna have to go towards circle where
I
there's
downed the
fucking...
Why isn't the car going forward? Fucking Christ! Yeah, start rebooting her.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, you're back. I'll give you some guns if you need to be.
Oh, there, right there.
Take all these. I'll fight my way through if I have to. Oh my God, there's one player left.
Is that me over there?
He's dead, we won. Let's go! Look, you didn't even need to grab guns. All you had to do is be pretty.
Yep, I just have to come back.
Come back, look pretty, and watch us win.
I can confirm. I was ready. I quickly switched to the SMG. I was ready to run.
That's good. I love that spirit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm bringing your
I
ass
was ready to go.
back
I
one way or
just
the
grabbed
other.
the SMG and I was like, fuck it. If I die again, I'm just going.
Oh, man, that was good. And I got the fucking iron mouse out. Let's go.
Okay, now I gotta buy Grim again. Quit this bitch.
Well, luckily Vosh has the level
Everybody
5.
in the fucking lobby.
I say Vosh has the level 5 that I was gonna bring you.
Yeah,
The 7 one.
Let me get it for you.
I lost mine. I died because of that bitch ass fucking rabbit.
No, wait, hold on. What was it? The Hollow 7?
Yeah, it was max
I have
level.
it. Oh, it's max.
You have it mastered?
Yeah.
No,
That's
it's
how I was
just
trying to bring you
level
a
1.
mastered one.
Yeah, let me give it to you.
Okay. I was about to say, because he found a base one and gave it to me.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna bring the Galaxy
you
7 mastered.
Oh shit.
Oh, you're taking that fucking thing.
Well, I got 15 seconds between extractions, so,
Okay.
we'll do my best.
7 Sprite mastered.
How many extractors do you have? 2?
3, I think? Maybe 2, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, you can take it.
I at least have 2. I know that.
Alright, so that's enough to get
Alright.
both of them out. That works.
Alright, Grim is equipped. Now we just gotta fucking quick as shit do this shit.
Yeah,
And
as soon as we
let's
get in the
go somewhere
lobby, just go
people
fucking
aren't
hide.
gonna murder.
I mean, we
to
go
find
to
somewhere no
Golden
one's
and go
gonna murder.
underground. We have time to like extract before anyone tries to come get us, because normally people don't go down there. If they do, we'll have guns ready. We can just shoot them in the face.
Okay, well let's hope. Alright. Then we'll go with your plan. Alright.
It really depends on what Golden looks like. We'll find out first, and then we'll go from there. No Red Death House. Not by herself, at least. Fuck, I'm gotta get out of here before people notice me.
I'm running.
Okay, we got 9 seconds.
I'm finding a
Perfect.
bush.
Hiding in the bush. Hiding in a bush right after a beer. We could go to Chops, because Golden's gonna be kind of on the path. That's kind of far too. Let's just go to Golden. We can just hide underground. For the
I was
underground,
gonna say,
immediately.
I was okay for...
You see where the
I
red
was okay
tree
for
is?
going
The
across the
underground's like
map.
right underneath there. There.
Go. Yeah, it's around there.
Oh god, okay. Then
You got
more
it,
is
you got
going.
Right, literally right where our marker
Slayer
is.
9 marks.
Little closer to there.
Yeah, where I marked, yeah, kind of there.
So he marked is literally where it
Between
is.
those.
Just jump through the trees and then fucking grab the zip line and go straight
Oh
down.
shit, there's a lot of people in here though.
Yeah.
I'm aware. That's why I'm going straight for that trail. Down below.
Close enough.
Oh my god. I got stuck on the tree.
So, they're behind us. Grab guns, get ready.
I don't have a gun. I don't
Shield
have
up.
a gun.
There. I protected our back.
No, you grabbed my gun, you bitch!
Take,
Alright, take these.
take both.
Take them and extract them right now. So, we're trusted. They're up there fighting each other, we're fine.
Yeah, I've got 3 extracts, so here's
Perfect.
one, and then I gotta wait 15 seconds for the other one. Oh wait, hold on. Who needed Grim? Who needed Grim?
Vod.
Hi.
Come here.
I got them.
I got you. And this way I can already have him on my back. I can go ahead and put... Oh, extractor is ready. Never mind. He going now.
Yeah, I don't think it takes 15 seconds. I think it takes like a couple seconds.
Well, no, it says 15 on my thing. Like 12,
Oh.
11, 10, 9.
Oh.
Yeah, so it does actually.
Alright.
Then again, I usually
no
have to
problem
extract
is,
one
I
at a
have no
time.
gun.
There's some down here. I got
I
a
have
burst
SMG.
rifle if you want it.
There is this one here if you need it. It's better than nothing.
I'd
the
rather
burst
have
one
that
too.
pistol. Yeah, I found a base burst, so...
There's some
Yeah, we can go out now and try to seek for more stuff.
I have a bullet. So I can kill somebody.
Don't need me. Where's this below? Bullshit.
Heals in here.
People on us. Get ready.
Where's the fucking here? Outside.
Yeah, outside.
He ran. As soon as I shot him, he ran like a pussy.
Damn.
He might be by himself.
Yep, he's probably by himself because he ran too fast.
Run this up quick.
I
Yeah.
don't hear anybody else.
Pussy is. Pop that.
Found another striker.
That's ours though.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
If we can see the chest, it's ours.
Okay.
Yeah, that's ours. I just put it down.
I'll take it. I don't have any sprays on me right now.
There's another thing
Oh, here's some more
I've got
healing
two
too.
of them. Oh, there's a med kit right here. I'd rather have that over
No. I have a feeling my shield's in there.
Oh no, you're good. I was talking about a med kit over the juices, because if I'm in storm, the juices do not do shit.
Yeah.
So. Although.
True. Well, I mean, that could slow the progress just a little bit.
Yeah.
Until you can find a med kit. That's what I usually use them for.
Oh, there's a fishy.
Nice.
Ladies.
I found fire though, so I'm gonna keep it on me, because I do need to level up my fire spray.
There was a blind man, right? Went to the fish market, he took a deep breath, and he said, "Woo! Good morning, ladies." I love fucking Afro, man.
I started the
Fucking lemon
extract.
pound cake. Okay.
Oh, first spray.
Yeah, there's nobody in here, so I started the extract.
Alright. Good, because, yeah, we don't want to be here too long. This storm.
Yeah.
Not much.
We don't want to.
Was that a gold water? Anybody need a gold water?
I might. I don't think I have.
I got it.
Good.
I'm bringing it to the extract. Speaking over there.
There you go, everybody with this extract. Let's fucking go.
God damn it.
That's how you go. Hurry up.
Go, 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 go. Here. Got another one. You're welcome. I have 2 on me, so I'm good. And now I'm stuck in a tree. Fuck. I'm actually stuck in a tree. Motherfucker. Bruh. The trees and picking Vietnamese won't let me go. Fucking bullshit.
Well, I managed to get out.
Vietnamese tree is racist, man. Locked me in those clutches and wouldn't let go. You forget the difference between me and you is that I suck. And apparently can't get out of too much situation for some reason. Ever. Ow, stop! Why are you so aggressive?
I know you do
Go hammer. Oh, wait, someone extracted here or
I know,
something. Where the fuck are they then?
Around here?
Well, they started an extraction, but they never actually extracted.
No, because they got the third party. I'm not gonna say who third party, damn it.
I'm assuming you.
I said I'm not gonna say.
That tells me more than anything. The answer to that question. What do you mean? Jump up, you fool! Climb that sign like it's a dick.
Okay.
Oh look, it's a gummy. Gummy fire.
Are you coming?
Gummy
Are you
water.
coming or we get this?
I think I need gummy.
You took too long.
Here, I got the gummy fire.
I don't know.
Gummy water, my bad. I
Memorize
can't
all
words.
my Sprite.
There you go. Take a little shit. I don't want it.
Take a little shit. Where's the little shit?
Got a little shit. Medkit. Go. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. Yep.
The extraction is not me.
I have 1 bullet in my sniper. You think I can kill them?
If you're lucky.
All up.
I see them.
Stop moving, bitch. I'm trying to get shot. Fuck! How did I miss? I should have hit him.
Yeah, the snipers are not working anymore. They actually nerfed the things.
Well, I need my fucking I need my fucking hunting rifle back. It's fucking ruined everything for me.
For everybody.
You take no skill to the sniper. Bitch, you didn't take no skill to fucking die from a sniper. Suck a dick. It takes just as much skill to die from a sniper as it is to fucking kill someone with it.
Anything?
Nah, I have nothing on me.
I'm gonna get rid of it. See? I don't think I have it yet.
Better shape than showy.
I know I either have hollow water or gummy water. Nope, added to collection. It was good.
There you go.
There's like gummy
bullshit.
Gummy water there too. If you want to look right below.
Oh, oops. Well, I was running from storm. Oh, you're over there.
I got it.
Slayer's over there already.
Doink!
He's my little Sprite retriever at this point.
I am a dog after all.
Oh boy.
Look, I gotta get the character.
Slayer place.
Where my back? How did Kaya go? Kaya, place! Bad dog. Look, there's people fighting over here. Oh, there. Oh, on the up there. There's people.
The mesa, yeah, too.
And they're fighting people up there.
And there too. There are 3 teams, and there's another team over there.
And I can't hit. And oh, that guy just jumped off the cliff. Crazy person. So there's 3 teams fighting each other in the same spot. Weird.
And then we're 4 teams in this big.
Oh, I'm sliding over.
Oh. Did you want
People
this? Yummy?
Oh.
But I went and retrieved for you. They're coming.
Next to you.
Right behind us, right behind us. I dropped him. I got your back.
I grabbed him.
Go ahead.
Even though I needed to level up fire, but I don't know what level this fire is, but I currently have. But
I'm gonna kill this guy. Hey. Why is my gun glitching? The fuck?
Getting shot up from behind.
I can't really do much because my gun's glitching. Every time I shoot it, aims the wrong direction. Fucking irritating, actually.
Okay. I love where this does not hit at all.
Don't you know? And then he runs away like a pussy. I got you.
Yeah. Stop rolling, bitch. Thank you.
Oh, stop rolling, damn it.
do you need a med kit or do you have one?
I have one med kit.
Okay. I was gonna say I have one if you need it too.
There's that for you too.
He's over there. Watch it getting shot at.
I know it's a whole scene.
Puta, pinche wey. Pinche puta wey. Bro, how am I fucking? There's no way you have 300 shield, bro. Like, if I hit you 30, 30, 30, 74, how the fuck do you have that much shield to compensate for that? I don't understand it. They have a boss sprite, that's and the bitch trying to shoot me. Kill her!
I was trying, I had to...
Damn it!
I have no ammo.
Whatever, I'm dead. Go grab my med kit if you want. Good luck, though. Wolf, you might just want to leave.
I'm working
You
on
might
it.
want to leave.
Watch that to abandon.
Yeah, I have no help to fight.
They see him rolling. He said, fuck it. Basically.
And he just left me to die on my fucking own.
He sure did.
No!
What a
Yeah,
team!
thanks for leaving
What
me
a
to
team!
die.
Where's fucking Sin when we need him?
We need our big cannon.
Yeah, we need our McCannon. We need our McGlass wall. Our glass cannon. Where's my McGlass cannon hiding at? Sleeping probably. He doesn't deserve to sleep. He don't deserve it. After he abandoned us yesterday, little bitch. And he missed out. Talking about he gonna go play backrooms with other people. Get the fuck out of here. Play backrooms with my nuts. How about that?
Totally not a suspicious bush.
I was gonna say, that's a totally ambiguous bush, you know? There's not
Totally
weird about it
ambiguous.
at all.
Exactly.
It's
There's nothing
okay.
weird about it.
Not
The coolest,
suspicious at all.
most ambiguous,
By the way,
non-conspicuous
they've been
bush I've
following
ever
us,
seen. I figured they would be. Yeah, probably. As you can, I have fucking one gun.
They've been freaking following us all the way.
Bye.
Devil, they're shooting at you. I'm providing a cover fire, attempting to anyway.
I'm fucking running, bitch.
I know, I was trying to give you cover fire so you can get away. Here, Wolf. Take this.
Why am I dropping it back?
The gun's over here.
Oh. Let's follow the wrong person, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There, take that too.
Don't follow the random bush. Flying the whole
Heal.
way.
Oh, I already had 2 mini shields.
Oh, well, fuck.
I need
Yeah.
a mini shield though.
Oh. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Alright, we gotta get some fucking guns and shit. Damn, we are fucking cooked right now. What?
We're kind of quite cooked though.
Yeah, quite cooked. Indeed. Oh, fucking storm, really.
People fighting in front.
You're at the shop.
Ah, the storm.
God, fuck. My health down right now.
Yep. Ah, shit, I'm gonna go down.
Shit, I'm not gonna make it to you either.
That's fine.
Ah, fucking storm! Stop pushing! I can't get out of it. Like, the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I was was trying to do. It caught up to my ass so fucking fast.
Final
and then I couldn't
fucking
get the fuck out of
lane.
it.
Nope, still on my ass. Holy Christ, I'm dead. I'm gonna die. There's no way. There's just no way.
Yep, there you go.
Yep, I'm dead.
Fuck.
Even if I get out of storm, I got enemies right above me. Yep, I'm dead. Goodbye. There was nothing we could do there. We got fucked by the storm.
I lasted way too long on that shit.
That storm fucking cucked us, bro. Fucking bullshit.
All right.
Alright,
Did
said
you
had one
get
more,
Grim
right?
though?
Yes, I got Grin. It was
Did
the
you
first
die,
thing I
though?
extracted.
Did you die though? All right. What did you say you needed? Hold on. Do you have a level 5 Poyo? Or no, wait, level 5 a gold 7 spray was what I was gonna bring you. So you have that one.
I don't think I have gold
Bastard.
7.
Yeah, I have it mastered, so I'll give it to you. I think you can just extract it with the last extract you got.
Yeah. That'll work.
There we go. Alright. Ready and go.
Oh, I hit return to lobby.
That's fine. I was gonna swap skins anyway. I feel like Cerberus is getting killed too often. I need to go back to my queen. That booty though is nerd. Alright, so that's waiting for players 1 out of 3. There we go. Now 2 out of 3.
Say not me.
That's you, boss. Oh, my butt. I may take a break after a couple more games. That's my ass. Watch some more anime.
No, you're
I
good.
was
Ryan will be getting off work soon whenever he does. We have to run somewhere anyways.
I'll be right back. Mom just arrived. She left the key, so I have to open her.
Okay. I shouldn't be watching the whole fucking time. What was I watching earlier? Something about like my special skill makes me OP even at level 1 or some shit. Oh yeah, my unique skill makes me OP even at level 1. That one's pretty funny. I like that one. Pretty good anime. That's what I've been watching today. We can go to Heat Wave.
Where are we going?
Because I can get eliminations there anyway. And Vosh ain't back yet, so we'll figure it out.
Didn't you say you freaking scraped?
Did he? I don't know. I know I was. Fucking of course there is. Oh, I have a gun, bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Come on, peek it. Fucking dare you. Keep peeking, bitch. Give me a reason. I can see your footsteps, fool. Or else I'm not getting this right to you. Bitch, ain't no way your shots are even close to hitting me. Fuck off. Suck my dick. Fucking losers. You tried to 50-50 me and got fucking cooked. No, I'm still here. I'm just left that area because the fucking guy was trying to shoot me.
I'm back.
And I was running low on health. We landed in heat wave. There's people here, so be careful.
Okay. I just cut off my stream. I just raided someone else.
Oh, is that why? Fucking, you said you were still streaming.
Just cut off my stream.
Oh my god.
Would you raise my name to Jory?
It's a Joria, which is Puerto Rican.
I just got a legendary assault rifle.
That's why that's all. That's why I got. Like,
She's a good friend of mine.
I just got a legendary assault rifle.
I just got tapped on my dick. Now he's dead. I got 2 assholes on my dick.
One of them, you have
And one of them's down. Now there's 3 assholes on my dick. Never mind. Now there's 2 dead.
Oh shit. My OBS just crashed.
Just another one coming.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's fine. Put it in stream anyway.
I hear someone else.
Yeah, they're above
Yep,
us.
they're on
I have
me.
one else.
Oh.
Right there on the bed, huh? Nailed him. Dead. Of course there is. Fuck you!
I need help, damn it.
We're trying, trust me. Above you, dude, with the fish.
Believe it or not.
Be careful, he's gonna kill you.
Yep, I'm dead.
I know.
And they won. Alright,
Much for my level 5 fucking
come
gold.
over to y'all, I was gonna die.
I gotta kill that fucking iguana, bro.
I knew if I came over there, I would die.
Bullshit, man. Well, I guess I gotta buy another one. It's not gonna be mastered. It's like you're gonna have to master it. This is what pisses me off. Like, these people just fucking target you. It's so fucking.
I'm gonna leave it here. It's getting tired. I need more sleep.
Yeah, I feel that. What are you thinking, Wolf? You want to end it here?
What?
So you want to end here for Neo?
I mean, I don't care.
Up to you.
I was probably just gonna play one more because Ryan gets off in half an hour.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Fuck it. We'll do one more and I'll bring in the fucking 7 one again. And hopefully we get it out this time.
Yeah, and we don't
Assholes?
fight 20 million people.
Yeah, it's sad for no matter where we land. Fucking assholes around.
I'm gonna see you later, guys.
Alright, I'm gonna go one, bro. Get some sleep.
Bye bye.
Boy.
Bye, Nikki.
I get 2 more fucking headshots with the surgical burst rifle to finish this stupid quest.
Learning about insurance. Try to keep my payments current. Spotlight urges.
If it ever finds a fucking game.
Yeah, right. I'll say, I'm sure it's duos and I'm trying to put the trios matches in the fucking last time. They tried to put squads for 2 people. Like, bitch. Yeah, I'll get on tonight at 9 o'clock to do the other power hour and hopefully get a fucking like gem quacker back. That's what I'm missing, the gem duck now.
I was gonna say I am off next 3 days.
Okay. I mean, if you want to play later, good. If you're free. Uh-huh.
But I was just saying it's
Yeah, I mean, I'm off tomorrow. So. I'm not going to go to the top that. Lodge.
Bucket.
Bucket with a bucket. 3, 2, 1, drop. Way too early. Alright, so go to Red Death House. I'll give you the fucking sprite so you can look at it. I feel like the top building is more dangerous to land at than the road. Because it's your house, duh.
No, I said that I'm going to my house.
Oh, that's what I said. Go to your house. All right, then. Good to you now. Good to you now, man. Yeah, I'll be there. I'm in the mountain now. I made it. I'm in back. Feet in the middle. Strike that bitch. Make sure you swap them.
I am.
There you go. Don't do a me and fucking actually extract the wrong one. There you go. Now you have it.
And then I put this spray back on for hopefully better fucking shit out of it. I got a Sprite fire off the bat. I'm gonna fucking. Oh! Where are you?
What? Here.
Golden fire Sprite.
Oh, no. If you find another mini, let me know and I can give you a big pot so you can heal each other or heal ourselves.
Oh, I have 4 minis, my bad.
Oh, give me one and I'll give you a big pot. Good.
Oh! Guess I did the wrong thing. We don't talk about it. Fine.
He's so
Now we can go up top.
Go.
You say hang on, I'm already fucking.
Well,
oh,
lady.
I got a shotgun and the Sprite fire. Oh,
I got
there's
quackers.
that. But that's about it.
Did you want to max out your 7 that you have now on you?
I don't have a 7, I have a first Sprite.
Who now? Oh, have you maxed it out?
No, that's why I
Here,
have
take
it.
this.
Oh, hold on.
You can also buy those
Guardian,
from vending
level
machines for
3.
1500. Yeah, eat that, and you'll be at level 4. And then if you take
there.
this and go to the vending machine down there, you should be able to buy another bag of quackers. Level 5 and extract it. While you're doing that, let me give you a better shotgun.
Oh shit, the storm's coming.
That's fine. Cause I got a rift. You're damn right I do.
Hell?
That's shit there. Alright, ready? Is it level 5 already? Not yet.
No, I'm getting
Opening chest helps a lot. That's why I used to stay in the front of as many chests as I possibly
Oh,
can.
that's why I brought it, because it also
Where it drops?
slightly up.
Motherfucker. Grab that.
Oh, and I just found a string. I like to extract that for dust.
Okay, master.
Yeah, and you're about to be right back in it.
That's not gonna fly.
I do hear fighting near me though.
Just locations are marked. Have ball. Go upstairs, probably. Yeah.
Miles.
There's an exit door over here. Yeah. Ooh, thank God it. I did. Slow down. Alright, that's I just had.
Oh, I missed the chest. I was looking at a chest.
Oh. Okay, strong as it's Skeletor! You got a shotgun. You can have that shotgun if you want. I'm gonna take him.
And
You know
plus,
what?
I'd rather use the one that I have because I'm better with
Yeah,
the one
I'll
that
take
I
it.
have. There's an extractor right here.
I see that. Oh, they're here, fucking bitch.
I knew it.
Ah, fucking ties to that. Look at that, motherfucker. I'm dead. Fucking ambush me, dude. Fucking bullshit. He had a Q punk. I could have used that fucking thing. Fucking bullshit, man.
I fucking knew I heard a shot too.
Yeah, they were waiting for us to use the extract so they could fucking ambush us. Fucking losers.
Damn it.
That's why I don't like Kaisen now. Guess that was it, right?
I mean, I probably have time for one more. Now I have to start my stride over from level 1.
Okay, so the one more's.
No, like, it's 6:15. Ryan literally gets off at 6:30. That's what I'm saying. Like, he'll get home by about 6:40. I really thought that game was gonna take like 30 minutes.
I honestly did too. Until we got fucking fucking ambushed by Cousin there. Alright, I'm just gonna bring in a level 5 Poyo then.
Oh, I don't have any more portable extracts.
I know. I'm just gonna give it to you. We either extract it or we don't. Whatever.
Alright.
We'll just extract it as soon as we get it.
See what happens.
Yep. See what happens. I don't know. I feel like I get the best luck going to Golden Grove, especially solo. I don't know. I feel like I really land there. Hey, I do. I can just fucking kill because y'all suck. Good. These are good.
I see a gummy feeling.
That's gonna go broke. You know where the hole is now?
Not really, but I'll do my best.
Alright.
Figure it out.
Aim for that location right there.
That's what I thought.
You see a concrete hole.
Get fucked by the tree again.
I didn't. Alright, here, take this chicken. I don't know why I'm being healed randomly. Oh. No, that's not no idea why I'm being healed randomly. The fuck? Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's true. I was throwing water spray at the back, so that makes sense. But
No, I have a earth spray.
Oh, weird.
Oh, it's the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
the
it's
water
the water
heal
itself.
you?
The
Huh.
moment I got out of the water, it stopped replenishing my shield.
Huh, weird. So, don't remember. Maybe the water's always done that. Yeah, that's tricky. I was done because of the spray. I used to have a water spray on my back, which is why I call it water spray.
The water. The moment I hopped out, thinking like, okay, well maybe it is the Sprite just not being on my back and glitched out, and nope.
Yeah.
It's water.
Well, yeah, I know. Just let me go.
Yep.
Well,
Just
I've always
free.
known just free.
Well,
Yeah.
now you know it's a good spot just because you get free shield.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Oh, we got company. That's you. Never mind.
No, we have company.
No, we do have company now. Pet company. You say bad company the same time I did. Someone's extracting. I might be small, but I'm fucking mad at it. Here. Okay, my time anyway. If they come this way, they die. That's it.
You good over there?
Yeah. Oh, look, this is.
I like joking a bit.
Not so much choking, it's just kind of like a random ass cough fit.
There's a lot of shooting nearby.
It's running like a bitch. What else is new?
My dead, bro! I fucking lasered this dude! He's got no health. Like, he's literally... That guy's got full health. There's no fucking way. Dude got 10 health, bro. I'm so fucking mad.
He's... Oh, it was his friend. I thought you meant him.
No, he had full health. His friend had like 10 health, though. I'm fucking mad. No, bro.
First fucking shot should have fucking hit.
My gun should have killed him. He was literally rolling up on me, and I hit every shot. I hate this game season. It, for some reason, fucking shot and don't count. It's fucking annoying. It's like, bro, if I'm hitting every fucking shot, then the dude should be dead. Not fucking I hit every shot and somehow he survives. Like, huh? Make that shit make sense. Fucking bullshit. Shop registration should be a thing. Oh, fuck. Mad. Understandably mad, though.
I mean, yeah.
You guys have another one, you said? Yeah, try again. Fucking don't have the full level 5 Poyo now, though. Fucking bullshit. I'm just gonna bring you a level 5 gummy here. I don't think anyone's gonna pursue us for that. And again, who the fuck knows this game? Oh, this season can't end soon enough. Give me my gaming season. I need more. I need better guns. I need less shit. Please fix the issues. Quality of life needs to be assured. I'm over this shit. I'm getting so burnt out. Like, I love the fucking season. I just can't stand the fucking, like, toxicity it's bred in the fucking, just the way guns don't fucking shoot properly, man. Like, the fuck.
Yeah, how desperate everyone is for all this sprite.
Yeah, it's like fucking the boo hunting. Fucking get over it, my guy. Like, if you really have to face someone
brought
online.
in a gym sprite.
Oh, they're fucked. Love that one, buddy.
Yep, he's being followed so hard.
Yep, saw that coming a mile away.
Yep, I've seen it when we spawned in. He got followed immediately.
We really did. You don't have to go anywhere, sir. I wish it transformed her. But apparently it's had her clothes when she transforms and we can't show too much boobies. Like, bitch, you showed fucking straight up fucking cleavage and fucking booties last season. I don't stop, I guess. Sure. Oh yeah, we're all targeting that guy. That'd be pretty good.
Doesn't even matter what kind of gym sprite it is. If I miss the gym, you're dead.
Oh yeah. Wait till later when I play fucking solo on fucking during the gym hours. It's probably gonna be chaos and fucking bullshit. We're gonna get mad as fuck. I'm probably not gonna stream that. One stream a day is enough for me. Got to that point. It's like, yeah, doing too much is doing too much. I don't want to do too much anymore. Plus, I've been streaming for almost like 6 hours. I don't need to stream every fucking thing I do. Granted, I love streaming. Yeah, it is. It's a fun little hobby, but it's one little hobby to be taking a lot of my life. Nice. Spiderman. Episode from Hell, Speed Spiderman. I'm gonna pull a boot in your eye. Maybe it's because you like Spiderman. Spiderman.
Me and Ryan are gonna go see.
Nice. I might just do it. I don't know yet. If I get
Oh! I just found another king sprite.
Lol. Yeah, I love how the mythics are fun. Easy to fuck the fine. Just found another fucking 7 spray. Think the fuck. Oh, here, take this fucking
7
thing.
sprite's actually really good to have, though.
Yeah. Didn't realize how good it was until I actually had one. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the moment you actually had it, it was like, oh wait, hold on. You're useful.
Exactly.
not only can you see the footprints of the enemies, you can also see the footprints of sprites that are nearby you. But,
I turned around and I was like, oh, hello.
yeah, I put
Yeah,
it
I
there for
realized
you.
you threw it at me.
Yeah. I sure did, boo boo.
Not gonna lie, I was like, oh, when did you throw this? Am I losing my shit?
I did say here, take this.
Oh.
Yeah. It's okay. Sometimes I don't even pay attention to what I say. Not even gonna front. I'm like, Bosh, I don't get offended. I just go, ah, yeah, whatever. Well, that's sin. He's pissing me off when he doesn't listen because I'm literally talking right to him and he still doesn't listen. I'm like, okay, fuck you, asshole. Or repeat the same bad thing right back to me, like, bitch. Nico, same thing. I'll say something, he'll repeat it right back to me. Or I won't hear him say something because I'm like literally in the zone, and then he's like, well, you said that 5 minutes ago, and I'm like, okay, I didn't fucking hear you, bitch. What the fuck did I tell you? Excuse me for giving the same information you gave 5 seconds ago. It's not my fault. You fucking got a dick in your mouth and I can't hear you.
See, my problem is I'll mute myself sometimes, and so I'll repeat myself just because I'm like, wait, did I mute myself? Did it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I've done that a few times. Yeah, fuck it, I'll try it out.
You
I'll fail with it, but I'll try it. I'm not exactly. If it's not a hunting rifle, I don't want it. I hate scoped rifles. I'd rather have the fucking.
I like the DMR.
Oh, the DMR was amazing. Yeah, they fucking nerfed the fuck out of the DMR though. I remember I got a win with 4 people. And we all had gold DMRs that we used that the tree, you know, the tree that fucking grew the weapons and you can get a legendary one out of it. Yeah, we all grew DMRs out of the trees and then fucking went and fucking took out the last team. Shit was crazy. We had designated spots where we grew our trees every game. And then when someone took our spot, we go to a new spot. But we pretty much kept our spots pretty frequently. Those were good times. I was still dating my that one girl after Nancy.
Well, shit. I don't have
Cammy, that's who. That's that one. That's who I dated after Nancy. Yep, we used to have fun playing that together. Now she don't exist anymore. She stopped fucking streaming. She just disappeared off face of the earth. I haven't seen her since.
I want boots, but can't have boots.
Takes the boots. Why? What do you need me to carry? I'll take the Spider-Man. You don't want him.
But put him in.
But boots.
I know. I like boots.
And I like his Spider-Man. Oh, win-win. That chest fucking missed everything. I fucking missed again. I hate my fucking life, bro. Kill me. Kill me, please. I don't want to die.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
I sure don't.
Oh,
was fucking looted, but
that's okay. Move refresh. Oh, there's a chest in here.
What the fuck? I'm on the ground. Oh, it's just all over the place. Someone used the port of the fort over here. There was a fight.
You gonna come get these slurp jugs, or am I doing them by myself?
Hang on, I'll be able to run out of I don't know where you are. Where are you?
Oh, on the edge of the storm. Oh. The jugs are like just inside the fucking storm.
What's up?
good enough. I was outside the store. What we gotta get on anyway?
Oh, was that you moving or?
Maybe.
Oh, you said this place was looted. I'm seeing that right there. Oh, we do need to put an extract though.
There's one up here. Oh, I'm getting shot at.
Hold on, I found a vending machine.
Oh, they're over here. That's the extract. They just extracted, apparently. Doesn't get cool now.
Oh, that's where you buy it. I don't have a gold
Fucking yeah, shield up, shield, bitch. Can't peek it. Dare you? Ah, he ran. I didn't want to be damn. You ready? Alright, you started up. Alright, I'll level up my guns. Out of gold. Damn it.
Someone's coming. Footsteps.
They're down here.
You have a 7 spray?
Yeah, why? Yeah.
He's over here.
I think he's still fighting somebody.
Yeah. One just died over here. He's going to... I know I cracked his shield. He's got no shield.
Go extract. I got it. Oh, yeah, he walked over this way. Oh, no, he's there. Fuck, I missed. I'll be in. He's right there.
I see him. Got it. He's not.
Nice. Finish him.
He's dead.
Where'd
Oh my
that John
god,
Wick
he had
go?
a gym duck.
Get him!
I got
Fuck.
it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
We need to go back to the extract now. Oh no, we got close.
I have 3
We gotta go.
medkits. I'm just running for it.
Yeah, go for it. I'll keep him busy if I have to.
I was gonna say, and there's a chug right there, so if I need to, I'll grab that chug too on
I
my
got
way
the
back.
chug
And
on
I
the
got
way back.
boots. Okay. I'm going up.
Come towards you now.
Starting now. Oh my god. I think
Fuck
we found
yeah.
the dude that had the gym.
Oh, yeah, my fucking bastard. That bastard that took my gem earlier probably was him. Here, take this.
Oh, I have 3 medkits.
Oh, okay, use those. I'll keep this.
Yeah. Hold on to that for now. I was just gonna
Reload,
grab that on the
get
way
ready,
back.
cheers.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload.
Damn it, gun. Reload. Woo, fucking thank God. Finally got the gym duck
After the
back.
last couple, I was gonna say after the last few games we've had, we deserve this.
Damn right. Let's go. You know what? Take this too. Let's get the fuck out of here.
That's the collection of Jim Duck. Oh, you know he's dead.
Yeah, I'll get it from you later. But you're gonna be off after this one.
Okay. Oh, there's another med kit right here. He had multiple med kits on him.
Are you still in the storm? I'm outside.
Oh. Yeah, I was looking. I'm coming.
I'm coming. Check the chest real quick.
Yeah, I was about to say. 'Cause I have. There's 2 more med kits over here.
Grab 2.
Oh, there's another chug right here too. I'm getting rid of this one for that. Oh, I think that's the one you just dropped. It's fine.
Probably. How much is
Alright,
it having
let's
it?
go. 90.
Yeah, that's probably nice. Fuck.
That's fine.
Good thing? No, I didn't mean that. I meant
At least we have it.
Spider-Man fucking fucked me up.
Oh. This my boots are better.
Spider-Man better. Spider-Man.
Your boots are better.
Spider-Man did Spider-Man bet these. No, he's really not. I was gonna say that's Marvel and no, he's not. Hindsight being 2020, I'd have to say best Marvel character in my opinion. Definitely not Spider-Man. Venom. Because he's everything Spider-Man is, only better. Actually, Venom is my favorite. That's why I play him in Rivals. You should play Rivals. You really could this weekend, man. Play Rivals. I am whatever the hell I need to be, and I'm bad at all of it. For the most part.
Oh, new boots and a new chug.
I'm gonna snipe this guy because I can. Oh, I wish that had actually killed him. I'm fucking mad that it did it.
There's also oh, I just found a legendary auto shotgun of the shotgun I love.
Oh my god. Let's go.
And a new chug and new boots. Oh my god, that chest. I don't even care about Storm now. I wanted that chest.
I just hit Poison Ivy for 138.
Is that the boss or?
No, that's the bot. I think, yeah, technically boss. How did that miss, bro?
Someone's extracting.
That missed too. I think it's their bot. It said boss, so I'm assuming it was the boss. I think they're chasing somebody else. Or they're fucking trying to kill them. Can't push them. Get that, I'm gonna get a guarantee to win, but I try.
Oh shit! Taking the long way around is a bad idea. Oh yeah, it's the boss.
Missed.
I got it.
Cube spray. Fuck! I missed again. Why is my fucking crosshair keep going sideways? It's so fucking annoying. I have the Batmobile. I stole it. Not when the storm's going hard. Not when the storm's hard! Motherfucker. Sorry! I didn't mean to hit you.
That is Nico.
Yeah, but that was accidental. Nico did that shit on purpose. Oh my fucking, what the fuck? Batmobile, you son of a... Get away from me. I hate you. Fucking Christ. Here, this will let us know where the enemies are. If they get close enough to what we need to do.
Might try to go top.
Yeah, because that's where the last Yep. What up? Okay, you're not gonna go in the storm, Yoruichi. Jesus.
Oh, Storm is just past up top.
Yeah.
Or, like, we might be just on the edge if we're on the zip line. No, oh, yeah.
Are they behind us?
Oh, they're behind.
Oh, behind us, yep.
Oh, I'm in the storm right here. Never mind. Or I'm out.
Oh, they're shooting at me. He's pushing. Fuck you, Tom Holland. Eat my dick, boy.
Behind.
Fuck. Get him. He's running. He's right there. Trying to distract him. I'm gonna shoot kill. Yes, let's go. That was the last team we won.
I'm so glad I had that fucking shotgun.
I distracted you. Or distracted him, not you. What?
Oh, I was trying to go from behind them to make them think you were by yourself for a second, and it fucking worked, apparently.
Let's go. Another win to end off on. Hell yeah.
That's the perfect way to end.
And we got the gem duck. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, and Ryan
So
just
excited.
said that he was about to be on the way home, so perfect time to end.
Hell yeah. Perfect timing. As all things should be. Let's
How
fucking
do we
go.
do this every fucking time? DVD.
It's just because we vibe so well, so. That's what true friendship is all about. That's why you my bestie, batch. No matter how long we haven't talked, you're still my bestie.
Right. I gotta give you Jim Duck later, but that, oh god, that game's gonna be.
Oh, we got the innovation helmet. Let's go.
So I have the Jim Earth, and then, oh, his Jim Duck was level 4.
Oh, fuck yeah. Master it and then fucking give it to me when it's mastered.
Oh, if we don't die with it, though.
True. I mean, if you give it to me, I can master it, send it out, and then bring it to you, or other way around. Whichever. Which one do you want to do?
Okay, so
if we,
I have...
Because if we land golden at the beginning and just fucking kill whoever's there and get to the extract, do it in the storm, and do the same thing again, we should be able to be doing it. Because once you get the golden, as long as you don't get fucking killed by some random team, which normally I don't, we could fucking get the shit extract, or get it max level to the vending machine right there after we search all the chests, which we wouldn't even need the chest because it's level 4, it should be easy. And then extract right then and there during storm. I'll get heals, we'll be good, and then we can collect all the other gems that we need in the process.
So I have Jim Grim.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me sort by rare.
Gem Duck's the last one I need for the duck line.
Okay, so Jim Grim, Jim Demon, Jim Duck, Jim Aura, and Jim Earth.
Yep. I have Gem Grim. Oh, wait, you have Gem Aura? I don't have Gem Aura. I need Gem Aura too.
Yeah. I have Gem Aura.
Oh yeah, you told me you had Gem Aura. Duh. Okay, so I have Gem Grim, Gem Demon. I know I have Gem Water, Gem Earth. The only one I'm missing is Gem Fire, Gem Duck, and I don't know if they're yeah, Gem Aura. I don't know if they have a gem for the soccer skin or the air spread. I don't think so. And I still need to get the fucking dream one, but it's the Galaxy Dream. No, I have the Galaxy Dream. Which one was I missing? Not Galaxy. I think it's Gold Dream. I think I'm missing. No, I have regular Gold, Galaxy, and oh, I need Cube Dream because I have Gummy too. I think so. And then I think for the Demon one, the only one I'm missing is the Cube one, I believe. Is there a Cube Dream or a Demon? No, I got all the Demons. So then I just need the 2 Peelies, I need the 2 Llamas, so probably Cube or Gold, no, Gummy and Cube, Gem, and then the 2 Peely ones. This one's a 7 one, so I need the last 7 one, which I believe is...
What is the punk?
7, Galaxy 7... Hollow, so I think there's a there's a Gummy 7 I don't have. Then I need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Grims, which means I need, or no, they're not all Grims. That was Aura. So once I get that Aura, I got all the Auras, the one that you have. So there's Galaxy Grim, Gold Grim, Gummy Grim, Cube Grim, and fucking Hollow Grim that I'm missing.
So...
all the Grims except for the 2 that we have, yeah. And there's 1 Batman I'm missing, and I think that one's either the Hollow or the... Is it the Hollow? Let me check.
It shouldn't be, because you gave me Hollow Batman.
No way, yeah, because I have Batman, Cube Batman,
Gold Batman, Hollow Batman, and Galaxy Batman. I need Gummy Batman.
Okay.
I really should just get a list and just mark all the ones I have and just send them to people so they can see it. It's just easier that way.
I really just need to like make a list of what I have so far and send it to you.
Yeah, and as for the Punk sprites, I have all of them except for one.
What does the Punk sprite even do?
Possibly nothing or infinitely something. Exactly what it says. It's a 50-50 chance that you either get like infinite ammo or some shit, or you don't get infinite ammo or something like that. Or infinite sprint speed or something. I can't remember what it was. Some dumb shit. But yeah, so I got regular Punk, Gold Punk, Gummy Punk, Cosmic Punk, Galaxy Punk. So I'm pretty sure the last one I need is either the Cube Punk or the Hollow Punk. I think it's no, I think it's Cube Punk. I'm pretty sure I saw something with Cube Punk. Burnt Peanut, I already got that. Mastered him. So only thing I would be missing. Oh, I need to get four of the 0.1s that I'm still missing. That gold aura that you have. Whatever boss one I'm missing, which I think is the cube one.
Oh,
or the
so you
gummy
need both
one.
gold and gem aura?
Yes.
So in other words,
No,
what
I
you're
have
saying-
gold aura. I need gem aura. Is the last one I need.
Oh, okay. So in other words, we're gonna have at least 2 very hard games just because of gem and
The 2
Gem
gems,
Duck and
yes.
Gem Aura.
Mm-hmm. And then I still gotta give you fucking the Galaxy Llama and Galaxy Feely. Those are gonna be difficult. And I gotta give you Gold Llama too. And I still have Galaxy Air, Gold Air. I don't know if you have the Gold Boss and the Gummy Boss, but I have those two. I have all the other all the other auras that I can give you. The Galaxy and the Gummy, those two that you need, probably. Whatever strikers you need if you don't have those.
I have
Cube
regular
Fish,
and Gummy Boss.
I think I might have gave you, I don't remember. And I still have 3 0 points to give you.
Oh, I have Cube Fire that I found on the ground.
I have that one too, yeah.
Or you gave it to me, I don't know.
I might have given it to you. Let me check. No, because this one's
I don't
level
know,
5, so I probably... No, wait.
Yeah,
no,
mine's
he's level 3. I gave it to you, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think No, wait, I never mastered it, so no, I didn't give it to you yet. No, we found it on the ground and I gave it to you, yeah. I told you to take it because it was on the ground. I was like, yeah, take it. Yeah, I got most of the cube ones.
That's level 3. And then...
Just like I got Galaxy Ghost, Gummy Ghost, Gold Ghost,
That's
regular
the only
Ghost, and
cube
Hollow
I
Ghost,
have.
but the only one I'm missing is the Cube Ghost.
The only cube I have is the fire.
The only one you have is the fire? Okay, well, I'll bring you a regular fire. and
Well,
then
no,
I gotta bring
I mean
you...
like the only cube one I have is the...
Oh, yeah, I have Cube Earth and Cube Batman. And then I think I still need Cube Water? Yeah, I think I need Cube Water, unless I have that one. I don't remember. Oh, I have Cube Fishy too, so I have to give you Cube Fishy.
There's too many of these fucking shits.
I know, tell me about it. Also, I don't know if I gave you Galaxy Boss yet, but yeah, that's another one.
I have Gummy Boss.
Okay, so I'll bring you Galaxy Boss and then Gold Boss. I think those are the ones I tried to bring you, but I got killed before I could bring them back. And then I'm out of straightness, so I can't I'll level them up. So I'm gonna have to be spending a lot of them in fucking time, fucking just extracting as much as I can to get money back. Cause fuck me.
Yeah, and we're also gonna have a lot of hard ass games. Have a lot of fucking shit that we need to extract.
Yeah. Well, we got 2 hours till then, so see what you gotta do.
Well, 2 hours till gym time to try to get the rest of the gyms.
Yeah, and then we gotta swap them out and shit.
Yep.
Hello, gamer. How are you? But yeah, we're getting there.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, we got 6 days to figure it out.
Fuck me. Look, if the Grims keep dropping the way they've been dropping, I'm fine with the keep. You know what I'm saying? And if I can get some 0 points. If I can find people with 0 points, I will gladly trade them for any Sprite I have just to get the fucking what I got going. I'm doing good too. I'm getting ready to end stream actually.
That it was literally fucking Jim Grim for you, Jim Grim for him, and then I go play a game, Jim Grim and Grim.
No, we just got Grim Duck or Jim Duck. Literally just got in the last match.
Oh.
Yeah, you remember you picked it up because you killed that guy and he had it. And you're like, oh,
Well, no,
I was like, what?
No,
Oh no, I was talking to
like
YouTube
earlier
chat.
before.
Oh yeah, I had a Gem Duck earlier and then I fucking lost it in the match because me and Vosh got killed by some fucking campers. And then I was pissed about that, so I really wanted that fucker back. And then you managed to kill someone and find it. I'm like, fuck yeah! So that's one we don't need to worry about. That one we got. So the only gem I think we still need is like, I don't know, 7 maybe? Or something. I'm pretty sure I have almost all of them. Hold on, I'm gonna put the list of like all the fucking, because if you go to the back bling, it shows you what ones there is on the list. Hang on.
Oh.
Back bling is here. Yeah, if you go to the mastery back bling, it'll show you every sprite that you have and which ones are every sprite that's in the game at the current time. Where are you? Mastery, here we go. Go to edit. Okay, yeah, because the ones that I haven't locked still are the ones I haven't finished mastering. So there is Galaxy Earth, Fire, and Duck. Cube Fire I haven't mastered yet. Earth Fire I have. Galaxy I haven't mastered. Demon I haven't mastered. Duck Gem is the one you have. Oh, there is a Cube fucking Dream. That's the one I'm missing. That's the Cube Dream I'm missing. I'm also missing the Cube. I'm missing the Cube Punk, the Cube Dream, the 0 Point Gummy, the 0 Point Gem, which hopefully we'll get in the next fucking iteration. The 0 Point, what is this one? I think it's a 0 Point Cube or Galaxy. I think it's a Galaxy. No, that's a Gem. Yeah, that's a Cube. I got all the strikers. I got all the fish. I got almost all the auras except for the cube one, or the gem one that you have. I need to get cube boss. Oh fuck! I think I gave cube boss. Did I give cube boss to Vosh? I don't know. I have to master my Grim. I have to master my gem Grim, and then I still got to get cube Grim, Galaxy Grim, Gummy Grim, and Gold Grim. I hate it here. I got all the air sprites. Oh, the only 7 one I'm missing is the gummy one. So if you have the Gummy 7, let me know. But yeah, I'm missing the Gummy 7 and the Gummy Batman are the 2 I'm missing from that collection. So we might have to start doing a lot more fishing because that's usually how I get gummies. But yeah, I'm mostly just missing Grims, the aura that you have, the gem duck that you have, and then the rest are basically just like odds and ends that I gotta master. Except for the Grims and the fucking couple boss ones that I need. Matter of fact, I'm gonna screenshot this list real quick so I have like a visual that I can work with later.
That would be smart.
Okay, so it ends here, so I gotta end the list up there. I hit the wrong button again, didn't I? Yep. Windows print screen, not control print screen, yeah, dumb fuck. Okay, so it ends here.
It's okay, you'll figure it out eventually.
And then, bam. Alright, I got them all saved. So I'll just fucking edit it and add it as I need to, type shit, later. But we are gonna end here for now. We'll be on tomorrow, probably with some Dino Bleed, because I haven't played that for a hot minute. Can I add you to give you 2 master sprites you need? Which ones? Honestly, I prefer getting them on my own, so, or from friends if they collect them while I'm playing with them. So.
Alrighty, Brian just got home.
All right, I will go on 1. I'll see you in a couple hours for more. 9 to 11 tonight. That's what it'll be. All right, I'm gonna go relax and watch some anime while I wait.
All right, have fun.
All right, love you, bots. Bye. All right, I will be heading off now. Thank you so much, everybody who came out and hung out to me and played games with me today. I had a blast. I hope everybody on YouTube enjoyed the stream, and I hope I don't get canceled or shut off. Not canceled, but I hope I don't get fucking bodied on my copyright for having those songs on stream. But anyways, that'll be it for me for the YouTube side. If you want to add me on Fortnite, it is Slayer_gas.ttv, and we can talk about that later if you want to do that. I would need to know your age because I don't play with anyone under the age of 18, so there's that. But anyways, I will see you guys later on YouTube. Have a good one. Like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.